The man was born into a prestigious righteous household. Yet, he defected to the demon race and became a traitor cursed by the entire world. He did it for one reason only, to save his childhood sweetheart. He forced himself to become a demon. When the war between the righteous and the demonic sides finally erupted, the heavenly demon was cut down on the spot and the demon forces were completely crushed. As for the man, he ultimately fell into captivity. A young woman locked eyes with him and demanded, "Where are the demon remnants hiding?" The coughing man still refused to say a word. Badly wounded, he could only stare blankly at the girl standing before him. She was Giang Qian's childhood sweetheart and also the finest disciple under the Sword Venerable. In the Great War, she slaughtered countless demons with a single stroke of her blade and went on to kill the heavenly demon with her own hands. From that day on, Yahello became the world-famous divine sword, and yet now, Yahello was gripping his collar demanding over and over again, "Where did the rest of the demons go? If there's even a shred of humanity left in you, then tell me the truth." Hu Yen Qian wanted to speak, but a restriction had long been planted in his heart. The instant he revealed the truth, his body would explode. Unaware of that, Yahello kept pressing him. "If you're willing to talk, I'll use every method I can to keep you alive." By then, even Yahello was already on the verge of breaking down. When he still wouldn't speak, her eyes turned red, and she even began pleading in a trembling voice. But Giang Qian thought she was simply hating the demons because her fiancé had once been taken by them. How could she possibly know that the one who would truly save her back then had been him all along? 1,000 words were trapped in his chest, but in the end, Giang Qian only let out a soft sigh. "You're still just as foolish as when we were kids." Seeing that he still had that same attitude even now, Yahello directly hurled him away. Trembling all over, she finally said, "If I had known you were this kind of man, I should have killed you the very first time we met." And as Gu Yanshun lay at her feet, the light that had flickered in his eyes, all his life slowly went out. If life could remain as it was at first sight, it felt like many people had once said words like that to him. Even the young master of the Tang clan had said the same thing while dying. "I love you. From the first moment I saw you, I had already fallen deeply in love with you." Back then, Guillaume Qian had looked completely baffled. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about, you crazy woman? You almost killed me just now. At a time like this, no matter what you say, I'm not letting you off." Righteous and evil were never meant to stand together. We were always bound to end up here. But if I leave without ever saying how I feel, wouldn't that be a shame? If only I had met you sooner. Nangong, Ji and Sure had been the same. "Are you crying? The rain is just too heavy." "So it's rain. And has the moon risen yet?" "Yeah. It has. It's round and it's beautiful just like the first time we met." "Is that so? That's good. That's really good." Had she felt the same way when she left back then? When had everything started turning into what it was now? He was so tired, but none of it mattered anymore. He was a traitor to the human race. No matter the reason, all of this was ultimately his retribution. Just as Yahello turned away in disappointment, an extremely faint sound suddenly came from behind her. She spun around and saw Guillaume Qian using his own blood to painfully write something on the ground. "Sorry, second sister." In the end, he still broke his promise. Living on happily, that was something he simply couldn't do. But the moment the words were written, his heart violently burst apart. This was the curse of the demons. The moment they leaked any information, they would die with their hearts exploding. Yahello lunged over at once, her voice trembling as she asked what happened to him. But by then, Guiyang Qian could no longer hear anything. Whether it had been his own choice or whether he had been wrongly condemned. In agony, so fierce it felt like his soul was being torn apart, he still dragged his finger across the ground and wrote down the final few words. Realizing something was wrong, Yahello rushed forward and began trying to heal him. But she discovered that Guiyang Qian's life force had already been completely severed, and yet his blood-soaked fingers still stubbornly kept leaving behind one final message. Realizing what he had been trying to do, Yahello completely broke down in tears. Her tears kept falling onto his face without stopping. That girl really hadn't changed at all. Even now, she was still just like the girl he had first met. But maybe that was fine. "Yahello, you have to live on and find happiness." But in the very next moment, when he dazedly opened his eyes, he found a young white Yahello standing there, carefully holding out a potato and asking, "Do you want it?" Guiyang Qian froze on the spot and instinctively looked down at himself. So this was their real first meeting? So this was what it felt like for his heart to beat normally? Still, if he really had been sent back to the first time he met her, then maybe this counted as a punishment meant just for him. He remembered it clearly. In his previous life, the arrogant young master he used to be had slapped away the roasted potato she offered him, then crushed it under his foot right in front of her. Who said you could bring something like this in front of me? Thinking back on it now, Guillaume Kion could still feel his face heating up in embarrassment. Just as Waikola, unable to bear the stares around them, was about to quietly take the potato back. He reached out first and took it instead. Thanks. I'll enjoy it properly. The moment he said that, Guillaume Chion took a huge bite and in the next second, he jumped straight into the air from the heat. His mind went blank. Wait, what? Wasn't this supposed to be a dream? Then why did it hurt? Right after that, the servant behind him hurried over as well. Young master, why did you suddenly run over here? Guillaume Kion stared at the guy and racked his brain trying to remember his name, but he still couldn't recall it. The servant saw his young master hopping around from being burned and flew into a rage at once. How dare you? Before he could finish, Guillaume Kion cut him off. Give me that thing. The servant was stunned. What thing? Guillaume Kion replied flatly, the medicinal fruit. You brought it with you, didn't you? The servant could only take it out. There's only one left. Guillaume Kion immediately snatched it away, quit talking and handed over. Then he turned to Wachiola. Do you want it? Take it as payment for the potato. This one's yours. Wachiola instantly started drooling with temptation. It was shining and it gave off a sweet fragrance. This was the first time she had ever seen something like it. But just then, a voice suddenly called out from behind her. Why did you run over here? Didn't I tell you not to let go of Grandpa's hand so easily? Wachiola quickly replied, I'm fine. I still kept all the potatoes safe, but her grandfather looked anxious instead. This isn't about the potatoes. Are you hurt anywhere? Guillaume Kion stared blankly at the old man in front of him. Cold sweat already forming on his forehead. Who was this guy again? Before he could think any further, Wachiola cut him first. I gave one potato to him. The moment he heard that, the old man immediately pulled Wachiola along and hurried forward, then bowed apologetically. My granddaughter still does understand these things. If she caused trouble for the young master, please forgive her. But Guillaume Kion shook his head. It's fine, old sir. I'm the one who should be thanking you. I was hungry anyway. Thanks to your potato, I actually got to fill my stomach. If you don't mind, then take this medicinal fruit as my return gift. Before her grandfather could even answer, Seal suddenly jumped out. Okay, I think that sounds great. Just as she excitedly reached for the medicinal fruit, her grandfather instantly pulled her back. Thank you for your kindness, young master. We won't stand in your way any longer. Seeing that, Guillaume Kion immediately stepped forward and placed a fruit into Siola's hand. I keep my word, if fate allows it, we'll meet again. That alone made the old man look at him in a different light, and he even thought to himself, so Siola has already found that person. But after the old man and the little girl had walked away, Yuyong Chion was already drenched in cold sweat because not long ago, that old man had still been sitting at the very peak of the martial world. One of the three strongest existences alive. The sword venerable who made every evil faction tremble in fear. Wahyogon. He had no idea why the sword venerable would appear in a place like this. But if this was only a dream, then there was no point overthinking it. So he might as well head back first. Maybe he was about to wake up anyway. But even after returning all the way to his family estate, he still hadn't escaped the dream. What the hell was going on? Why hadn't it ended yet? And why did it all feel this real? Could this have something to do with the heavenly demon's curse? Just as he was thinking that over, a shrill little voice suddenly cut in, and it belonged to none other than his second sister, Gu Yun Suk, the Crimson Blaze Sword. Well, didn't expect a little trash fish like you to actually show up. She was also one of the people in the clan who looked down on him the most. With a smug, punchable grin on her face, his second sister sneered. If a little trash fish like you is thinking of pulling anything, then pray I don't catch you. Guillaume Kion slapped her hand away. I merely came back to the place I should have come to long ago. That one line made her flare up on the spot. Oh, so you know you should be here? Then why haven't you shown up even once before? Guiyun Chan only replied calmly, everything before this was my fault. Later, I'll personally apologize to the patriarch. The moment she heard that, his second sister exploded. A worthless little trash fish dares talk to me like that. I'm really pissed now. But Guiyun Kion quickly raised a hand to stop her. Father is coming. The instant those words left his mouth, a tall, imposing war horse appeared before everyone. And the man who arrived was none other than the patriarch of the Gu clan of Shangxi, his father, Gu Kailan. Even though he had already lived once before, the pressure Gu Kailan gave off still felt crushing to Gu Yanqilan. Very soon, his father withdrew his gaze from him and began asking about recent matters instead. The steward immediately answered, Team 1 has just returned and is currently resting. Team 4 remains on standby. His father calmly ordered, then informed the captain of Team 4 to see me before nightfall. After giving those brief instructions, the patriarch strode into the residence. But the very next moment, his father suddenly turned back and looked at him. Third son, come to my room after dinner. With that, he turned and left. Gu Yanqin immediately exchanged stunned looks with the servants and his second sister before blurting out, Does any of you happen to have laxatives on you? Night fell in no time and the whole family gathered around the table for dinner. Sitting at the head of the table, his father finally broke the silence. Second daughter, how has your cultivation been lately? Gu Yun-suk immediately smiled and replied, I was fortunate enough to gain some insight. I've just advanced to a third-rank martial artist. His father nodded. Very good. At your age, that kind of progress is already fast. Keep working. Thank you, father. Right then, Gu Yanqian's eyes met his second sister's the instant she turned around. And the bright smile on her face vanished on the spot, replaced by the kind of disgust someone would show while looking at a bug. Seriously, his second sister had been a nightmare even as a kid. At that moment, his father's gaze shifted toward him as well. Third son, I heard you went to the commercial street today. Gu Yongcheon nodded. Yes. I just went out to wander around for a bit. But his father suddenly fell silent as if he wanted to say something, only to hold it back in the end and rise to leave without saying a word. After he left, one of the maids behind them suddenly leaned in. Third young master, the master left a message for you. He said you should go see him again tomorrow. Gu Yanzian was instantly baffled. What was that supposed to mean? Once he returned to his room, the very first thought that surfaced into Yang Kaian's mind was whether he should get rid of the heavenly demon while he still had the chance. It was an absurd thought no matter how he looked at it. Could he really kill a monster who stood among the 3 strongest beings in the world? But after a bitter laugh, he gave up on the idea anyway. The heavenly demon would die beneath Waisiola's sword sooner or later. All he had to do was survive quietly until everything was over. After that, Guillaume Kaian checked the strength of his current body and couldn't help mocking himself under his breath. What a pathetically miserable level of power. Second sister really is impressive. But then again, compared to her, I never truly worked hard in the first still. That doesn't mean I can't change anything. At the very least, just as I thought, there's still things I can alter like mastering my family's 9 flames fire will art first. Because at the 4th rank, I'll be able to use fire techniques and at the 7th, I'll be able to truly command flames. But right now, I'm only at the 1st rank. Looks like I need to break into the 2nd rank as fast as possible. So Guillaume Kaian immediately threw himself into cultivation and before long, sweat was already pouring off him. That's about my limit. If I keep forcing it, I'm probably gonna lose control and go into deviation. By the next morning, his whole body was aching and he couldn't help cursing inwardly. This body is way too trash. Looks like the road ahead is still ridiculously long. But what he never expected was that the moment he pushed open the door, he saw the very person he least wanted to see and there sat Waikola at the entrance smiling sweetly. Hey, we meet again. Yet as the reborn Guyun Kaian looked at the girl in front of him, the more wrong it felt. No, this wasn't right. At this point in time, he shouldn't have been meeting her yet. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, the second time he met her had been in the military camp. Back when he still had that spoiled young master attitude and caused a huge mess only to be thrown by his father into the 5th Army stationed under his eldest sister where he was brutally drilled for half a year as punishment. That was supposed to be the real second meeting between him and Waisiola. Yuan Kaian let out a sigh. Did I stay up too late last night? Am I actually seeing things now? But just as he turned to shut the door, he suddenly felt someone tug lightly at the hem of his clothes. And when he looked down, he saw Waisiola little hand clutching his robe. Guiyong Kaian froze. So this isn't a dream? Waisiola looked like she wanted to say something too and tears were already beginning to gather in her eyes. But at that very moment, a hand suddenly reached in and interrupted her. Siola, didn't Grandpa tell you? You can't just grab the young master's clothes whenever you want. Guiyong Kaian was left completely dumbfounded. Isn't that old man the world-renowned sword venerable? Wahyogun. The one even the evil factions fear like death? Why is he here too? But what no one saw coming was that, In the very next second, this peerless expert hurriedly bowed and said, "By the Patriarch's grace, this old man shall, from today onward, serve as the young master steward Waimon. I will devote myself fully and never slack off." Nguyen Kyan froze on the spot. Waimon, wasn't he Wahayagun? To his shock, immediately copied her grandfather and bowed as well. "Just like Grandpa, from today on, I'll serve as the young master's personal maid. Please take care of me, young master." For a moment, Gu Yongkayan felt his brain go dizzy. Who is serving who here? Serving me? Has the sword venerable lost his mind? But since this was a direct order from the patriarch, no matter how unwilling he was, he didn't dare challenge his father's authority to his face. All he could do was sigh inwardly. From today on, I might as well rename all my diaries to last wills. So he could only force himself to say, "Please take care of me." The pair instantly answered in perfect sync. "Young master, you flatter us." Gu Yongcheon hurriedly added, "And stop calling me young master. Just call me Yongcheon." They nodded respectfully. "Understood, young master." "Yes, young master." After that awkward greeting, Gu Yencheong sat down in the main hall and quietly stared ahead, staring straight at the sword venerable who was seriously sweeping the floor. But even after watching for 5 straight hours, he realized that the man really had done nothing except sweep from beginning to end. Could the sword venerable really be this absurdly free all day? But the even stranger part came right after that. And that was why Sayola, who was staggering around with a pile of clothes almost taller than she was trying to carry them off to be washed. She lost focus for a split second and immediately tripped flat on the ground, crashing down together with the clothes. The entire area fell silent in an instant and Sayola let out a pained little cry. This girl, she seriously doesn't know how to do housework at all, does she? But she was supposed to become the future sword venerable. Could someone that clumsy really exist? Just as Gu Yongkayan was about to turn around and leave, why Sayola hurriedly followed after him again. And Gu Yongkayan asked in confusion, "What are you doing? Why are you following me?" She replied with complete seriousness, "Wherever young master goes, I go too." That's what a personal maid is supposed to do. He fell silent for a moment. "Who taught you that? I really want to beat that person up." Zila answered boldly, "Grandpa did." After hearing that, Guillaume Kayan could only let out 2 awkward dry laughs. Still, to be fair, it wasn't that he was scared of the sword venerable. It was more that he honestly didn't mind having a personal maid following him around. Did his father actually know their true identities, or had this whole arrangement been deliberate from the start? In any case, he was going to see his father today anyway, so sooner or later he'd find out what was really going on. Even so, before leaving, Guillaume Zian still refused a request to tag along. "You should first learn how to do chores properly." But when he turned back and saw the sword venerable clutching the broom over there, then looked at Sayola beside him, eyes red and on the verge of tears, he ultimately couldn't help turning back to comfort her. "Just focus on learning how to do things properly first, and when I come back, I'll bring you a medicinal fruit." The moment she heard that, Sayola's eyes lit up on the spot, while the sword venerable standing nearby let out a long weary sigh. Before long, Guillaume Kayan was standing outside his father's room, silently wearing a complicated expression. In his previous life, the number of one-on-one talks he'd had with his father could be counted on one hand. So how exactly was he supposed to begin this conversation? But in the next second, his father suddenly appeared behind him without making a sound, startling him so badly that he blurted out, "You scared the hell out of me." The scene shifted and Gu Yongkayan sat there gloomily staring at the table, muttering to himself, "What a table. A real top-tier table. It actually made me curse in front of the patriarch. This is humiliating. At this rate, I might as well have never reincarnated at all." But his father didn't dwell on it. Instead, he simply asked, "What do you think of the new attendants?" Guyan Chan replied, "Thank you, Patriarch, for sending them over. But why were they suddenly assigned to me?" The Patriarch merely took a slow sip of tea, then said, "You'll understand when you're older. Don't worry about trivial matters like that. Focus on preparing for tomorrow's Julan gathering." Guillaume Kayan was still half distracted. The Julan gathering? What was that again? But the next second, once it clicked, his face changed instantly. Wait, the Julian gathering. After the father-son talk ended, Gu Young Kayan had barely stepped out of the room before blurting out, "Mu Yun, just kill me right now."
Mu Yun froze.
"Young master, do you really hate the Julian gathering that much?" The reason was simple. This year's Julan gathering was being handled personally by the second elder. And as a grand martial event hosted by the Gu clan, every direct family member was required to attend. Unfortunately for Gu Yongkayan, the second elder had also been his greatest childhood nightmare, constantly using the excuse of caring for the Gu clan's only son to discipline him with terrifying strictness. This time, the old man had even sent word through Mu Yun. If Gu Yuncheon dared not show up, he'd beat his backside into 8 pieces. Sure, after being reborn, Gu Yuncheon could now understand the second elder's harsh and sincere teachings a lot better. But that didn't stop him from still hating that overly responsible man. Just thinking about how the guy had practically poured his heart and soul into raising him into a useless mess made even Gu Yongkian feel impressed by his younger self. Still, since there was no escaping it, he could only go. Just as Gu Yongkian was about to leave, he noticed a group of maids gathered around Sela and immediately asked with a deadpan face, "What now? Did Sela cause trouble?" One of the maids quickly shook her head. "No, we just helped dress Sayola up a little." "So isn't she adorable?" Gillen Kyan's face turned red in an instant and Seol even bent down and leaned right in front of him, blinking up at him as she said, "Young master, all the older sisters said I'm very pretty." On the surface, Guillaume Cheyenne stayed calm. So what? But inside, his heart was already in complete chaos. Sayo then brushed aside a loose strand of hair by her ear and softly asked, "Then what does young master think?" Hearing that, Guillaume Cayenne nearly lost control on the spot, so he could only forcefully change the subject. "We're leaving. What are you still standing around for?" But why? Sayola pressed on, "Am I pretty, young master?" Guiyang Cayenne still refused to give in. "Move it. We're leaving." The instant Sayo got into the carriage, she gasped out loud, "Wow, this is amazing. The carriage runs so fast." A servant beside her looked completely confused. "Sayola, is this your first time riding a carriage?" Why? Sayola turned around excitedly. "Yeah. I always thought horses were just for meat. I had no idea they could run this fast too." Gu Kaiyan unconsciously copied Sela's movement and leaned out the carriage window to ask, "Mu Yun, where is this year's Julong gathering being held?" Mu Yun replied, "At the 1000 Days Merchant Guild, young master." Gu Yun Kaiyan immediately let out a long sigh. "Then I'm doomed. The second elder must have gone all in this time. Looks like there's no escaping it. Fine. I'm getting some sleep first." Meanwhile, Sayola was still in the carriage noisily talking about what horse meat tasted like, and in the very next second, a medicinal fruit was shoved into her mouth. "Quiet. If you say one more word, I'm confiscating your spirit stones." In an instant, the carriage went completely silent. Who knew how much time had passed before Guillaume Cayenne was gently shaken awake? In his dazed state, he vaguely heard Sela saying something beside him, and he sat up in confusion and asked, "Are we there already?" As expected of a major event that had already been held for 5 straight years, the place was absolutely packed, so Guyen Cayenne stepped out of the carriage and stretched his stiff body a little. Just then, a polite voice came from nearby. "You've all come from far away. Thank you for your hard work. I'm the vice manager of the 1000 Days Merchant Guild. You must be the young master of the Gu clan, correct?" Gu Yen Cayenne answered with equal courtesy. "Pleasure. It's an honor for me as well to meet the vice manager of the 1000 Days Merchant Guild." The vice manager smiled. "Thanks to the personal arrangements made by the second elder and the second miss, this event has been running exceptionally smoothly. Since you've all had a tiring journey, why don't I first lead you to your accommodations so you can rest?" The moment Gu Yong Cayenne heard that, his scalp went numb. No way. Why is second sister here too? He could only pray he wouldn't run into her. But before that thought had even fully settled, he turned a corner and immediately saw his sister walking into one of the rooms. And in the very next instant, that same bug-looking expression of disgust appeared on her face again. Guillaume Cayenne could only greet her with a stiff face. "Hello, second sister." She instantly put on her trademark sneer. "My foolish little brother, I'm already in a terrible mood, so you'd better not cause any trouble at this event. Otherwise, father definitely won't let you off." Gu Yun-chan hurriedly replied, Got it. Second sister doesn't need to worry about me." But she blew up like someone had stepped on her tail who said, "I was worried about you." Yet when she noticed the little maid behind him had clearly been frightened, she still reined in her expression a little. "A leopard can't change its spots. Did you really think I don't know you? No matter where you go, you're always looking to cause trouble. I thought you might have changed at least a little. In the end, you've only disappointed me." For a moment, everyone present looked utterly confused. What kind of fit is she throwing now? The vice manager quickly stepped in to smooth things over. The relationship between the young master and the second miss is truly wonderful. Come, everyone, why don't I take you to look around over there first? And so, the whole group headed together toward the martial arena. Just as they were still marveling at how grand and imposing the arena looked, a menacing white-haired old man suddenly appeared behind them, and one could even see strands of crimson aura slowly rising from his body. Not bad. This time you actually didn't run away. In an instant, cold sweat broke out all over Guillaume Cayen as he turned around on instinct, feeling the terrifying inner force rolling off the man in front of him. He couldn't stop himself from tensing up in fear. But to his surprise, the old man merely reached out and gently patted his head. Well now, what kind of wind blew our young master over here today? Don't you usually bolt the second you see this old man? Gu Yanxian shot back immediately. Weren't you the one who ordered me to come? You even said that if I dared not show up, you'd beat me in 8 pieces. The old man immediately put on an exaggerated look of shock. What's that? Someone actually dares to slander this old man. Guillaume Cayen was speechless. Quit acting, old man. That is absolutely something you'd say. Even Sayola at the side had her mouth hanging open in amazement. Wow. It's a bear. Bear meat is really tasty and horse meat's pretty great too. The second elder slowly turned his head toward her with a sinister look, scaring Sela so badly that she instantly shrank into a tiny little ball. On reflex, Gu Yongcheon stepped in front of them both. Old man, do you even realize how scary you look right now? The second elder immediately laughed. Who's this little girl? Why are you protecting her so much? Don't tell me she's your new wife. Guiyen Cayen pointed at the clothes on her body with a deadpan face. Can't you tell? She's obviously my maid. The second elder said with a disappointed look. Fine. Fine. Whatever you say, how boring. Get some rest early. You still have to attend the Julong gathering tomorrow. Oh right, if you dare sneak off, you already know what'll happen. But before he had even taken a few steps, the second elder suddenly sensed that something was off. That child, what kind of monster is she? As the Julong gathering officially began, Guiyen Cayen entered the venue together with Siola and the others, while the various sects and factions of Shangxi, the side branches of Gu clan, and just about every nearby figure with any status all came to join the occasion. After all, every member of the Sword Squadron was mysterious and powerful, the kind of existence no one could ignore. But Sayola had been feeling uneasy the whole time, afraid that the second elder might suddenly show up because the way he had looked at her just felt wrong. Gu Yuncheon, meanwhile, immediately showed off his high emotional intelligence. Muyun, if that old man dares show up, just kill him for me. Muyun was completely dumbfounded. Young master, have you ever stopped to think about why I'm only your guard? Someone at an elder's level is way beyond me. Gu Yong shone deadpanned. Then I guess we'll just have to throw Sayola out there and protect ourselves. That one joke instantly terrified Waziala. If throwing Sayola away can keep all of you safe, then I'm willing. Guiyang Cayen quickly explained, Sayola, I was joking. But Waziala appointed a food stall nearby and said cautiously, Grandpa once said a full ghost looks better than a hungry one. So if you really have to throw me away, can I at least finish the steamed buns over there first? Even Muyun felt that it had gone a bit too far. She may be his servant, young master, but you really do take especially good care of her. Muyun Cayen could only explain helplessly. Didn't you see her just now? She's clearly a servant, but she was giving me that look like I was supposed to buy buns for her. She has absolutely no sense of what her role is, but what he was truly thinking was much simpler. The girl in front of him kept overlapping with the Y Sayola from his previous life, and that made him completely unsure how to face her. After hearing that, Muyun couldn't help thinking to himself, so the rumors really can't be trusted. The young master from the stories definitely didn't sound as easygoing. Hearing that, Gu Yanchen finally realized this guard had only arrived recently and didn't actually know him at all. For a moment, he honestly couldn't tell whose luck this was supposed to be. Just then, a burst of arguing from nearby caught both their attention, where a servant was anxiously telling a girl not to run around here. But her young mistress clearly had no intention of listening. In the moment Gu Yongcheon heard the noisy voice, it sounded strangely familiar, followed immediately by the servant saying, What if you run into young Master Gu? Gu Yongcheon's heart instantly skipped a beat. Wait, this young Master Gu? They can't possibly mean me, right? He hurriedly tried to calm himself down. The voice just sounded familiar, that's all. It doesn't necessarily mean it's that person. But right at that moment, the girl just happened to turn her head as well. And the instant their eyes met, both the young girl and Gu Yongcheon froze where they stood. Sensing the atmosphere turn strange, Muyun immediately noticed something was off and lowered his voice to ask, Young master, who is that? But Gu Yunshian was only staring fixedly at the ring on the girl's hand, and engraved on it was a single character, Peng. That was the emblem of the Peng clan of Hubei, and the girl in front of him was none other than his former fiancée. Back then, the Peng clan of Hubei, one of the four great families, had arranged a marriage alliance with the Gu clan, and under normal circumstances, he should have been the future head of the Gu family. In the eyes of the Peng clan, that engagement had been nothing short of a perfect match made in heaven. But the problem was that the young Gu Yongqian had been far too talented at causing trouble, and that became the key reason the engagement eventually fell apart. Back in the present, the girl looked at Gu Yenqian in shock. "Why are you here?" Gu Yenqian found it just as strange. "Then why are you here?" The girl immediately bristled. "I came because I had business here too. Shangxi doesn't belong to your family, does it? So what? I'm not allowed to come to Shangxi?" Gu Yanxian didn't seem to care. "If that's how you want to put it, then I've got nothing else to say." "Fine. Do whatever you want. I'm leaving." The girl instantly got annoyed. "How are you still this rude? If we're going by age, I'm actually older than you know." Gu Yongqian didn't get mad. He only tossed out a lazy reply.
Alric sis.
"Happy now? Then I'm leaving. Once you bought the buns, come over right away." But before leaving, he still turned back and added one last line. "No matter what happened before, I still hope you can be happy and do the things you actually want to do." Then Gu Yongqian left without looking back, leaving the girl standing there alone, completely at a loss, because running into her older brother had already been enough of a headache, and now she had bumped into Gu Yanxian on top of that. And compared to before, he really did seem different somehow. She still remembered the very first time they met, when Guillaume Cayen had opened his mouth and said, "Who do you think you are? Aren't you just a child of concubine?" Furious, the girl had grabbed Guillaume Cayen by the collar on the spot, demanding to know what kind of nonsense he thought he was saying, but Guillaume Cayen had still worn that infuriating look on his face. "Did I say anything wrong? So what if you were born to a concubine?" The girl had been so enraged that she punched Guillaume Cayen right in the face. Even though she had originally planned to endure all of it for the sake of her family's interests, no matter how bad his reputation was, there was one thing she could never allow: anyone mocking her mother. The servants beside them had rushed over and grabbed the girl back just as she picked up a chair, but she had shoved them aside without hesitation, because at that moment she didn't care about the engagement at all. All she wanted was to beat Gu Yongqian senseless. The engagement really was cancelled afterward, although later seemed to hear that there had been a misunderstanding behind that whole incident, and that Gu Yongqian's family had also gone through upheaval at the time. She had quietly carried a bit of guilt ever since. Even so, she still couldn't believe someone like Gu Yenqian could suddenly become this mature overnight, especially when she saw him laughing and chatting with the servant beside him. A strange bitterness welled up in her chest, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she might have missed something important. Right then, a sudden burst of shouting startled Gu Yongqian, and he saw a young man nearby causing a scene. "I'm out of time. If this keeps dragging on and I get caught, what then? Are you going to take responsibility for that?" The staff member's face darkened instantly. "Get caught? If that's what you're saying, then there's even less chance we can let you in." The young man immediately exploded. "I'm joining the Geelong gathering. I'm joining no matter what." Gu Cayen knew perfectly well that while the Geelong gathering wasn't some absurdly strict event, people with unknown identities absolutely weren't allowed to participate. Mu Yun quietly asked whether he should step in, but Gu Yongqian calmly explained, "The Gu clan martial artists standing nearby will deal with this themselves." Sure enough, one of the Gu clan martial artists had just placed a hand on the young man's shoulder and warned him to stop. On the next second, the guy pulled off a clean shoulder throw and slammed that martial artist straight to the ground. Then the young man lifted his head and stared at the registration guard. "If I can prove myself with strength, then can I join the Geelong gathering?" But the guard still refused coldly. "No. You need an identity token." Muyun looked toward Gu Yunshian again and asked in a low voice whether he wanted to step in. But Gu Yunshian turned around and started walking away because he had absolutely no desire to get dragged into some weird mess like that. At that point, the argument between the staff and the martial artist was getting more and more intense, and the young man directly demanded, "I already proved who I am with my strength, so why can't I enter?" The martial artist refused to back down and shouted, "You need an identity token. We have our rules too. Without a clear identity, you are not entering." The young man immediately roared back, "So you're looking down on a young lord of the Peng clan?" In an instant, Gu Yongqian whipped his head around, and the girl who had once been engaged to him looked over at the same time. Brother, it turned out that the young man had just publicly declared himself as the young master of the Peng clan, and Gu Yenkayan had originally wanted to use that chance to slip away without getting involved in anything connected to the Peng heir. But in the next second, a large hand came down and pressed against his head as the second elder slowly walked up to the registration area with a smile. Since he has already proven his strength, let him participate. The young man immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Elder Flame, Fang Fist. I am the young lord of the Peng clan. It is an honor to meet you. The second elder looked him over with obvious interest. Oh, so you know this old man? Still, that aside, why would the young lord of the Peng clan insist on joining another family's sword squadron? The young man answered without the slightest hesitation because the people in the Peng clan are boring. Hearing that, the second elder burst into loud laughter. Interesting. Very interesting. At such a young age and already this capable, the Peng clan really did raise a soaring dragon. If only our family's little fool had even half your talent. Why, Sayola curiously asked what a little fool tasted like while Gu Yongchan replied expressionlessly, kids don't need to know that much. But the guy really was a dragon among men because before long, he would become the Saber Emperor Peng Yujin. Meanwhile, Sayola and Muyun were still seriously discussing what exactly a little fool even was when his former fiancé Peng Yujin suddenly threw a punch, and the stunned Peng Yujin immediately yelled, "Let me explain." Peng, he held back her anger and coldly said, "Fine, then explain." But Peng Yujin thought for a long time and still couldn't come up with a single decent excuse. And in the end, all he could do was force out an awkward grin and say, "Just don't hit my face." Yet, while he was taking the full force of his younger sister's merciless fury, he still couldn't help crying for help. "Elder, save me. Elder Flame Fang Fist, save me." Only then did Ping, he'd turn and bow apologetically to the second elder. "Our family's embarrassment has caused trouble for everyone. If there are any losses because of this, the Peng clan will take full responsibility. We'll take our leave now so we don't cause even more trouble." But Peng Yujin still somehow managed to say something even dumber. "No, I'm not leaving." Sure enough, the instant those words came out, Peng Yujin glared at him furiously. "Do you still want to get hit?" Peng Yujin asked with a straight face. "Do I look like I'm joking? The Peng clan is way too boring before I become the head of the family. I should enjoy myself as much as I can. I may not want to become the family head, but other than you and me, the rest of them are just beasts hiding behind the clan's name. So in the end, I'll be the one taking over as head anyway." At that point, the second elder stepped forward. "Still, if you want to join the Julong gathering, there might be some conflict between the Peng clan and the Gu clan. How about this? We exchanged 10 moves. If a result is decided within those 10 moves, what do you say?" Peng Yujin seriously asked. "That's enough?" The second elder grinned. "Do I look like I'm lying? If you can so much as touch me within 10 moves, I'll approve it." Before his words had even finished, Peng Yujin's figure flashed into a streak of light and appeared behind the second elder in an instant, while smoothly pulling the sword from a servant at his side, then slashing straight down at the elder's back. But the second elder simply threw a backhanded punch and smashed it straight into Peng Yujin's left cheek, sending Peng Yujin flying across the area and knocking him unconscious on the spot. The second elder happily clapped his hands. "Oh, looks like I won. Still, the kid will probably need a few months to recover." Peng then looked toward the second elder and said respectfully, "Thank you, elder, for stopping my brother's nonsense. Otherwise, he might have caused another scene." The second elder laughed loudly. "I didn't think that far ahead. I just found it entertaining, that's all." Guillaume Cayen fell completely silent. How did a person like this even become an elder? But Sayola's eyes were shining. To her, Bear Grandpa looked unbelievably cool. The moment the second elder heard Sayola praising him for being handsome, he immediately puffed up with pride and pulled a present from his robe saying, "Little Yen Zian, this old man prepared a gift for you too." The scene then shifted to the martial arena where the major match everyone had been waiting for was finally about to begin. And it was none other than the clash between the Gu clan's future twin stars. The Crimson Blaze Sword, Gu Yun Suk versus the third young master, Gu Yong Cayen. Yes. The gift the second elder had prepared was a full-on fight between Gu Yong Cayen and his second sister. Gu Yong Cayen could tell at a glance that this old man was mostly doing it for fun. So his original plan had been to forfeit halfway through. But the second elder seemed to read him like a book and casually pointed toward Peng Yujin, who was still lying on the ground. "If you dare forfeit, you already know what happens next." Guillaume Cayen immediately looked speechless. "Do you really want that badly to watch me get beaten senseless and lose in the most pathetic way possible?" But for once, the second elder looked at him seriously and said, "Are you truly planning not to win, or do you simply not want to fight your sister?" As the match was about to begin, his second sister noticed that Gu Yun-chan hadn't even picked up a sword, and she frowned as she warned him. But Gu Yun-chan simply replied, "No need. My fists suit me better." Hearing that, his second sister let out a cold laugh. "Honestly, it makes no difference what you use. An opportunity like this is just too good. A legal chance to beat up my own little brother in front of this many people, that doesn't come often." In the next second, she flashed forward and closed the distance instantly, raising her wooden sword and slashing straight at him. Yet Gu Yong-kyan merely banded the waist and barely slipped past the blow. What made his heart sink was the killing intent behind her attack. It was far too real. He could only keep dodging on pure instinct, relying on the combat reflexes left behind from his previous life. He had originally been thinking about how to lose the match naturally, but now every single move from his sister was vicious enough to kill. He honestly wasn't sure he could even afford to take one hit from her. The instant his thoughts drifted, his sister had already closed in again. One hand snapping out to grab his clothes while the other swung the wooden sword down without the slightest mercy. Forcing Gu Yong-kyan to react on the spot, and like a cicada slipping out of its shell, he yanked himself free of his outer robe and retreated in one clean motion. And in the exact instant he broke away, the sharp streak of sword light sliced that robe clean in half. At the sight of it, cold sweat started beating on Gu Yenzian's forehead. "Sis, don't you think your killing intent is a little too heavy here? Mind dialing back? That's supposed to be a wooden sword for a match and still cut straight through my clothes. Just how much force are you using?" Through clenched teeth, his sister said unwillingly, "I'm a girl. Even if I'm destined never to become the family head, I've still worked myself for the bone this whole time. So why is it that trash like you gets to become the next head of the family just because you were born male? If you were me, would you be able to accept that? A useless waste like you with no talent and no effort would be better off disappearing altogether." And yet, even after hearing all that, Gu Yongkian's expression didn't change in the slightest, because in his eyes, what kind of grown adult would seriously argue with a child? But in the very next second, another vicious strike came crashing down along with an even crueler line. "You should disappear just like your mother did." The moment he heard that, Gu Yongkian's eyes turned ice cold, and he caught his sister's wrist in one motion. Then looked up at her and asked in a voice so cold it sent chills down the spine, "Did you just say?" The truth was Gu Yun-suk had always been outstanding. At only 15, she earned the title of Sword Phoenix and later became one of the captains of the Gu clan's 5 sword units. But no matter how brilliant she was, she could never become the family head because that position had been destined for Gu Yun-cheon from the very beginning. And perhaps because of that, Gu Yun-suk had never truly liked Yun-cheon in the past. His mother, on the other hand, had been an exceptionally gentle woman. But one day, she suddenly disappeared without warning. Their father even strictly forbade anyone from searching for her. After that, Gu Yong-kyan started openly clashing with his father and in time came to resent the entire family as well. And because of that, he only grew more reckless and uncontrollable. Yet even after all of that, his status as the heir to the next family head never changed. She was clearly this outstanding, and yet she still could never become the family head. Of course, she couldn't accept it. To her, none of this was fair. And when Gu Yun-suk lowered her eyes and saw that Gu Yun-cheon was gripping her wrist tightly, her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and for the first time, the Gu Yun-cheon in front of her felt genuinely dangerous. So she instinctively slipped backward and pulled away from him. But Gu Yong-kyan only said in a low voice, "I know you hate me, Nuna, because the way I used to live really was a complete mess. What you just said was harsh, but that doesn't mean I can't understand how you feel. So try to understand me a little too, and for what I'm about to do next, I hope you can forgive me." In the next second, he gathered fire into his fist and drove it straight into Gu Yun-suk's face. And all Gu Yun-suk felt was a violent ringing explode inside her head before she blacked out on the spot. And the moment the duel ended, Gu Yun-cheon instantly realized that this time, he had really messed things up. He sat alone outside the door drowning in regret. He had never planned to win in the first place. And leaving that aside, the fact that he only had 2-star strength right now, yet still knocked his highly skilled second sister unconscious with a single punch was the kind of thing he had no way of explaining. Just then, his guard Muyun arrived together with Waikola. And after making sure he was fine, Muyun finally said, "The whole arena was in chaos just now." Fortunately, the second elder stepped in fast and calmed everything down. Gu Yun-cheon wasn't surprised at all. After all, when a useless good-for-nothing who was famous for being trash suddenly beat this year's rising star in public, anyone would have blown up over it. At that moment, Wei Soha suddenly noticed the ugly wounds covering his hand, and Gu Yanshin immediately understood something himself as well. He was still nowhere close to having perfect control over his internal energy. Seeing that, she quickly pulled out bandages and hurried over trying to wrap his hand for him. But no matter how she wound him around, she only ended up making an even bigger mess. And then she said in a pitiful little voice that she really didn't know how to do these things, so she hoped the young master wouldn't get hurt again in the future. The second she finished speaking, Peng Yujin suddenly appeared and said with a teasing grin, "Funny enough, I don't like seeing young Master Gu injured either." After the brief introductions and greetings were out of the way, Peng Ae, who had been hiding behind the servants the whole time, looked especially awkward and even quietly begged her older brother to leave already. But Peng Yujin immediately caught on. "Don't tell me you're embarrassed because you broke off the engagement with young Master Gu. If that's the case, why not use this chance to patch things up?" Hearing that only made Gu Yanchan's headache worse, so he forcibly changed the subject. "Young Master Peng, did you come to find me for something specific?" Peng Yujin didn't beat around the bush and directly explained why he had come. He wanted to befriend Gu Yankayan because no matter how he looked at it, he had never expected the Gu clan to be hiding another powerhouse like Gu Yankayan in addition to the Sword Phoenix. That answer actually left Gu Yankayan puzzled. "Young Master Peng, are you close with my sister?" Peng Yujin answered without the slightest hesitation, "Of course, I'm close with her. Though I've got no idea how your sister sees me." This as they were about to part ways. Ping, he suddenly turned back and stopped in place. And seeing that, Gu Yunkayan asked whether she still had something she wanted to say, and all she could do was stammer her way into bringing up the day their engagement was broken off. "That day, when I hit you with the chair, I really went too far, so I wanted," but before she could finish, Gu Yunkayan apologized first in a low voice. "I'm sorry. I was the one who was in the wrong that day. What I did was absurd, so getting hit was only fair. You really don't need to keep blaming yourself over it." Hearing that, Ping Yi finally showed a relieved smile. "Guyen Kayan, I'll be waiting for the next time we meet." Before leaving, she even reminded him to keep the thing her brother had given him safe, which only made Gu Yankayan even more confused. What exactly was this token supposed to do? The scene shifted again, and on the way back to the Gu clan, no matter how hard Gu Yanzian tried to remember, he couldn't recall ever fighting his sister in his previous life. In fact, even a number of times he had beaten anyone at all could be counted on one hand. And all of this seemed to have started drifting away from his previous life the moment Waisiola entered his world. At the same time, he had no idea what kind of changes that tiny bit of kindness he had shown her would bring in the future. Thinking of that, Gu Yunkayan let out a quiet sigh. No matter what, as long as he didn't repeat the tragedy of his previous life, that would already be enough. But right then, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He immediately ordered Mu Yun to check the demon immortal talisman. Yet when Mu Yun looked at the talisman and saw that it wasn't reacting at all, he instantly told Gu Yanshin not to worry because if a demon mirror gate appeared, the talisman would definitely light up as a warning. But the moment those words left his mouth, the demon immortal talisman suddenly began to flash. Mu Yun's expression changed, and he hurriedly ordered the entire convoy to halt, then warned everyone in a low, sharp voice, "A demon mirror gate has appeared. All of you, prepare for battle immediately. The young master's safety comes first." But in the very next second, Gu Kaiyan suddenly appeared beside Mu Yun, even casually loosening up his body, like he was getting ready for a warm-up. Mu Yun quickly warned him that the situation was extremely dangerous. Yet, Gu Yunkayan paid no attention to the lecture at all and looked straight toward the open ground in the distance instead. There, the air ahead of them was suddenly torn open by a crack glowing with eerie green light. And as that crack kept widening, several vicious-looking wolf demons lunged straight at them in the next instant. Seeing that, Gu Yunkayan immediately shifted into a fighting stance. A green demon mirror gate wasn't considered especially dangerous. It was troublesome but still within a level he could handle. As soon as he said that, he blew apart one of the demon wolves with a single punch. Then he immediately dug the magic stone out of its body by force because that was the shared fatal weakness of all demonic beasts. To a demonic beast, the magic stone was basically the same as a heart. The moment you tore it out, the creature would die on the spot. But Guillaume Kayan had still overestimated his current stamina a little. Digging out the magic stone itself wasn't the hard part. The real problem was that constantly circulating the 9 flames fire wheel art was simply too exhausting for his current body. Yet the demon wolves didn't give him even a second to catch his breath, baring their fangs as they threw themselves at him again and again. At the critical moment, Mu Yun arrived in time and stepped directly in front of him. and with a single sword strike, he slaughtered every wolf demon charging at them. That only made Gu Yongqian even more curious about this so-called personal guard. Who exactly was this guy's real identity? Why did he possess such overwhelming strength? Mu Yun immediately asked with concern whether he had been injured, but Gu Yongqian told him not to worry and thanked him instead for stepping in when he did. Hearing that, Mu Yun finally let out a small breath of relief. But right at that moment, a strange purple aura suddenly began to flare from Gu Yongqian's right hand, and before he could even figure out what was happening, the next instant, a pain so violent it felt like it tear him apart forced him to his knees on the spot. That sudden change caught everyone around him off guard. Why the hell was that damned feeling showing up a time like this? But Gu Yongqian quickly realized what it was. This was the heavenly demon's cultivation method acting up. The demon's spring absorption art was stirring inside him again. And just like that, his mind was violently dragged back to his previous life. To the moment when a one-armed man glared at him and roared, "Why did you slaughter my entire sect? What do we ever do wrong?" Yet the only thing that answered that man was Gu Yongqian's cold merciless face, plum blossom absolute sword. Are those really your last words? The moment those words fell, a severed head rolled to the man's feet and the man recognized it in an instant. It was his sect leader's head. At the same time, an enormous black shadow slowly swallowed him whole. As a figure standing atop a giant dragon looked down from above and spoke with chilling indifference. "Plum blossoms, not bad. You didn't truly entertain me, but at least you managed to amuse me a little." And it was precisely because of that mission that the heavenly demon rewarded him with one of the demonic sect's secret arts, the demon spring absorption art. By the time Gu Yongqian snapped back to the present, he discovered that the Nine Flames Fire Will art was actually devouring the demonic energy inside his body. But in his previous life, nothing like this had ever happened. As the stabbing pain gradually faded, he finally saw the worried looks on Waizila's and Muyun's faces. He immediately forced himself back to his feet, brushing it off with, "I probably got hurt somewhere else during that fight with my second sister." After all, the ability to absorb demonic energy was the kind of thing that absolutely could not be made public. But in the very next second, Wavesila suddenly rushed over, grabbed his face and tearfully complained, "If you were hurt this badly, why didn't you tell Sayola sooner?" Giangqian was just about ready to lose his mind from the way she was tormenting him. The maid nearby, sensing that something was wrong, hurriedly pulled Waisiola away while Muyun still looked deeply concerned. "Young master, how about we stop by a nearby clinic first?" But Guyun Cheon immediately turned down the suggestion, insisting that all he needed was a good sleep and he'd be fine. Yet just as he was preparing to move again, he suddenly noticed that the demonic energy inside his body had completely vanished. And even the magic stone he had dug out earlier looked as though it had been drained dry. This glow gone dull and lifeless. Could it really have been devoured by the Nine Flames Fire Will art? No matter what the truth was, one thing was certain. He had to grow stronger as quickly as possible. The next day, Gu Yongqian took Mu Yun and Wai Seol Ah with him and wandered through the marketplace. But the instant Wai Siola spotted a stall selling medicinal fruits, her eyes lit up on the spot and she began shooting him obvious hints. Yet Gu Yongqian acted like he didn't see any of it and flat out ignored her. So Wai Siola immediately rushed over, wrapped herself around his leg and whined, "If you're not buying medicinal fruits, then why did you even bring Siola out here?" Gyeongqian mercilessly exposed her scheme on the spot. "Wasn't it you who heard we were going to the market, used your grandfather's words as an excuse and forced your way into coming along?" Watching this, Mu Young looked just as puzzled. "Young master, what exactly are we here in the market for? And after what happened last time, your body still hasn't fully recovered. If it's not something especially urgent, it'd be better for us to head back soon." Only then did Hu Yongqian explain, "There is something I need to do this time, and when the moment comes, you're definitely going to be useful too." As he spoke, the moment they passed into a quieter side street, Byonkian suddenly stopped walking. He then immediately told Siola to head back to the Gu clan first, casually promising that when he returned that night, he would bring her tin, medicinal fruits and buns. And only after finally managing to send Wai Sila away, the Gu Yongkan lead Mu Yun toward their real destination, which was a drum tower that looked both gloomy and half-rotten with age. And the moment he pushed the door open, several thick-built men with vicious faces turned their eyes toward him all at once. Where the hell did this brat come from? You lost or what? But the moment they noticed Muyun was carrying a weapon, the whole group instantly became alert again. And at that moment, a middle-aged man carrying an oil lamp stepped out from the crowd and said with a chilling smile, "Kid, this isn't the kind of place you wander into for fun." So tell me, what exactly are you here for? Gu Yanxian didn't bother going in circles and stated his purpose outright. Simple. I'm here to do business with you. The man immediately let out a mocking laugh. Brat, do you speak without using your brain? Wanting to cut your tongue out first and help you wake up a little? The second Mu Yen heard that, he was ready to draw his blade, but Gu Yanqian raised a hand and stopped him. Gu Yanqian said calmly, I assume you know exactly who I am. So unless you want a Gu clan to flatten this whole place, you'd better not start anything reckless. Before that happens, go call your branch chief out to see me. Looking at this little brat whose tone was absurdly arrogant, the lamp-carrying man gave a signal with his eyes, and a group of burly men slowly began closing in around them. Then, the instant the order was given, they all rushed forward at once with weapons raised, while Gu Yanxian remained standing right where he was without moving an inch. And in the very next second, Mu Yun drew his sword, dropping every last one of the attackers with a single move. And the sight of that immediately threw the lamp man into confusion. Because while he had already guessed that the Gu clan Brat's guard wouldn't be weak, he still didn't dare make the decision to bring Gu Yongqian before the branch chief on his own. Just as he was stuck in that awkward spot, another person suddenly stepped out from the room behind him and quietly relayed the branch chief's instructions. Gu Chan had assumed the two of them were secretly cooking up some kind of trick, but after turning back, the lamp man suddenly changed his tone. The branch chief says he'll see you. Hearing that, Gu Yunchan immediately signaled Mu Yun to put his sword away, and just before they moved, Mu Yun still couldn't help quietly asking what exactly they had come here for. This time, Gu Yunchan didn't hide it anymore and explained everything plainly. He had originally planned to seek out the beggars' sect for information, but something unexpected had happened along the way. And while the beggars' sect was second to none when it came to gathering intelligence, they were still part of the righteous side. If he handed this matter to them, there was a good chance it would backfire. So he had no choice but to take another path and instead come to the faction most skilled at gathering information among the evil sects, the Hollow Gate. Before long, Gu Yanqian got his wish and came face to face with the head of the Shangxi branch, Du Engshu. The very first thing the man did was apologize for his subordinate's earlier rudeness. But what truly puzzled Du Engshu was this. A prestigious righteous clan like the Gu clan could have gone straight to the beggars' sect. So why come to lowly evil factions like us instead? Gu Yongqian didn't waste time dressing it up because this is a commission that the beggars' sect can't handle. So I'll ask you directly, can you take it or not? Du Wenchu responded with a mild smile. As long as young Master Gu can afford the price, the gate has never had a reason to refuse a commission. Hearing that, Gu Yenchan directly pulled out a portrait and said he was looking for a boy around 10 years old. And after Du Wenchu studied the portrait carefully for a while, he suddenly changed his tone. Young Master Gu, my apologies, but this commission may be difficult for us to accept. Even with you as the client, locating a child under these circumstances is not an easy matter for us either. Hearing that, Mu Yunqian merely said in a calm voice, the whereabouts of your sect master are the payment for this commission. The instant those words landed, the subordinates behind you Unchu all drew their blades at once. And in the very next second, they charged forward with murderous looks on their faces. But at the critical moment, Mu Yun stepped in and blocked every single attack with one sword strike. While Du Wenchu's expression darkened on the spot as he glared at Gu Yongqian and demanded, how exactly do you know about the sect master? Guillaume Qian remained completely composed. I didn't come here to play a question and answer game with you. If I'm here to negotiate a commission, then knowing the other side's secrets beforehand is basic preparation, isn't it? After hearing that, Du Wenchu pressed further, clearly trying to confirm whether the intelligence he held was real. But Gu Yanqian only shrugged and smiled lazily. If the Hao Gate won't take the job, then I'll just go try my luck with the beggars' sect. And while I'm at it, I can tell them what I know about the Hao Gate's sect master too. Backed into a corner, Du Engshu had no room left to refuse and could only grit his teeth and accept the commission, promising that he would definitely deliver a result within roughly 3 months. And Gu Yanqian, in turn, promised that once the commission was complete, he would also tell them everything he knew. And before leaving, to make sure the other side would stop hesitating and focus on the job, Yilanqian directly dropped a clue, the Rujiak mountain range. The moment those words were spoken, Du Engshu's expression changed instantly. And at that point, the lamp-carrying man beside him couldn't help asking in a low voice, Branch Chief, can that kid's words really be trusted? Du Engshu fell silent for a moment before finally answering in a quiet voice. If he even knows a secret on the level of our SEC master's disappearance, then I'm afraid trusting him may be our only option. But why is he looking for a boy around 10 years old? Maybe young Master Gu is only the mouthpiece standing in front. The one truly pulling the strings behind everything is probably the patriarch of the Gu clan. Thinking that, Duanchu raised a hand and tore the human skin mask from his face, making the lamp-carrying man freeze for a second. Branch Chief, is it really fine to remove it now? Duanchu merely waved a hand and signaled for him not to worry. It's fine. I'm only getting some air. After all, the How Gate's nature had always been this way. They did not follow the sect master, nor did they worship one. That was why he had always hidden himself behind that disguise, to stay out of reach of those who might stab him in the back at any time. And only after leaving the Ho Gate did Yong Kaian finally let out a quiet breath of relief. Luckily, these pieces of information hadn't changed much from his previous life, because according to what he remembered, the Ho Gate sect master had been captured and taken into the Black Knight Palace 5 years ago, which was also why the How Gate had gone to war with the Black Knight Palace in the first place. And in the end, it was only because the Martial Alliance seized the chance to launch an attack that the battle at the Black Knight Palace was finally broken apart. Yet, the How Gate's sect master still died in that chaos. And from that point on, the How Gate gradually began to decline. So even though he now knew the How Gate's sect master had been captured, he still had no clue where the Black Knight Palace was actually located. Even so, Gu Yong Kaian still had to find that man. The one who won the heavenly demon's trust at a shockingly young age and rose straight to the top of the demonic sect. The strategist known as the brain of the demonic sect, Heaven Fong, Jigal Hayok, and then kill him with his own hands. Because that man was not only viciously cunning, he was also one of the most crucial figures behind the demonic sect's expansion. Even the divine sword, YC Ola, had suffered under his schemes more than once. Right then, Mu Yun suddenly couldn't help complaining. The Gate's intelligence network is way too slow. I don't know who it is you're trying to find, young master, but doesn't 3 whole months sound a bit too long? By the time they find him, it'll probably already be summer. Hearing that, another matter suddenly flashed through Gu Yun Kaian's mind. Wasn't around that time that the treasure vault of the GM Kaian Yun family, operated by the First Merchant Group, was discovered? It had been packed with mountains of gold and silver. But compared to all that wealth, the truly important things inside had been the priceless spirit pills. Because later on, the people whose strength exploded after taking those pills all ended up turning into demons, which only gave the heavenly demon an even greater boost in power. Thinking of that, Gu Yanqian could only sigh helplessly. Even if he wanted to stop it, the hidden vault was in Sichuan, far too far for Shangxi. So if that was the case, then for now he could only set that matter aside. Meanwhile, inside the Gu clan's inner court, the second elder deliberately cleared his throat. Old servant, weren't those fallen leaves up ahead still not swept clean? The moment he said that, the second elder broke into loud laughter first. So was your idea, old man, to send Yang Kaian to the Jilung gathering? Hearing that, the sword venerable Yeo Gun could only let out a dry laugh. And in the very next second, the broom in his hand was crushed to pieces, which instantly made the second elder panic. Senior, wasn't I just helping you act out your role as a Gu clan servant? Since no one's around right now, how about I sweep the floor for you instead? Only then did Hyogun calmly ask what the second elder had really come here for. And the second elder's expression immediately turned more, I assume you felt it too. 3 months ago, that kid was still trying to run away even from something as basic as horse stance training, and now he's already managed to defeat Guyun Suk head on even with her 3-star strength. A talent like that is far too unusual. I can't just ignore it anymore. Hyogun was equally surprised by this. In all his years, he had never seen anyone grow this fast. Something must have happened to that child, and if the Grand Elder learns of this, he definitely won't sit still. In fact, he may have already started moving on his side. Elsewhere, Siola happened to run into a boy, and the first thing that boy said when he saw her was to ask whether she wanted to come over to his side, even boldly promising that he would make her life happier than it was now. But at that very moment, Guillaume Kaian suddenly appeared and stepped right in front of Siola. In the instant he saw that boy's bashful little act and overly polished expression, Guillaume Kaian immediately concluded that the brat was probably bad news. Sorry. She's my attendant. And who exactly are you? The boy first apologized for being abrupt, then introduced himself by saying that his name was Gujio Yip and that he had come here hoping to spar with young Master Gu as a fellow member of the main family. But Guillaume Kaian didn't even take a second to think about it before rejecting him cleanly. Hearing that, Gu Jioip let out a mocking laugh. So you really are a coward. It's just a little spar, and you're already so scared you'd rather turn around and run. Yet Guillaume Kaian actually smiled and nodded. You really do judge people well. I am cowardly. I am scared. But the truth was much simpler. Gu Yongqian just didn't want to draw even more attention to himself. Beating his second sister at the Julon gathering had already given him more than enough of a headache. But just as he was about to turn and leave, the second elder suddenly appeared and stepped right into his path. The boy came all the way here for this. You might as well agree. Seeing the second elder arrive, Gujio Yip immediately bowed respectfully. The second elder then casually revealed his identity, telling Gujio Yip that Gujio Yip was none other than the Grand Elder's grandson. The moment he heard that, Gu Yongqian understood the whole thing at once. He had originally thought the guy was simply interested in his strength. But now, it was obvious that this was almost certainly the Grand Elder moving pieces from behind the curtain. After all, everyone knew the Grand Elder was ambitious to the bone, and that was exactly why he had always wanted this useless Gu Yongqian to stay firmly in place as the heir to the patriarch's seat. But then Gu Yongqian unexpectedly defeated his second sister at the Jilong gathering, and that clearly threw the Grand Elder's plans off course. So now, he'd sent his own grandson to test Gu Yongqian out. Once he figured that out, Gu Yongqian rejected the spar again without hesitation, while the second elder clearly intended to keep pressuring him. But Gu Yongqian couldn't be bothered listening anymore. He grabbed Waisila's hand and turned to leave because he had no intention of getting dragged into this kind of scheming, much less fighting a match that was guaranteed to spiral into trouble. Then, all of a sudden, a hand shot out and grabbed Waisila, and the one who did it was Gu Yip. I don't think young Master Gu is worthy of you at all. Why not leave this coward behind and come with me instead? I'll definitely give you a better life. The instant he heard that, Gu Yongqian's temper finally snapped. Kid, take your hand off her. Fine. I'll take your spar. But the second words left his mouth, he was already regretting that moment of impulse. The second elder, meanwhile, immediately began rubbing Gu Yongqian's head with a broad grin. Now that's more like it. This is going to be a very interesting spar. Fighting experts from different levels is exactly the kind of thing that'll make you realize something. After hearing that, Gu Yongqian lifted his eyes and looked straight at the second elder. Since things have already gone exactly the way you wanted, then no matter whether I win or lose, can you agree to one request of mine? The second elder didn't even bother pretending to think about it. He rejected the idea on the spot and even reminded him in a serious tone, if you lose, that could seriously damage your standing as the future heir to the patriarch's seat. You know that, right? But Gu Yongqian clearly couldn't care less. He had never had any intention of becoming patriarch in the first place. The moment the second elder heard that, his face changed in alarm. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? If you, a direct line son, don't inherit the patriarch's position, then who else could possibly be qualified? Seeing how much the old man cared, Gu Yongqian decided to threaten him outright. If you won't agree to my request, they'll just flop on the ground right now and surrender on the spot. Backed into a corner, the second elder had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. But he also added a condition of his own. Gu Yongqian had to win the spar. Just then, Gu Jiyi suddenly spoke up in a fake regretful tone. Now that I think about it, what I'm doing really does feel a little unfair to young Master Gu. Hearing that, Gu Yongqian immediately frowned in confusion. Gu Yip continued, because when young Master Gu and I sparred last year, I failed to control my strength and ended up leaving you better than for an entire month. Back then, I honestly felt that young Master Gu was simply far too weak. And though you may have beaten the second miss now, in my eyes, that was nothing more than a lucky accident. My grandfather may not see it that way, but no matter what, I have no wish to see a weakling take the patriarch's seat. At that point, Gu Yip turned and cupped his hands toward the second elder. Second elder, if I'm the one who wins this far in the end, then I hope you'll grant that lady to me. In the name of so-called fairness, the second elder actually agreed to that request on the spot, and that sent Gu Xian's irritation straight through the roof. This old man really does say yes to absolutely anything, doesn't he? As the spar officially began, Guillaume Cheyenne and Guillaume released their internal energy almost at the same time, using it to probe each other first. But very quickly, something in Guillaume's expression started to shift, because by all logic, whether it was the speed of circulation or the sheer force of internal energy, he should have been overwhelmingly ahead. So why was the internal energy coming off Gu Yanxian right now this strong? In fact, just to keep that pressure from swallowing him whole, he had to bring out nearly everything he had. And then, at that moment, Gu Yongqian deliberately pulled back part of his internal energy. Seeing that, Gu Zhuyit immediately thought he had figured it out. So this bastard had only been bluffing and forcing a show the whole time, and by now, he was probably already close to draining himself dry. With that thought, Gu Zhui's confidence instantly returned, and he even put on a relaxed smile. Young Master Gu, go ahead. In a spar like this, the weaker one should attack first. The moment he heard that, Guillaume Cayen didn't waste a word. His figure flashed and he appeared directly behind Guillaume. And though the move was sudden enough, Guillaume still managed to dodge in time. He then sneered with open mockery, attacking from behind. Not a bad idea. Too bad your speed is just too slow. What he didn't know was that a dense, violent mass of internal energy had already been gathering silently in Guillaume Cayen's right hand. And in the very next second, that punch smashed straight into Guillaume's face without mercy. The blow blasted a mouthful of blood right out of him. Yet even after landing that hit, Guillaume Cayen didn't press the advantage. Instead, he deliberately gave the other side room to strike back because he didn't want anyone saying he had won unfairly. As Gu Jai rose back to his feet, his eyes turned completely cold and the internal energy in his body began pouring wildly into his sword. Young Master Gu, I'll admit it, I underestimated you just now. From here on, it's my turn to attack. Seeing that, Gu Yongxian also began calculating rapidly. He had known from the start that this far wouldn't end easily, but the amount of time left to him was already running short. Under normal circumstances, he should have responded with a full clash of internal energy. But against an opponent stronger than himself, the only thing he could do right now was use internal energy to forcibly reinforce his body and push his combat power upward for a brief burst. The problem was that this body could only endure that stay for at most half a quarter hour more. If he forced it any longer, there was a real chance he would lose control in the spot. No matter what, he had to decide the outcome within that limited stretch of time. Fortunately, Guillaume Cayen understood the 9-dragon blood sword that Gu Zhiyip cultivated very well. That sword art began with the draw and very often ended there too. As long as he kept his eyes on the movement of that draw, he still had a chance to win this spar. Right then, Gu Zhiyip suddenly drew his sword and came down at him with a fierce slash. But Gu Yongchan only tilted his body slightly and narrowly evaded the strike. Immediately after that, Guillaume spun and launched several more slashes in rapid succession. But no matter how fluid the sword flow looked, he still couldn't touch Guillaume Cayen even once. Meanwhile, while weaving through those attacks, Guillaume Cayen had already sharply picked up on the weakness in Guillaume's technique. Even though the transitions between Guillaume's sword forms were extremely smooth, once the flow was forcibly interrupted in the middle, the follow-up offense simply couldn't continue. Realizing that, Guillaume Cayen placed a hand over his chest and began to drive the internal energy in his body into overdrive. At the very instant, Guillaume Cayen lifted his sword and brought it down toward him again. Guillaume Cayen clenched his fist and blasted all that internal energy outward through the air in one shot. The scorching force that burst outward with it sent Guillaume Cayen flying on the spot. Taking advantage of that opening, Guillaume Cayen followed up with another punch, blasting Gu Zhiyip straight into the corner wall. And once it was obvious the outcome had already been decided, Gu Yongxian fixed him with a vicious look and said word for word, "Do you know what I hate the most? I don't care how you treat me, how you look at me, or even if you want to fight for the patriarch seat. I truly don't. But the one thing I can't stand is you try to lay hands on something you're not even remotely worthy of. Since you love taking what belongs to other people so much, then maybe I should just cripple one of your arms and make sure you never dare entertain a disgusting thought like that again." But just as Guillaume Cayen was about to act on it for real, the second elder suddenly stepped in and stopped him. "That's enough. We're ending it here today." Afterward, the second elder lowered his face and scolded him. "You went that hard. Aren't you afraid the Grand Elder will use this as an excuse to come after you?" Gu Yenchan, however, still looked utterly unconcerned. If he was bold enough to step up for a spar, then he should have been ready for the consequences. Besides, didn't he end up getting up and walking back on his own just fine? Anyway, I never planned to become patriarch in the first place. The moment those words came out, the second elder raised a finger straight at his face and barked. As someone from the direct line, you're supposed to shoulder that responsibility. Guillaume Cayen remained completely unmoved. "Whoever wants to be patriarch can have it. What does that have to do with me?" Then, in half-joking fashion, he pointed toward Wai Silab beside him. "At this rate, she might honestly be more suited for the job than I am." But the moment he said that, he froze for a second himself. Come and think of it, when exactly did she start learning the sword? If she was truly the Sword Venerable's direct disciple, then logically, she should have learned from him personally. But she spent all day glued to his side, so when did she even have time to train? And on top of that, the Wasiola from his previous life definitely hadn't been this silly. Back in winter that year, when he met Wasiola again in his previous life, what exactly had the situation been? Why were so many memories from his previous life, memories that should have been crystal clear, now impossible to recall? Just then, the second elder got ready to leave. Seeing that, Guiyongkayan quickly called out to stop him. Second elder, where exactly do you think you're going? You didn't forget what you just promised me, did you? Hearing that, the second elder could only sit back down with clear reluctance and ask what it was he wanted. From Guillaume-Kayan's point of view, if he was going to ask a favor from an elder, then naturally it had to be something difficult like sending him straight to Sichuan. The second elder, on the other hand, let out a long breath of relief. I thought you were about to ask for something outrageous. Turns out you just want to go to Sichuan. But in Guiyuan-Kayan's eyes, this was anything but simple, because Sichuan wasn't the family's backyard where he could come and go however he pleased. More importantly, if the only son of the Gu clan's direct line was going to travel far from home, then there had to be a proper reason that would stand up to scrutiny. Hearing that, the second elder immediately came up with an idea. Why not just go attend the Tang Arms exhibition? Every year around this time, the Tang family invites all the major households to a weapons exhibition showcasing the creations of master artisans. Whether you attend or not doesn't really matter, but using that as an excuse to leave home would be more than enough. The second he heard that, Gu Yanzian regretted his request on the spot and hurriedly changed his tune. Second elder, what I said about going to Sichuan was really just a joke. How about you just give me some travel money instead? But the second elder deliberately played dumb all the way through. Oh, so you wanted to leave immediately? For this old man to have failed to notice Yang Kayan's true thoughts. How frightening it is to grow old. Realizing this was going south fast, Gu Yongkayan immediately switched strategies again. If that won't work, then at least give me a spirit pill. Yet the second elder kept pretending not to hear him. No problem. This old man will arrange for someone to send you to Sichuan right away. And while we're at it, I'll let you witness what the power of an elder really looks like. The moment he heard that, Gu Yongkayan panicked. Elder, I retract that request. Give me literally anything else. Just don't send me to Sichuan. Before he could even finish, the second elder intentionally raised his voice even louder. Very well, no problem at all. This old man will personally send you out at once. At that point, all Gu Yongcheon could do was curse inwardly. This stingy old bastard really wouldn't give up a single coin, would he? Before long, under a single urgent order from the second elder, Gu Yongkayan was effectively pushed onto the road to Sichuan. But the moment he was gone, Sword Venerable Wai Hyogun suddenly changed the subject. He said, since the young master has already left, you'll be the one cleaning this courtyard from now on. The second elder immediately looked unwilling, but in the end, he could only take the broom with a bitter face. He then muttered, now that it's just the two of us, this is getting pretty dull. How about you let me grumble a little while I work? A few days ago, the patriarch asked me about the whereabouts of the medical immortal. From the look of it, he was asking on someone else's behalf. So senior, why are you searching for the medical immortal? The instant those words fell, the atmosphere in the courtyard turned ice cold, and the second elder unconsciously tightened his grip on the door frame, but his mouth still didn't stop. If senior doesn't want to talk about that, then let me ask something else. Your granddaughter, her name is YCOA, right? And she isn't human, is she? The only response he got was Wai Hyogun's voice cold enough to cut through bone. Second elder, you've crossed the line. Watch your words more carefully from now on. But the second elder still refused to back down. Every living thing carries a distinct aura of its own. Humans are no exception. But when I first saw that child at the Jilung gathering, I could barely sense anything about her that felt human at all. If senior is waiting for the medical immortal to heal that child, then I'd advise you to wake up already. You know better than anyone that this isn't some illness. But before he could finish, Wai Hyogun had already shifted into a striking stance and cut him off coldly. Second elder, that's enough. That child is human. The second elder's lips moved slightly, but in the end, he swallowed the rest of his words. He then said, if senior insists on protecting that child, then I won't ask any more in the future. My opinion was never important to begin with, yet inside Wai Hyogun's heart, bitterness was quietly spreading. Even if she wasn't human, so what? As long as Ola remained by his side, he would protect her with his life if he had to. What he didn't know was that inside that very room, Ola had already disappeared without anyone noticing. The scene shifted again and night had already fallen deep. While the travel-worn group finally stopped to prepare dinner and Gu Yongcheon, taking advantage of the pause, began cultivating by himself again just as usual. But before long, his strength gave out and he collapsed to the ground. 10 full days had already passed since they set out, and although he'd been training desperately every single day, the improvement in his internal energy was still pitifully small. And while the Demon Spring Absorption Art really was a fast method for increasing internal energy, it was still in the end the Heavenly Demon's Cultivation Art. It was better not to touch it lightly. After all, he had finally been given a second chance, and there was no way he could let himself walk back down that cursed road again. Just then, however, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the distance. Guiyang Qian immediately got up and hurried over to ask Mu Yun what had happened, only to see the maids standing there staring at the carriage in complete shock. And when he stepped forward and yanked the curtain open, he discovered that Yahello had somehow appeared there without anyone noticing when she came. As it turned out, right when Guillaume Qian was preparing to leave for Sichuan, Yahello had already gone to her grandfather and asked if she could come along too. Hyo Gun, however, rejected her request without even thinking twice. Yahello was instantly full of confusion. Then why was it okay when we went to the Jilung gathering last time? Hyo Gun could only explain patiently. That was because even if you caused trouble back then, there were still people who could keep an eye on you for me. But this trip to Sichuan is different. There's no one to watch you there. After hearing that, Yahello seemed to accept it. So she obediently stayed inside the carriage and started helping Gu Yongcheon straighten his clothes. But right then, a strange sound suddenly came from inside the carriage. Hearing it, Yahello quickly turned around to look only for a hand to suddenly appear out of nowhere in the next second, shoving her straight into the supply chest before she could even react. That same pair of hands appeared again in a bizarre way, waving around beside her head. And before long, Yahello's consciousness began to blur until she fell asleep inside the supply box, which was how things ended up the way they were now. After hearing her explanation, Gu Yuncheon, Mu Yun and even the maid beside them all fell silent. Yahello, seeing how unconvinced they looked, thought maybe they just hadn't heard her clearly. So she repeated the whole story again word for word. But even then, her explanation was still hard for anyone to believe. After resting for a bit, Yahello ended up somehow continuing on a road to Sichuan together with them. At first, Guiyang Xian had intended to send a guard to escort her back, but they were already far too far from Shangxi, and the group didn't have enough spare food to support an extra round trip. So in the end, he had no choice but to keep her by his side for now. Right then, however, Wu Yunchan suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He immediately ordered Mu Yun to halt the carriage and prepare for combat, because he could clearly feel 4 demonic beasts closing in nearby. No. 3, 2, 1. And in the instant he lost focus, that last remaining demonic beast had already lunged toward the carriage. Guiyang Qian immediately began circulating his internal energy. Just as he was about to finish it off himself, a figure suddenly appeared behind it. A streak of sword light flashed by and the beast was split clean in 2 on the spot. Afterward, Mu Yun was the first to thank the woman for stepping in, and Yahello even waved at her with a smile. But the moment the woman turned her head to look at them, Guiyang Qian's expression changed instantly. Because in his memories from the previous life, she was the cold-blooded and ruthlessly decisive demon sword queen, Nam Gung Bei. And yet, every single time she finished carrying out a mission for the heavenly demon, she always needed Guiyang Qian to lead the way for her before she could make it back to the demonic sect, because this woman was a complete disaster when it came to directions. Back in the present, Nam Gang Bei took the initiative and asked, "Are you all headed to Sichuan? If you don't mind, could you take me along?" Guiyang Qian rejected her without even a second thought, even lying on the spot that they weren't going to Sichuan at all, because the last thing he wanted was to get tangled up with this crazy woman again. Guiyang Qian then added, "More importantly, we have no way of confirming that you really are from the Namgong clan, so there's even less reason for us to casually let you into the convoy." Hearing that, Namgong Bei seemed to understand all at once. In the very next second, streaks of lightning began crackling around her body, while the force of that power surged straight toward the sky. Seeing that made even Guiyang Qian's expression change in shock. He hadn't expected that. Just to prove her identity, she would actually reveal the Namgong clan's strongest secret art, the Emperor sword form. At the same time, Mu Yun immediately pressed his sword to her neck while she slowly withdrew her internal energy and asked calmly, "This should be enough to prove that I'm from the Namgong clan, shouldn't it?" At that point, Gu Yunqian had no choice but to admit that her identity was probably genuine. But he still said apologetically, "Even so, we can't travel together with someone who can casually unleash a technique that dangerous." Yet to his complete surprise, even after being clearly rejected, Namgung Bei still silently followed behind the carriage without saying a word. And just as Bianchan was about to remind Wiziola again not to get too close to her, Wiziola had already run over to Namgung Bay and started rambling non-stop about all the different ways to cook frogs. That made Gu Yenkayan's temples twitch before he grabbed Wiziola by the collar in the next instant and demanded, "What exactly are you doing? Did you already forget everything I just told you?" But when he saw the helpless and almost pitiful look in Namgung's eyes, all he could do in the end was let out a tired sigh. "I know you're a young lady of a Namgung clan. I just genuinely don't understand why someone is protected, as you would be wandering around a place like this all alone." Namgung Bay awkwardly turned her head away and said in a small voice, "I really did set out together with everyone else, but on the way here, I accidentally got lost." Then she lifted her head again and asked, "So you really aren't heading Sichuan?" Guiyang Kayan immediately shook his head. "We're not." Hearing that, YC Olaf froze for a moment. She then turned toward Guillaume Kayan with a stunned expression. "Young master, we really aren't going to Sichuan?" With the lie exposed on the spot, Guillaume Kayan could only give in helplessly. "Fine. Since you're clearly going to keep following us no matter where we go, then come along. But let me make one thing clear. You're only allowed to quietly follow behind the carriage. No extra trouble." Namgang Bay immediately nodded at that, then suddenly asked for his name. After a short pause, Gu Yencheong calmly gave a different answer.
Gu Clan Gui Oyip.
And just like that, the group continued onward for another 2 days. While at some point, Wiziola had climbed down from the carriage and started sticking to Namgung Bay's side, chattering nonstop the whole way. Naturally, that dragged the speed of the entire convoy down with it. So Gu Yenzian flatly ordered Siola to get back in the carriage at once. But Siola stubbornly declared that Namgung Bay had a ride too. And when Gu Yenzian rejected that without even thinking, Siola flat out refused to get back in as well, leaving Gu Yongkayan no choice but to turn to Mu Yun and ask, "At this rate, how long until we reach the destination?"
Mu Yun answered helplessly,
"If we kept our original pace, we'd get there in 1 day. But the way things are now, it'll probably take at least 3. Then, should we just let that woman get into the carriage too?" Hearing that, Giang Qiong could only let out a long sigh. "Forget it. Let's just find a nearby village and rest for a while first." After another full 2 days on the road, they finally found a small village where they could settle down for the night. Mu Yun immediately relaxed and said, "Finally, for the last night at least, we won't have to keep sleeping out in the open." Meanwhile, YC Ola, who is currently riding on Namgung Bay's back, was already whining that she wanted to sleep with Big Sister tonight. The moment he saw that, Gu Yanshin immediately put on a stern face and barked at YC Ola to get down at once. She is the daughter of a prestigious clan. Riding on her back when you're just an attendant is ridiculous. But just then, Wyzila seemed to suddenly notice something because not far away, a group of people wearing the same clothes as Namgambe was hurrying straight toward them. When they got close enough, the white-haired boy leading them immediately asked with obvious concern, "Nuna, where on earth have you been these past few days? We've been looking everywhere for you." Namgongbei lowered her head guiltily and replied in a small voice, "I got lost by accident." Hearing that, the boy complained with a trace of frustration. "Didn't I say before? We should have just tied you up and taken you with us." But to Namgongbei, that was clearly mortifying enough as it was. Soon, the boy's gaze shifted over to Gueong Kayan and Wai Siola, while Gueong Kayan also recognized who he was at that very moment. This was none other than Namgong Kayan Jun, the man who would one day be counted among the 5 swords of the martial world as the Thunder Sword. Though for now, he was still known as the Thunder Dragon. Realizing that, Gu Yun Cheon stepped forward and introduced himself first. "Gu Ji Yeo Yip, it's truly an honor to meet the Thunder Dragon here." Nam Gang Cheon Jun scratched his head awkwardly instead. "You're giving me way too much credit." But in the very next second, he abruptly changed the subject. That said, "Why are you with my sister?" After Guyun Kyangun explained the whole situation from beginning to end, Namgang Kyangun immediately thanked him and even offered them 2 guest rooms to rest in. Guyun Kyan had originally planned to refuse because the last thing he wanted was to get even more entangled with Namgong Bei. But Muyun quickly stepped forward and quietly reminded him that there were no extra rooms left anywhere else village. And after camping out for days, all the attendants were already exhausted anyway. So staying here for the night really was the better option. Hearing that, Guyun Cheon could only grit his teeth and agree in the end. Yet, in the memories of his previous life, the very first thing Namgong Bei did after turning into a demon was wipe out the Namgong clan with her own hands. Whether it was the family head or even her own younger brother, she spared none of them, and that was exactly why she later earned the title Demon Sword Queen. but Guiyang Qian had always assumed she did that because she hated noble clans themselves. Now though, it looked like her relationship with the Thunder Dragon was actually pretty good. What confused him even more was that judging from the strength Namgungbei had shown last time, she should have been stronger than the Thunder Dragon by a clear margin. Yet in the martial world, she had no title to her name and no rumors surrounding her at all. And her younger brother didn't seem abnormal either. So why had she ended up doing something like that later on? Just as he was lost in that thought, Gu Young Cheon stepped out the door and ran straight into Namgang Cheon Jun. He naturally greeted him and thanked him as well for giving up such good rooms for them. Only for Namgang Cheon Jun to shoulder him aside without warning. He said coldly, "Learn your place first. With your strength, you're not qualified to speak to my sister. I don't know how you managed to fool my naive sister, but if there's a next time, I'll cut you into pieces and that little girl clinging to my sister's back will get the same treatment." Hearing that, Guiyang Qian was stunned on the spot. Did this guy take the wrong medicine or something? But at that exact moment, Namgang Bei stepped out of the room, and the instant Namgang Qian Jun saw her, his whole face changed as if someone had flipped the switch. With a bright smile, he said, "No need to be so formal. It's an honor for me to host young Master Gu." Then, still smiling warmly, he pushed his sister away and left with her, leaving Guiyang Qian standing there in complete disbelief. So the whole family really is insane. Just then, Mu Yun came over to remind him that it was time for breakfast. On the way to the dining hall, Guiyang Qian had only one thought in mind: eat fast, leave fast, and get as far away from the Namgong family of lunatics as possible. But the moment he pushed open the door, he saw YC Ola glued to Namgong Bei again. Seeing that, Guiyang Qian could only lower his voice and remind Namgong Bei, "Are you sure you're sitting in the right place? Your brother's glare is just about sharp enough to kill people on the spot." Namgung Bei turned around in confusion at that. But Namgung Qian Jun had already switched back into that harmless, innocent-looking smile in an instant, while Guiyang Qian still had no idea why the guy insisted on acting like that. At least he'd be separating from him soon enough. So after breakfast, Guiyang Qian formally said his goodbyes to Namgung Bei. Although she looked like she wanted to say something, in the end, she swallowed it back down. Right then, a sharp, nasty stench suddenly drifted over, making her cover her nose on instinct, and the one who had arrived was none other than Namgong Qian Jun. "No, why weren't you sitting with us?" But in Namgong Bei's eyes, Namgong Qian Jun's whole body now seemed to be giving off an overwhelmingly disgusting stench. While he calmly reminded her that next time, she should sit where she belonged, Namgang Bei could only apologize softly, and then quickly came up with an excuse to leave. But in the very next moment, she silently followed behind Guiyang Cheon and the others again. The sight of that instantly darkened Namgung Cheon Jun's expression. What a bunch of annoyances. Looks like I'll need to teach them a lesson. After more than 10 additional days of travel, they finally reached Sichuan and at last arrived at the righteous powerhouse that had stood there for centuries, the Tang clan of Sichuan. Compared to the other great families, the Tang clan might have been a little weaker in overall scale. When it came to forging and poison craft, they were unquestionably number one in the Central Plains. But Guiyang Qian was in no mood to admire any of that because the Tang Arms exhibition would only last for 3 days, which meant he had only 3 days to locate the hidden vault. Yet, the only clue he had in hand was that the vault was somewhere around the Tang clan in a place this huge where he was even supposed to start looking. If he truly couldn't find it in the end, then leaking the information to the Beggars sect might be the only option left. Just then, a sudden cry snapped him out of his thoughts. He saw Siola staring at the scenery in front of her with sparkling eyes. "This place is so beautiful. Young master, look under the moonlight. Those fireflies look like they're dancing, and there's such a pretty lake down there too." The moment she said that, she grabbed Guillaume Qian by the hand and dragged him excitedly downhill. Only for the two of them to discover once they reached the bottom that the so-called lake was really just a small pond, which made Yuyankian smack her twice on the head right away. But in the next second, Siola acted as though nothing had happened, plucked 2 little flowers and waved them at him with a grin. Siola saw that young master seemed worried the whole time. "So I just wanted to cheer you up a little. Why don't you tell me what's wrong? Maybe Siola can actually help." Hearing that, Guillaume Joan decided not to beat around the bush and asked directly, "If someone hid a treasure in a place this big, how do you think you'd find it?" Siola puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. If it's a perfectly good treasure, why would anyone want to hide it in the first place? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "Who are you people? This isn't a place outsiders are free to wander into." The one speaking was none other than Tang Soil, the poison consort who would one day drive back thousands of demonized foes by herself, and also the woman Gu Yongqian had killed in his previous life. He still remembered how back then, he had walked step by step toward the poison consort when she was blind and completely at the mercy of others. He asked her coldly, "Is this really the end? How laughable. You thought the clansmen close to you had already escaped, but what exactly can you still change by staying here alone?" And at that moment, the poison consort recognized that familiar voice as well, only to answer faintly, "Probably nothing at all. If that's the case, then why are you still doing this?" But instead of answering, she turned the question back on him and asked why he had come here in the first place. Guillaume Cayen seized her by the throat without hesitation. "Why else? I came here to cut off your final breath." Hearing that, she only smiled with strange relief. "I was the one who wronged you. It was only after I lost my eyes that I finally saw certain things. Maybe I should have learned to let go much earlier. If there's still time, then I hope." But before she could finish, Gu Yongqian had already snapped her neck cleanly. Back in the present, Tang So-yeol was pointing straight at Gu Yongqian. She demanded angrily, "Why aren't you answering my question? If you keep this up, then I'll have no choice but to." Before she could finish, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. The one who appeared was Namgong Bei. She leaned in and whispered something in a Tang So-yeol's ear. Tang So-yeol's expression changed on the spot. "I am Tang So-yeol of the Tang clan. I was rude just now to this guest from the Gu clan who was invited by our family. Please forgive the offense." But then her gaze turned cold again. That said, "Young Master Gu, why are you here at such a late hour? Without the Tang clan's permission, outsiders are not supposed to enter this place freely." Hearing that, Gu Yongxian immediately offered an apology in turn. He then grabbed Wai Seol and left without another word. After he'd gone some distance, Tang So-yeol finally couldn't hold back her complaint. "That young master from the Gu clan is seriously rude. Does being handsome really give him the right to do whatever he wants? People who rely on their faces are the worst." Hearing that, Namgang Bei actually paused to think about Gu Yongqian's appearance, then asked with honest confusion, "So are you saying young Master Gu is very good looking?" Tang So-yeol's face instantly flushed red, and she hurriedly waved her hands. "No, that's not what I meant at all. What I mean is, even if someone isn't good-looking, they should at least have a kind heart." Early the next morning, just as Gu Yongqian was getting ready to head out and continue his training, Namgang Bei arrived with her younger brother. The moment he saw the two of them, Gu Yongqian's face filled with weary frustration. What rotten luck. So he could only ask, "And what is it this time?" Namgong Cayen Jun responded with an unusually warm smile. "The Tang clan has invited everyone to dine together. Nuno was hoping young Master Gu would come too." Hearing that, Gu Yongqian politely declined the invitation at once. But in the very next second, Namgang Cheonjun grabbed him by the wrist, smiling on the surface while coldness filled his eyes. "Come with us." That instantly irritated Gu Yongqian. He had already said he wasn't going, and this bastard still planned to drag him there by force. With that thought, a surge of fierce internal energy burst straight out of his body. Namgang Cheonjun's expression changed, and he immediately let go. The atmosphere around them tightened in an instant. In order not to disrupt his own plans, Gu Yunchan immediately smoothed things over again. "Actually, I'm hungry too." "Fine. Let's go eat together." As he said that, he casually slung an arm over Namgong Cheonjun's shoulders and lowered his voice. "Young Master Namgong, you might want to manage your expression a little better. Your sweet, innocent sister is still watching after all." Hearing that, Namgong Cheonjun's anger surged violently inside him, but he had no choice except force it back down. The scene shifted to the Tang clan's reception hall. The table had already been filled with all kinds of spicy dishes. This left Gu Yongqian, who had always been terrible with spicy food, completely unsure where to start. After a long struggle, he finally picked what he believed was probably the least dangerous-looking bun. Just as he was about to take a bite, he suddenly noticed Tang So-yeol staring at him with an oddly intense look. And when he thought back on it, she had looked at him with that same kind of gaze every single time in his previous life too. So somehow, even in this life, that part still hadn't changed at all. Then, the instant Gu Yongqian bit into the bun, the violent wave of spice hit him so hard that he started sucking in air through his teeth, making breathy, miserable noises. Suddenly, someone beside him handed him a cup of water. They then calmly placed a piece of non-spicy beef on his plate as well. The one doing all of that was Namgum Bei. That unexpected bit of care made even Gu Yongqian's ears heat up. while on the other side, Nam Gang Cheonjun was already looking like he wanted blood. "Brat, I'm definitely gonna make you pay for this." Not long after that, Tang So-yeol quietly moved over and sat down beside Guyun Cheon. Seeing that, he asked in confusion, "Miss Tang, is there something you wanted to say to me?" Tang So-yeol instantly flailed and explained in a panic, "No. But young Master Gu, do you have sumio?" Before she could finish, Namgang Kyeonjin suddenly cut in the area beneath the reception hall as a training ground. "Isn't it?" Tang Zhu-yi, the Tang clan's young heir, casually replied, "That's a training ground reserved for those of Tang blood. It's been there for many years already. But since everyone has their own private training grounds, that place hasn't really been used much." The moment he heard that, Nam Gang Cheonjun's interest was immediately piqued. "In that case, why don't we go down and take a look?" The second Guyang Kyan heard that, a bad feeling rose in his chest. What is this lunatic planning now? Once the group arrived at the training ground, everyone around them immediately began exclaiming, "This place is huge." What Tang Jue only said with clear indifference, "I honestly can't understand why our ancestors thought a training ground needed to be built this large." Right then, Namgong Chanjin casually swung a wooden sword through the air and said, as if the idea had only just occurred to him, "Now that we've eaten, we should move around a little. Young Master Gu, how about a spar?" The moment those words came out, Gu Yongchan instantly understood. So this was what the bastard had been planning all along. Just looking at that expression on his face was enough to tell him that this whole thing was clearly meant to end with Namgang Xianjun beating him senseless. Thinking that, Gu Yunchan deliberately lowered his posture instead and said flatly, "With third-rate skills like mine, how could I possibly be qualified to spar with a thunder dragon?" Peng So-yeol immediately chimed in from the side. "Big brother Cheonjun and young Master Gu are worlds apart in both age and ability. That would be far too unfair, wouldn't it? What if his face gets hurt by accident?" But Nam Gang Cheonjun was clearly prepared for that. "That's fine. Neither of us will use internal energy. We'll just treat it like ordinary martial guidance. The only question is, does young Master Gu have the courage to accept?" Faced with that challenge, which was practically written across Namgong Cheonjun's face, Guyang Cheon actually let the corner of his mouth curl upward. "If it's only that, then what I'd like to know is whether young Master Namgong's level is really high enough." The instant he heard that, veins bulged on Namgong Kyeonjin's forehead. "Fine. Then let me see just how capable you really are, brat." As the spar officially began, Namgong Kyeonjin charged and almost impatiently swinging his sword straight at Gu Yong Kyeonjin. Gu Yong Cheon merely turned his body slightly and dodged the strike with ease. But after evading 2 attacks in a row, Gu Yong Cheon had already figured out that the brat was still only testing his limits. The real assault was only about to begin. Watching that scene, the concern on Tang So-yeol's face only deepened. She had always been different from other children from the very start. While most children her age were still running after cats and dogs, she had already grown used to staying close to predators, tigers and wolves. Because compared to small harmless animals, what she liked were powerful apex predators. And it was precisely because of that strange preference that she had always found it hard to feel she truly belonged anywhere until the day she met that boy. With just a single look, she was completely drawn in by the way he stood out from everyone else. Her heart began pounding wildly inside her chest. Every time she stole another glance at him, it felt as if he were glowing all on his own to the point where even the way he drank water seemed unbearably handsome. She couldn't stop herself from wanting to get even closer to him. So is this what people called falling in love? Just then, a thunderous crash suddenly snapped Tang Sul outer thoughts. She stared at the scene in front of her in utter disbelief because the sword in Namgang Cheonjun's hand had actually shattered. Namgang Cheonjun himself lowered his eyes to the broken blade in complete shock, unable for the life of him to understand why it had snapped apart like that. He had clearly held back on the first 2 exchanges, but every strike after that had absolutely been full force. In that brief instant of distraction, Guyun Cheon suddenly drove a punch straight at him. The blow came together with a cold warning. Even if you're a genius, letting your mind wander during spar is stupid. If this were a real fight to the death, you'd already be dead 3 times. Those words jolted Namgun Cheonjun awake on the spot. He immediately flashed aside, barely avoiding the hidden time. Then Guyun Cheon spoke again with open mockery in his tone. "Why don't you pick another weapon? Since you insisted this was supposed to be martial guidance, you should at least teach me something worthwhile." Hearing that, Nam Gang Kyeonjun exploded with rage. After choosing another sword, he outright began circulating internal energy. In the next instant, he slashed down with a force like crashing thunder. Guyun Xian reacted quickly enough to narrowly evade what would have been a lethal strike. At that moment, Guyun Xian was completely enraged by this shameless disregard for the rules. Namgung Qian Jun, on the other side, kept pushing his internal energy higher, even going so far as to unleash his strongest art, only for that technique to be casually crushed apart by Guyun Qian in the very next second. Guyun Qian's eyes darkened as he said coldly, "Kid, I put up with you for long enough." The moment those words fell, he drove a vicious kick straight into Namgung Qian Jun's groin. The sight of it made everyone present wide in their eyes at once, and that soul-rending burst of agony forced a brutally high-pitched scream out of Namgung Qian Jun on the spot. Then Guyun Chan even added with a wicked grin, "That thing didn't actually break, did it?" Even so, Namgung Qian Jun still refused to back down, gritting out, "Can someone like you still call himself a martial artist? I'll make sure every major house hears about what happened today. You'll never be able to hold your head up again for the rest of your life." But Guyun Qian shot back immediately, "And what about you? How many innocent people have you killed? At least a dozen, right?" As he said that, he grabbed Namgung Qian Jun by the arm. Seeing where this was headed, Tang Jui rushed forward to stop him. "Young Master Gu, you've already won. Let in here." But Guyun Qian answered coldly, "Didn't you see what happened? He broke the rules of the spar first, then started hurling abuse at me. You really think that was some careless little mistake made in the heat of the moment? He's a lot older than I am." Tang Jue could only warn him in a low voice, but he is still a member of the Namgang clan. "If you go too far, you know perfectly well what kind of trouble that could bring afterward." Gu Yanqian didn't let that slide for a second. "It's precisely because he's from a Namgang clan that I've held myself back this whole time. If our positions were reversed today and I were the one doing this, would you still be standing here trying to stop it?" That single question left Tang Jui completely speechless. Then, in the very next moment, a sharp crack rang out and Namgang Qianjun's arm was forcibly broken by Guyun Qian on the spot. But after taking only a few steps away, Guyun Qian suddenly realized that he had probably gotten himself into trouble yet again. If the second elder found out he had crippled the Namgung clan's young master halfway, what kind of reaction would that old man have? Then again, the old bastard might actually clap and say well done considering the brat had it coming. Just then, a hand suddenly caught the edge of his clothes from behind. When Guyun Xian turned around, he found Namgang Bei looking at him with complete sincerity. "Me, your real name?" Guyun Qian immediately shook her hand off and frowned. "Didn't I already tell you? My name is Gu Jul Yip." But Namgang Bei calmly pointed out that he was lying. That instantly sent all kinds of messy thoughts running through Guyun Xian's head. "Why do you want to know that? Are you trying to avenge your brother?" But when he looked at her expressionless face again, he quickly dismissed that guess himself. Then all of a sudden Namgang Bei, a step closer, gently held his hand and repeated in a quiet voice, "Tell me your real name." Seeing how stubborn she was being, Guyun Qian could only sigh in helpless frustration. He then laid down a condition. "If I tell you, you stop following me." The moment she heard that, Namgang Bei hurriedly nodded. Guyun Qian gave a dry cough and finally told her, "Guyun Qian." A faint blush rose to Namgang Bei's face as she softly repeated his name. What she still didn't know was that this very name would one day become tangled with her fate in ways she could never cut apart. After leaving the Tang training ground, Guyun Xian had already made up his mind to search for the hidden vault alone because he knew perfectly well that if Muyun found out he had beaten the Namgang family's young master that badly, then for safety's sake, the man would stick to him every second of the day and the entire plan would fall apart. Meanwhile, after hearing the news, Muyun searched every single room, yet still couldn't find a trace of Guyun Xian. Even Wiziola had no idea where he'd gone. That gave Muyun a pounding headache. Don't tell me the young master hit himself after injuring someone from the Namgang clan. Yet beside him, Wiziola simply turned her gaze toward the distance in silence. Beneath the night sky, Guvi Yongxiang panted and grumbled, "It's not even autumn. So where the hell would maple trees come from a place like this? Were all those rumors fake?" According to legend, centuries ago, the Geometry Qianjian family not only had the strongest expert of the age backing them, but also controlled the economic lifeline of the Central Plains. And yet a power that seemed completely untouchable vanished without a trace one day. Historical records claim that every secret treasure the GM Qian Yun family left behind had been hidden beneath a white maple tree that bloomed through all 4 seasons. Just then, Guyun Qian's stomach let out a loud growl. On the spot, the thought of giving up rose inside him. Forget it. At least I really did try. But the instant those words left his mouth, Waisaiola suddenly appeared and held out a medicinal fruit in front of him. Guillaume Cayen took it without thinking and immediately started eating. Wait, don't tell me that whole bundle on your back is nothing but food? Isiola nodded, as if they were the most natural thing in the world. But in the very next second, Guillaume Cayen's eyes widened. Hold on. Why are you here? Isiola only let out a cheeky little laugh. She then sat down all the food she had been carrying on her back. She explained with complete seriousness that she had found a place by following her instincts. After that, she even patted her chest and proudly declared, as long as Siola is here, young master doesn't need to worry about anything. Yet, Guillaume Cayen still looked worn out. Forget it, let's just assume that whole white maple tree story was a lie. The moment she heard that, Siola objected on the spot, insisting that she had just seen herself. Guillaume Cayen brushed her off lazily. Oh, then I'm sure it was beautiful. But in the very next second, his whole expression froze. Wait, what exactly did you just say you saw? Wai answered with complete seriousness. Didn't young master see it too? That left Guillaume Cayen totally stunned. She was saying that he had seen it too, then Yccola dragged him all the way over to a wither tree, leaving Guillaume Cayen instantly speechless before he pulled at her eyelids in exasperation and snapped. In what universe does this look like a white maple tree to you? Do I need to drag you to a healer for your eyes right now? Hearing that, Siola's face immediately filled with grievance. Siola isn't lying. This really is a white maple tree. But Guillaume Cayen was completely unmoved by her words, and had already started thinking about whether he should just turn around and head back. Right then, however, a strange little sound suddenly caught his attention. He saw that for some unknown reason, a crack had opened in the air right in front of Wyzila that made him instantly order her to get away from it. He had no idea what that thing was, but every instinct in his body was screaming that it was dangerous. Yet as Wyzila's fingers slowly moved closer, the crack itself began to widen more and more. Just as Vianchan was about to yank her back by force, a blinding flash of white light suddenly burst forth. In the next second, Gu Yonkian clapped a hand over his mouth in shock, because standing before him now was a white maple tree overflowing with life, its branches and leaves gleaming pale and vivid. Why, Siola immediately turned around with a smug little look. See, young master, Siola didn't lie, but Guillaume Cayen's mind was in complete turmoil. What the hell just happened? A moment ago that had clearly been a dead tree. Was that crack some kind of trigger that opened the hidden vault? And if so, how did Isiola know? With that thought, he directly voiced all of his questions. But Isiola only played dumb, leaving Guyen Xiong so irritated that his teeth itched, yet he still couldn't do much about it. In the end, he could only shelve the matter for later and tell himself he'd settle the score after they got back. Right now, the only thing that mattered was finding the hidden vault first. After circling the white maple tree and examining it carefully, Guiyang Cayen soon found a large opening giving off a crackling aura of lightning. Just as he was hesitating over whether this might be the entrance to the vault, Wyzila jumped in without the slightest hesitation. Young master, this is the entrance. Hurry and come down. Seeing that, Guillaume Cayen could only grit his teeth and jump in after her. What he didn't know was that at this very moment, an expert from the Namgang clan had already been secretly watching them for quite a while. Once they truly entered the hidden vault, Guiyang Cayen's first reaction was to warn Siola with a dark face that she was absolutely never to pull something like that again. She, however, only stared ahead with a troubled expression because directly in front of them were two pitch-black tunnels. While Guillaume Cayen was still thinking through which direction he should take, Wyzila suddenly pointed toward one of them and confidently insisted that it had to be that way, thinking about the fact that she had somehow found a white maple tree in the first place. Guiyang Cayen ultimately decided to trust her one more time. Meanwhile, that expert from the Namgang clan also jumped down into the vault. But after walking for who knew how long, Guiyang Chan finally began regretting that decision. Siola, did we take the wrong path? Why does this tunnel feel like it goes on forever? Yet, Siola still answered with complete confidence. Young master, just trust Siola. After walking a while longer, Siola suddenly came to a stop. She pointed toward a room ahead that was black as pitch. Young master, we're here. Seeing that, Guianshan reached out and knocked her twice on the head. This is the amazing route you brought me down. There's obviously nothing here. But right then, Wyzila suddenly reached out and patted him on the shoulder. She then said in a trembling voice, Why, young master? I think there really is something here. The moment those words fell, a white creature began gliding silently around them, leaving Gu Yongqian staring in shock. He had never imagined that a massive demonic serpent was guarding this place. What stunned him even more was the fact that a demonic beast could exist in a place like this at all, because this was clearly a sealed chamber. So where exactly had it come from? And judging from that aura, it was at least green rank. The only reassuring thing was that the creature didn't seem to be fully awake yet. So just as Guillaume Cayen was about to sneak away with Waisiola, the serpent abruptly opened its eyes. At once, Guillaume Cayen pulled Waisiola behind him, cursing inwardly. Damn it, why did I have to wake up now of all times? Something on this level was far beyond what he could handle right now. After being given a chance to live a peaceful life again, there was no way he was going to throw that away here. With that thought, Guillaume Cayen raised his fist and began gathering internal energy. Only for the serpent to suddenly speak first. Child, put your power away. I have no intention of harming you. That made Guillaume Cayen's eyes widen at once. Why can you speak? The serpent only burst into laughter. I'm merely curious why a child not born of the young bloodline managed to find this place. After that, Gu Cayen briefly explained how they had gotten here. After listening, the serpent seemed to remember something. It then pressed him again about his true reason for coming. That immediately put Gu Cayen on guard. If the serpent learned they had come for the hidden vault, there was no chance it would let them leave easily. So he lied and claimed they had only wandered in by accident. But the serpent exposed him without mercy. You came for the hidden vault, didn't you? Unfortunately for you, what you're looking for is already gone. Still, before anything else, I want to ask you one final question, child. What do you believe fate is? Guillaume Cayen could only stare at it in disbelief. What kind of stupid question is that? The serpent froze for a second. It then burst into roaring laughter. Seeing that, Gu Yangshan's expression only grew grimmer. Don't tell me this thing has actually gone mad. But then the serpent suddenly turned serious again. The moment I saw that the one who entered here was not of the young bloodline, I knew they had probably long since gone to heaven. If everything I guarded has already vanished, then what is there left for me to cling to? There is nothing here that I still need to protect. At that point, Guillaume Cayen had actually thought it was about to let them leave. But in the next second, a strange golden sphere dropped right in front of him. At the same time, the serpent spoke in a way that made even less sense. This thing was bound to fall into someone's hands eventually. I may as well give it to the one fated to receive it. After all, someone carrying those things in his heart may find it easier to accept than anyone else. But before Guillaume Cayen could make sense of those words, the golden sphere began flashing over and over. His face changed instantly. That thing clearly doesn't carry the aura of a magic stone. Then why is the demon spring absorption art reacting again? And this feeling, it's completely different from absorbing magic stones. As the golden light grew stronger and stronger, the pain in his body also intensified. Right then, Waisiola suddenly raised a hand, pressed it against his back, and began channeling internal energy into him before Guillaume Cayen could fully grasp what was happening. His vision went dark and he collapsed unconscious. The serpent then spoke again, slowly asking, "Now then, are you satisfied?" And Waisiola, now radiating astonishingly dense internal energy, suddenly lifted her eyes and answered in a fierce voice, "You dare ask whether I'm satisfied?" The serpent warned her to withdraw her internal energy. Power on that level wasn't something that could be brushed aside just because he had fainted, and Waisiola clearly understood that too. That only made the serpent more curious. If you already know all that, then why do you still insist on changing so many things? Is this truly your choice? Waisiola answered with a question of her own. Then why did you give something as important as that gem to him? The serpent's voice immediately sank lower. He was nothing more than an accidental variable. Waiting for someone who would never return was too lonely. So I let it all go long ago. As it spoke, its massive body began to break apart little by little. It finally turned into countless fragments and scattered throughout the chamber. Seeing that, Waisiola only let out a quiet sigh. Fate really is fickle. Then she lowered her eyes toward the unconscious Guyankin and murmured, "You really are just as dense as ever. You're clearly terrified of losing this second life. And yet, whenever danger appears, you still throw yourself in front of me without hesitation." At that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed deep inside Waiziola's mind. "Can you return to me now?" But Waisiola calmly replied, "Let me borrow it a little longer. It's still dangerous right now." Sure enough, it wasn't long before the man who had been tailing them finally caught up. Weijia looked at him coldly and warned, "You should leave right now. Otherwise, this place will become your grave." The man responded with a contemptuous sneer. I really didn't expect the young master to lose to some brat who gets winded just from climbing a mountain. Hand that guy over and I'll spare your life. Hearing that, Waizila fired back. Was this the old man of the Namgung clan's idea, or that trash his own? The moment those words left her mouth, the man pressed his sword to her neck and barked. How dare you disrespect the patriarch of the Namgung clan? You really don't know your place. Ycoa merely raised a finger to her lips, signaling that he was being too loud. In the next instant, a streak of golden light flashed. Before the man even understood what had happened, he realized his arm had already been severed. The agony that hit him a heartbeat later instantly ripped a scream from his throat. Wazila's eyes turned razor sharp. Quiet down. He's sleeping peacefully. Don't wake him up. After Wise, Ola cut off the arm of the Namgung clan expert. Machiol quickly confessed the whole chain of events without holding anything back. It turned out that after Namgung Cheong had his arm broken by Gu Yong Cheong, he still couldn't accept defeat. He even stubbornly believed that Gu Yong Kaian must have relied on some kind of sinister art, so he summoned his trusted subordinate Ma Kaian. He secretly set a revenge plan against Gu Yong Kaian into motion. But the thing that truly gave him a headache was this. The Gu clan's guard, Mu Yun, was far too powerful to read, leaving them with no opening to act. Gu Yun Kaian eventually slipped away from Mu Yun to search for the hidden vault alone. It was only then that Namgung Kaian Jun finally gave Ma Kaian the order to eliminate him. Now, Ma Kaian was on the ground begging desperately for mercy. But the only answer he received was an icy streak of sword light. Namgung Bei, who had appeared without anyone noticing, looked at him coldly. Didn't I tell you to be quiet? I don't have that much time to waste on you. After saying that, she shifted her gaze back to Guiyang Kaian. Seeing this, Machel's only thought was to run for his life, but he didn't get very far. Another sword flashed cut across the darkness. In the next instant, his head and body were severed apart. Then Waizola spoke in a low voice, apology lingering in every word. Originally, when it came to taking a lie for the first time, I wanted you to make that choice with your own will. I didn't expect that uninvited intruder to ruin it. I'm sorry. Just then, the voice inside her mind sounded again, telling her to return the body immediately. Softly apologized once more. I know this is selfish, but could you let me stay just a little longer? Just a little. The voice in her mind emphasized once again that this body belonged to her in the first place. Isiola yentli nadid. The present and the future. Of course, they're both yours. Then she lowered her eyes and murmured softly, Guillaume Kaian, I think it's about time for me to leave. I hope we'll be able to meet again someday. The scene shifted and Guillaume Kaian suddenly snapped his eyes open, only to find Siola right in front of him smiling brightly. He immediately pushed himself up and quickly looked around at everything nearby. He vaguely remembered that it seemed to have been Siola who opened that white seal, and that inside the hidden vault there had been a great white demonic serpent which had even given him a golden bead. A bead that he had ultimately absorbed into his own body. Guillaume Kaian hurriedly poured out everything he remembered to Siola. But after hearing it all, her face was filled with nothing but bewilderment. A serpent? A bead? Young master, did you have a dream? That left Guillaume Kaian completely dumbfounded. Don't tell me you're gonna say you remember none of it either. Siola hurried to defend herself with an innocent look. Siola found the white maple tree and then got a bee from a giant snake. Who will believe Guillaume Cheyenne could only complain in exasperation. Why is it that your brain suddenly starts working only at times like this? Then who exactly brought us here? Even Siola herself couldn't answer that. All she knew was that when she opened her eyes, she was already here. But just then, a sudden stab of pain shot through Guiyun Kaian's chest. He immediately began circulating his internal energy to steady himself. Just as expected, ever since absorbing that bead, the internal energy flowing through his body had grown enormously, pushing him not only into the 3-star realm, but even giving him a reserve of internal energy that was already frighteningly close to 4-star level. This proved that his memories hadn't been wrong. So how that serpent truly moved him here, then erased Isiola's memory afterward. But before long, Guiyang Cheong gave up trying to dwell on it. If he delayed any longer, Mu Yun would only nag him for even longer after they returned. So he crouched down at once and gestured for Siola to climb onto his back. He said, it'll still take a full hour to get down the mountain on foot. If I carry you and run, it'll actually be faster. The moment he said that, Siola's face turned bright red. But Siola ate a lot yesterday. I might be heavy. Yet once she actually climbed onto his back, Guiyang Qian immediately began circulating the 9 flames fire will art and rushed straight down the mountain at full speed. What delighted him was that, with the 9 flames fire will art now at the 3-star stage and his vastly increased internal energy supporting it, the body that had once felt unbearably heavy now seemed as light as if it carried no weight at all. Meanwhile, back at the Tang clan, Mu Yun's face was filled with worry. The young master has been missing for a full day. Please don't let anything happen to him. But just as that thought crossed his mind, a sudden sound came from behind him. When he turned around, he saw Gu Yongcheon hurrying back from the distance with Wai Siola on his back. That left Mu Yun both anxious and annoyed as he blurted out, "Young master, where in the world did you go? And how could you just disappear without saying a word?" Guiyang Qian awkwardly scratched his head. "No need to worry. See? I came back safe and sound, didn't I?" But Mu Yun still looked suspicious as he pressed him again. "Then where exactly did you go, young master?" Wai Siola had barely opened her mouth when Gu Yongshin covered on instinct. He smoothly lied. "The two of us just went for a little walk in the woods." Mu Yun, however, had clearly already noticed something was off. "Young master, I can feel it. Your internal energy has risen a great deal since before. What exactly happened?" That made Gu Yongcheon sigh inwardly. As expected of a first-rate expert, he noticed way too fast. In the end, he could only brush it off vaguely and claim that he had simply stumbled into a bit of good fortune. But when he returned to his room, he was met with an unexpected sight. Tang Su-yeol and Nam Gang-bae were both already waiting there. The moment Tang Su-yeol saw him, she panicked so badly that she nearly dropped the food in her hands. Guiyang Qian first looked at Tang Su-yeol and asked, "Miss Tang, were you waiting for me?" Then he turned to Nam Gang-bae, "And didn't you promise not to keep bothering us?" Tang Su-yeol hurriedly explained with a flushed face, "I wasn't specifically waiting for young Master Gu." Nam Gang-bae, on the other hand, calmly stated that she had not been causing any trouble. That only made Gu Yongcheon more impatient. "Then what exactly are the two of you here for?" To his surprise, the two of them answered in perfect unison just to say hello. But right after that, Nam Gang-bae suddenly raised a hand and seriously pointed out, "Young Master Gu, your internal energy has improved a lot. In that case, would you spar with me?" The moment he heard that, Gu Yongcheon immediately shot Mu Yun a look. In the very next second, Mu Yun understood perfectly and efficiently escorted both women right back out. Just before leaving, Tang So-yeol hurriedly pulled out an invitation. "This is next year's invitation to the Tang Arms exhibition. Young Master Gu, I hope you'll honor us by attending." Even though Gu Yongkan knew full well that there was a high chance he would not be able to come next year, he still put on a pleased expression and accepted the invitation anyway. On the way back, Tang So-yeol quickly noticed that Nam Gang-bae seemed oddly distracted. That instantly made a certain thought flash through her mind. So she carefully asked in a low voice, "Big sister Nam Gang, do you like young Master Gu?" Nam Gang-bae actually thought about it very seriously before asking back, "What is liking someone?" That question instantly made Tang So-yeol stumble over her words, her whole face turning red. She eventually had no choice but to awkwardly change the subject. But then Nam Gang-bae suddenly asked, "So-yeol, didn't you say you had something to give me?" At those words, Tang So-yeol's eyes turned watery as she explained in a tiny voice, "Actually, that invitation I gave young Master Gu just now was originally meant for you, big sister Nam Gang. I'm sorry. I just wanted to try getting a little closer to him. So I should have prepared too." Nam Gang-bae only reached out and gently stroked her head, cutting her off. "It's all right. You did well." Hearing that, Tang So-yeol's mood immediately brightened again. "See? In the end, big sister Bae is still the one who treats me best. As an apology, let me treat you to the finest poison I have. Come on." What Tang So-yeol didn't know was that in Nam Gang-bae's eyes, an aura that Nam Gang-bae instinctively hated was already wrapped tightly around Tang So-yeol's entire body. The scene shifted again, this time to the Namgang estate. The patriarch of the Namgang clan was furiously berating Namgang Kyeonjin. "I sent you there to look after your sister properly. And what did you do instead? You lost to some unknown upstart and even managed to lose one of your personal guard for no reason at all." Hearing that, even Namgang Kyeonjun himself looked baffled. But why? Why hasn't Maki-ul returned yet? Did he actually fail? But Machio is already a top-tier expert. How could that be possible? If that's the case, then why hasn't he come back yet? Right then, the patriarch of the Namgang clan suddenly released a terrifying surge of internal energy. "You know what disappoints me the most about you? It's not that you broke the rules during spar. It's not even that your strength fell short and you were humiliated in public. What truly disappoints me is that, after making such a mess, you still couldn't even wrap it up properly. But this time, I won't punish you further. Go into closed-door training at Changjim Hall for a while. Namgang Shur on Jun's face was full of resentment, but in the end, he could only accept the punishment through clenched teeth. He still muttered the words Gu Clan under his breath, unwilling to let it go. That made the Namgang patriarch, who had been about to leave, stop in his tracks again. Bury this matter in your stomach and never speak of it. Namgang Cheonjun whipped his head around and demanded in confusion, "Father, what is that supposed to mean?" But the Namgang patriarch merely cast him a single glance. That alone was enough to make Namgang Cheonjun lower his head in fear. The patriarch said in a heavy tone, "When the day comes that you sit in the patriarch's seat, you'll understand. Until then, do not entertain any improper thoughts toward the Gu clan again. Who knows? One day they may even become family to you." Namgang Cheonju nodded almost on instinct at first, but then he abruptly realized what had been said. "What, father? Did you just say they might become family?" The scene shifted, and on the other side, after hearing the news, Gu Yongcheon looked just as stunned. "Second elder, what did you just say?" The second elder repeated himself as if it were the most thing in the world. "Your betrothal has officially been set in motion." Guiyang Qian found that impossible to believe. After all, he had only just broken off the engagement with the Peng clan. For a useless wreck with a reputation like his, how could there already be another family willing to tie themselves to him? The second elder only chuckled. "Yes. Well, whose fault was it that you caused such a huge scene and wrecked a perfectly good marriage arrangement in the first place? Don't tell me you plan to grow old alone. I personally went out of my way to arrange this match for you. So just accept it quietly." Even after hearing that, Gu Yongxian still felt the old man had to be messing with him and didn't take the matter seriously at all. Just then, the Gar Mu Yun stepped forward and said, "Young master, the news about your engagement seems to be real. I just want to report your return from Sichuan, and the entire estate is already talking about it." That only left Gu Yongqian even more baffled. "Damn it, after what happened with the Peng clan, the news that I got dumped should have spread everywhere by now. And yet there's still some noble house insane enough to want to betroth their daughter to a notorious mess like me." Unable to make sense of it, he turned directly to the second elder and demanded, "Then which house? And which young lady?" At that, the second elder put on an unbearably smug expression. "Try not to fall out of your chair when you hear this, brat. It's Na." Gu Qian guessed it from that single syllable alone. "Na." In the next second, he and the second elder spoke almost at the exact same time. The Namgang clan. But that only made Gu Yongqian even more confused. What exactly could the Namgang clan possibly want from him? Otherwise, there was no reason for them to enter into a marriage arrangement with him at all. Then a thought suddenly struck him. Wait, doesn't the Namgang clan only have one unmarried daughter? The second elder nodded at once. "That's right. In fact, you may already have met her at the Tang Arms exhibition." At those words, Gu Yongcheon froze stiff. He then let out a completely involuntary shout. "You mean that lunatic Namgang Bei?" At that moment, his mind went blank. Why would that lunatic be getting engaged to me? The second elder immediately pointed at him and scolded, "Insolence. What do you mean lunatic? That is your fiancé-to-be, so watch your mouth. And this is a decision made between great houses. If you have complaints, go take them up with the patriarch yourself. But compared to that, there's another piece of news that should delight you even more." As he said that, the second elder slowly curled his lips into a sly, unsettling grin. "Yanzian, your beloved big sister's back." The instant he heard that, Gu Yanzian felt his whole world turn dark. He still vaguely remembered how the vanquished venerable, one of the three venerables under heaven, had once described him. This is an age overflowing with talent like stars crashing down from the sky. The geniuses of the great houses are sprouting one after another without end. And yet you, born into an era like this, are painfully ordinary compared to your eldest sister, the sword phoenix Gu Huibai. The difference between you is heaven and earth. And the care his eldest sister had shown him since childhood was no less intense than the second elder's, which was exactly why Gu Yongqian had spent all these years both fearing and resenting her. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he had only one goal left: disappear before she found him. But just as he was about to make a run for it, the second elder reached out and stopped him cold. "Yan Qiyun, and where do you think you're going?" Gu Yongqian immediately turned back and pleaded in all seriousness. "If my sister asks in a minute, could you please just pretend you never saw me?" The second elder looked completely baffled. You haven't seen your sister in years. Why would you pretend otherwise? Don't you miss her at all? Gu Yongkayan struggled desperately against the old man's grip while muttering. Do you even know what she'll do if she sees me? Anyway, no matter what, I'm gonna vanish for a few months, so please keep it secret for me. But the second elder refused to indulge him. What in the world did you eat in Sichuan? Why are you even more ridiculous now than before? I'm half tempted to knock you out on the spot. Right then, a voice came from outside, familiar and enough to make his scalp tingle. My dear little brother, come here this instant. The moment he heard it, Gu Yongzian jolted like he'd been struck by lightning and immediately shouted to Mu Yun, quick, lock the door. Mu Yun had no clue why he was reacting so dramatically, but he still grabbed a broom and jammed it across the door without hesitation. Unable to help himself, Mu Yun asked, but your sister's already here. Is doing this really a good idea? In the next second, a voice drifted in from outside, amused and dangerous at the same time. So your sister comes to see you and your first thought is to have someone bar the door before Mu Yun could even react. A thunderous boom erupted. In the next moment, Gu Huibai strode and wrapped in thick internal energy. How rude of you, my dear little brother. Gu Yenkayan looked at the scene in front of him and mentally gave up on life then and there. His sister slowly drew back her internal energy and shot him a meaningful look. Little brother. Gu Yenzian immediately turned his head away and pretended not to notice anything. Seeing that, she spoke plainly. Yenzian, you seem to be doing well these days. How heartwarming. What have you forgotten how to bend your knees? The moment those words landed, Gu Yankin dropped to his knees with smooth practiced precision. The second elder burst out laughing at once. Hui Bai, I never expected you two siblings to still be this affectionate. I heard that, as captain of the sword squadron, you played a major role in the last mission. Gu Hui Bai only scratched her head modestly. Second elder, you're praising me too much. Most of the credit belongs to the team. But the moment the pleasantries ended, Gu Huibai whipped around and stared at Gu Yanshin. Do you know what you did wrong? Gu Yanshin instantly looked lost and cautiously guessed because I tried to barricade the door or because I tried to run away. But clearly, neither answer was the one Gu Huibai wanted. So he tried again. Then, is it because I beat second sister? That one actually made Gu Huibai pause, clearly caught off guard by the fact that Gu Yunkayan had really beaten Gu Yun Suk. Even so, that still wasn't the reason she was angry. Gu Yunkayan looked even more confused. What? If it's not any of that, then what exactly are you mad about? Having run out of patience entirely, Gu Huibai directly pressed a hand onto his head. I'm talking about your engagement. Why didn't you tell me first about something this important, and how dare you let it happen without my approval? As she spoke, a terrifying current of internal energy slowly began gathering around her fist. Seeing that, Gu Yongkan hurriedly tried to explain, wait, I only just found out about this myself. But why does something like an engagement absolutely have to be reported to Big Sister first? The moment she heard that, Gu Huibai's temper flared, and she raised her fist as if she were about to smash it right into his head. You still got the nerve to talk back? Your wings really have grown in. At that point, Mu Yun forced himself to step in and carefully tried to mediate. Eldest miss, please be a little gentler with the young master. But Gu Huibai only gave him a single glance. Mu Yun immediately changed his tune with remarkable survival instinct. Please handle the young master however you see fit. Just as Guillaume Cheyenne realized there was no way left to dodge this, Wai Siola suddenly stepped forward and placed herself in front of him. Gu Huibai paused at that, looking at Wai Siola with open curiosity. Seeing that, Gu Yongkayan quickly told Wai Siola to step back, then rushed to explain, she's my servant. She's only been serving me for a short while, so she still doesn't understand the rules yet, so please. But Gue she slowly lifted her hand away from Gu Yongkayan's head. In the next second, a massive wave of internal energy rolled out from her body. Little brother, who exactly is she? Gu Yongkayan immediately tried again. She really is just my servant. She only started recently, so that's why she acted out of line. Please. Yet before he could finish, Gu Huibai had already gathered all of that internal energy in her left hand again. Sensing the situation turning bad, Gu Yenkayan leapt up at once, ready to stop her. He only froze completely in the next moment. Gu Weibai simply reached out and pinched Isiola's cheek, marveling, so it looks soft and actually feels just as soft. A servant is fun. Why don't you just give her to me? The instant he heard that, Gu Yongchan stood up without even thinking. No. That answer actually made Gu Huibai look surprised. Back then, whenever Big Sister asked you for something, you would hand it over no matter what it was. And now, there's finally something you don't want to give away. Also, who said you were allowed to stand up? The moment she said it, Gu Viantian dropped back to his knees with the ease of pure muscle memory. After that, Gu Weibai suddenly changed the topic. She asked, that internal energy of yours that's almost breaking into the 4-star level. Was that the second elder's doing? She then turned and directly asked the second elder how Gu Yanxian had improved so much in such a short time. The old man only spread his hands and said with an innocent face that he had done absolutely nothing. Gu Weibai clearly had more she wanted to say, but stopped herself halfway. In the end, she only waved him off. Forget it. Since the patriarch is looking for you, hurry over there. Just as Gu and Kaian was about to leave, Gu Bai casually tossed something at him. He caught it by reflex, looked down and frowned in confusion. Is this a magic stone? Then why can't I feel even the slightest trace of magical fluctuation from it? Gu Weibai answered casually, I picked it up from a general shop. The merchant said it was some kind of talisman. Keep it hanging at your waist for now on, or else you can look forward to me dealing with you personally. And if I ever find out you're not wearing it or that you lost it, Big Sister will make sure to shower you with proper affection. As she said that, a rare trace of satisfaction surfaced on her face. Yan Xiong, I knew you could do it. That also made Gu Yan Xiong suddenly remember that in his previous life, his eldest sister had said almost the exact same thing to him before she died. Every time she saw him, she practically ended up giving him a brutal lesson. Yet, Gu Yanqian knew better than anyone that in the entire family, the one who had always been the most sincerely on his side was her. After Gu Yanqian left, Gu Huibai turned back to the second elder and asked again, you really didn't interfere? The second elder immediately waved both hands in denial. I already told you it wasn't me. But that only made Gu Huibai even more unable to understand it. I clearly remember that last winter, he was still only at 1-star strength. Back then, forget releasing heat with internal energy, he couldn't even properly channel force or control his own movements without making a mess of it. But now, not only is his cultivation method running with shocking stability, his internal energy has multiplied and even his body has grown much sturdier. When I first heard that Yun Suk went into seclusion after losing to Yun Xian, I still had my doubts. How exactly did he reach this level in such a short time? At that point, she frowned and asked again, Second Elder, don't you think that's astounding? The second elder could only sigh in amazement as well. I think it's unbelievable too. I had no idea that child had such outrageous potential hidden in him. Could it be that he stumbled into some kind of great fortune? Why not ask him yourself? You're his sister. Maybe he'd tell you. But Gu Huibai only spread her hands helplessly. Forget it. Looking at that brat, even if I asked, he wouldn't tell me the truth. He's my brother. I've watched him for years. All I need is one look at his eyes to know what he's thinking. Then, as if remembering something, she changed the subject. Second elder, about that servant. You felt it too, didn't you? The second elder naturally knew exactly what she meant. But because of the pressure hanging over him from the sword venerable, he could only play dumb. Could it be that you're just being too sensitive? No matter how I look at her, she seems like nothing more than an ordinary maid. Gu Huibai still didn't let it go. I just want to be sure whether I'm the only one who sensed that strange little wrongness. At the time, I wasn't certain, so I even made a point of feeling her over a bit. But aside from being soft and squishy, I couldn't find anything unusual. So was I just overthinking it? Then again, I've been fighting demonic creatures non-stop for months. Maybe I really have become too sensitive. Fine. I won't dwell on it. Hearing that, the second elder only smiled faintly while inwardly thinking. To be able to sense even that kind of talent is almost disturbingly monstrous, and it applies to both her and Yang Kaian. Then he reached out and gently patted Gu Huibai on the head. As long as this old man is by Yang Qian's side, you can rest easy. From childhood until now, barely anyone in the great houses was willing to stand by Yang Qian. You were the only one who kept protecting him and looking after him alone. So the truth is, I've always been grateful to you. Because you were there, I never truly worried about that child. At that, Gu Weibai couldn't help but smile with indulgent fondness. What can I do? That hopeless younger brother of mine is someone only I can take care of. Then the second elder suddenly added, still, couldn't you try talking to him properly once in a while? Using the engagement as an excuse to teach him a lesson seems a bit forced, doesn't it? If someone who didn't know better saw that, they might honestly think you're actually against this marriage. The moment she heard that, Gu Huibai exploded. I'm against it. I want to see exactly which little vixen dares to getting gay to my brother. The scene shifted to the patriarch's chamber where his father went straight to the point. Was it you who broke the Thunder Dragon's arm? Guyen Kaiyan immediately looked a little awkward and turned his eyes to the side. I mean, not like I deliberately broke it. At most, I only bumped it a little. The moment those words fell, a strangely heavy silence settled over the room. After a brief pause, his father asked again, "Then why did you go and bump the Thunder Dragon's arm until it broke?" Hearing that follow-up, Guiyang Cheong could only let out a long sigh. He then answered honestly, "He was the one who challenged me to the spar first. And midway through, he was also the one who broke the rules and came at me with killing intent. I only retaliated on purpose after that." His father listened, then continued in a measured tone, "You're saying the Thunder Dragon used a killing move during the spar. Do you have witnesses?" Guiyang Kaiyan gave a firm confirmation. His father chose not to pursue that line any further and instead said, "It seems your recent improvement has indeed been considerable. Good, keep it up." Looking at how calm his father remained, Gu Young Cheon felt genuinely surprised instead. After all, he had advanced into the 3-star realm in an extremely short time. Yet his father reacted as though he had just heard something entirely ordinary. Then his father spoke again. "Since the Namgang clan also attended the exhibition this time, I assume you've already met your fiancé." Hearing that, Guillaume Kaiyan froze for a brief moment, but he quickly suppressed his reaction and steadied himself again. Then he looked back at his father and asked, "I want to know what exactly is going on with this marriage arrangement between me and the Namgung clan." His father answered in the same flat tone. "This was a decision jointly made by the Council of Elders. For you, it may not necessarily be a bad thing. As for your previous broken engagement with the Pain clan, I am willing to let that pass. But this time, I expect you not to ruin matters again." At that point, Guillaume Shin understood what his father meant. When it came to the Ping clan, he had indeed been the one at fault first. So if he tried to reject this arrangement as bluntly as last time, there was almost no chance he would be allowed to. After that, his father took out a letter from nearby and said evenly, "Midsummer is approaching and the Emperor Hua tournament at Mount Hua will begin soon." The instant he heard the words Mount Hua, the memory of blood washing over the Mount Hua sect in his previous life flashed through Gu Yanqian's mind. At that point, his father held the letter out to him directly. Gu Yanqian took it with a puzzled look. What is this supposed to mean? His father did not bother being vague. "Make your preparations. In 10 days you will leave for Mount Hua and bring her back." Hearing that, Guillaume Kaiyan could only begin by apologizing considering he had only just returned from the whole ordeal in Sichuan today. Yet his father's expression did not change in the slightest. "You are free to refuse," but before he could finish, Guillaume Kaiyan cut in first and made his position clear. "I don't want to go." But his father calmly finished the sentence anyway. "However, if you bring her back, I will open the hidden vault and allow you to take one supreme immortal pill." Meanwhile, Mu Yun and YC Ola were sitting outside waiting. After days of rushing back and forth, exhaustion was written all over both of their faces. But as the young master of the Gu clan's personal guard and attendant, they both knew that no matter where they were supposed to stay by his side at all times. Yet, just as the two of them were quietly discussing whether sneaking off out here to eat medicinal fruits was really a good idea, Gu Kaiyan suddenly stuck his head out from inside. "What are you two doing?" The question made Mu Yun jump on the spot. Right after that, Gu Yun Shian told him that in 10 days, he would be leaving for Mount Hua. He explained that it was the Patriarch's order. Even if he hated the idea, the only person he could argue with was the Patriarch himself. Mu Yun's eyes widened in shock. "What is it this time?" Gu Kaiyan didn't bother hiding it and directly explained his father's purpose. The purpose was to send him to Mount Hua to bring back his younger sister who was still there. A little later, Gu Yong Kaiyan returned to the courtyard alone. He carefully checked the area at the entrance. He finally relaxed and went inside only after confirming that neither the second elder nor his eldest sister was anywhere nearby. The engagement news and his suddenly returned big sister had already been more than enough to give him a headache. And now, there was somehow one more job on top of that, going to Mount Hua to bring his younger sister back. Thinking about all that, Gu Yankin immediately lost all desire to even touch dinner. He just wanted to sleep and dump every last one of those headaches out of his mind for a while. But right when he was sleeping soundly, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure murmured, "Buns, delicious buns." Guiyen Kaiyan had only just been jolted awake by that voice. In the next second, an arm suddenly looped around his neck from behind and locked tight. The one doing it was none other than his loving eldest sister. Gu Weibai cheerfully stuffed a bun toward his mouth while saying, "Little brother, you're still growing. How can you skip dinner?" Come on, chew properly and swallow it nice and slow for me. Gu Yenkayan had to struggle hard just to break free, and the first thing he did after that was smack the bun out of her hand. Sis, what are you even doing here? Gu Huibai answered in the most relaxed tone imaginable. I'm obviously returning to my own room. When he noticed the wine flask still in her hand, Gu Yenzian couldn't help asking, have you been drinking again? Since when did you start talking nonsense? Gu Huibai, however, sounded completely justified. I saw that you skipped dinner, so I specifically brought you buns. Shouldn't you be thanking me? But before Gu Yenzian could even answer, she abruptly asked, do you like that young lady from the Namgong clan? The sudden question made him choke violently on the water he had just taken a sip of. The moment Gu Huibai saw that, she instantly flared up. Are you really that hung up on this? Just hearing her name is enough to make you choke like that? After saying that, she tilted her head back and took 2 more hard swigs from the wine, still muttering angrily, damn it. I raised Yen Kayan with my own 2 hands. The moment he heard that, Gu Yen Kayan hurriedly cut her off. Sis, once you're done drinking, could you not stay in here? Can't you just go sleep somewhere else? But what he got in return was an immediate scolding from Gu Huibai. Heartless brat, when you were little, you used to cling to me all the time. Then, all of a sudden, she shyly covered part of her face with one hand. How about big sister sleeps with you tonight? The instant he heard that, Gu Yenxiong got up without hesitation and prepared to bolt. Just then, Gu Huibai suddenly called out to him in a softer voice. Gu Yenxiong turned back to look at her. Only then did she finally say what she really meant. Yenxiong, how about a spar with your big sister? Hearing that, Gu Yenxiong froze for a second. He immediately tried to brush her off by blaming it on the fact that she was drunk. But Gu Huibai suddenly dropped the joking tone and her voice turned serious. That is really all right? That left Gu Yongkayan looking confused. What exactly are you referring to? In the next second, Gu Huibai raised a hand and pointed straight at his chest. I don't know what kind of method he used to train, but there's still a huge amount of internal energy inside your body that hasn't been fully refined and is running wild. You know that too, don't you? If this keeps up, you'll eventually suffer chi deviation. This is something that needs to be dealt with quickly. Gue Yankian naturally understood what she meant. The gem gifted by the white serpent contained a massive amount of spiritual energy, but because his body still couldn't handle all of it, he had yet to fully absorb that power. At that point, he finally understood her real intention. So that's why he suddenly proposed to spar? But Gu Huibai denied it without the slightest hesitation. She grinned. No, I just wanted a perfectly legitimate excuse to beat you up. That left Gu Yongkayan completely speechless. Why is it that I don't have even one normal sister? Before long, the 2 of them arrived at the sparring ground and Gu Huibai started loosening up with visible excitement. Being able to beat up my little brother out in the open like this, just thinking about it gets me fired up. But when she noticed that Gu Hui's hands were empty, a trace of confusion appeared on her face. No sword? Gu Huibai answered calmly, my fists are enough. Gu Huibai lifted her sword and let out a cold snort. You're still just as irritating when you talk. Enough already. Make your move. Even then, Gu Yenkayan couldn't help but remind her first, you do remember that we agreed to stop at the right point this time, don't you? Gu Huibai burst in a laughter. Come on. Big sister promises not to kill you. Don't be scared. Go ahead and come at. Before she could finish, a blurred after image suddenly appeared right in front of her. Before she could even react, a heavy punch crashed squarely into her body. With a dull impact, Gu Huibai was blasted backward on the spot. Seizing that opening, Gu Yongzian poured all of his internal energy into his left hand without hesitation. Then he followed up with another vicious punch, and the force of it sent Gu Huibai flying several more meters. But before Gu Yongkayan could even relax, a wild, unrestrained laugh rang out from inside the dust cloud. As that laughter grew more intense, the blazing aura of fire erupting from her internal energy became more and more violent. In the very next second, Gu Huibai stepped out of the smoke with overwhelming dominance written all over her posture. Little brother, not bad at all. The moment he saw that, Guillaume Kayan's expression tightened. This is insane. That pressure has to be well beyond 5-star level already. But she took my full force hit head on, so why does she still look completely fine? Thinking that, Gue Yongqian hurriedly raised a hand. Big sister, let's call it here for today. But Gu Huibai, who was clearly fully fired up now, wasn't having any of it. My dear little brother, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? The fun part is only starting now. The instant those words fell, she blurred forward and closed the distance in a flash. She then smashed out a heavy punch that sent Gu Yongqian flying several meters away. By the time he barely steadied himself, his heart was still pounding. That was close. If I hadn't blocked that just now, I'd probably be bettered in for at least 2 months. Right then, a whirlwind suddenly gathered inside the cloud of dust. In the next second, a wooden sword shot past him and slammed hard into the wall. Before Gu Yongqian could fully recover his bearings, Gu Weibai had already charged again with even fiercer momentum. Seeing that, he cursed inwardly. She's completely insane. After gritting his teeth and barely dodging several exchanges, Gu Weibai still forced him all the way into the corner. Then, with one smooth motion, she yanked the wooden sword back out of the wall. She spun with it and slashed across. In the very next instant, the wooden blade stopped right at Guillaume Qian's throat. At the same time, her other hand had already seized him by the head. "Don't open your mouth. Your jaw will dislocate." Hearing that, Guiyan Qian immediately clamped his mouth shut. But in the next second, his miserable scream still shot straight into the night sky. Meanwhile, back at the Namgong estate, the patriarch of the Namgong clan was glaring at the letter in his hand with open fury. "What is the meaning of this letter?" A servant hurriedly explained in a panic. "Miss left this letter behind. And then she ran away from home." The Namgong patriarch instantly crumpled the letter into a tight ball. "Bring her back." Immediately, not long before that, an old farmer had been crouching in his field pulling up radishes. But after yanking out several rotten ones in a row, he couldn't help grumbling under his breath, "What a damn season. When is this cursed weather ever going to end?" The moment he said that, a figure suddenly shot over his head. When he got a clear look at who it was, the old farmer's face actually turned red. Gaffrey, that person was none other than Namgong Bei. She paused in midair and asked, "Which way is Shangxi?" The old farmer hurriedly pointed in one direction. From the very next second, Namgong Bai Ae flew off without hesitation in the exact opposite direction. At the same time, she left behind a silver ingot on the ground as thanks. Staring at the silver ingot in his hands, the old farmer was both stunned and delighted. "A silver ingot? This is enough for my whole family to eat and live on for months. Heavens, fairy, thank you so much. To think you'd bless me with something this generous." But then a puzzled look crossed his face. Shangxi is clearly to the east. So why did that fairy fly west instead? That way leads to Manhwa. The scene shifted again, and the second elder was speaking to the sword venerable about the miracle doctor's whereabouts. "I heard that old miracle doctor has gone to Manhwa. What do you intend to do?" The sword venerable clearly understood the situation as well. That old miracle doctor had always been impossible to pin down. So why had he gone to Manhwa of all places this time? At that point, the second elder continued, "Although I don't know exactly why you insist on finding that miracle doctor. This piece of information may not be completely reliable in the first place. Since you've already disguised yourself as a servant and hidden your identity, there's no need for you to rush out personally. Let Yangshan go over first, confirm the situation, and then make your move." After hearing that, the sword venerable simply gave a faint nod, silently accepting the suggestion. But unexpectedly, the very next day, the sword venerable suddenly changed his tune. "Young master, please rest assured. I will carry out everything the second elder instructed with full dedication." The moment he heard that, Gu Yongchan was dumbfounded. The mighty sword venerable had actually become a coachman. Even the second elder looked speechless. He hadn't expected the sword venerable to be this shamelessly inconsistent either. Originally, neither the sword venerable nor Waisiola had been on the list of people heading to Manhwa. But right before departure, the regular coachman suddenly fell ill. So the sword venerable naturally ended up taking over the job instead. On the surface, the reason sounded perfectly reasonable, but Giang Qian didn't even need to think hard to know there was definitely something fishy going on underneath it. It looked like this trip to Mount Hua really was anything but simple. At that moment, the second elder glanced at him and asked, "It's only a trip to Mount Hua. Why are you making a face like you're marching into a battlefield? Instead of worrying about that, you do better to worry about yourself. Keep your temper in check when you get there. Don't go causing another mess and injuring somebody again." Guyen Chan naturally understood exactly what the old man meant. He could only grit his teeth and promise that he would do his best to restrain himself this time. At that point, the second elder suddenly slipped a hand into the collar of his robe. From inside, he pulled out a small pouch. In the next second, a faint but refreshing fragrance drifted into the air. Whether it was just his imagination or not, simply brushing against it made him feel slightly more awake and clear-headed. The second elder, however, explained it as lightly as if it were nothing at all. "It's not anything remarkable, just an ordinary stone." Gu Yenkayan immediately called his bluff. Who are you trying to fool? This thing looks valuable at glance. There's no way it's just some random stone. Only then did the second elder leisurely reveal the truth. This is the plum blossom lianjing stone. Apparently, it's also one of Manhwa's 4 great treasures. Hearing him say that with such casual indifference left Gu Yenzian utterly stunned. That still doesn't count as precious to you? Yet the second elder still looked perfectly unconcerned, even flashing him a thumbs up. What's the big deal? Gu Yongkayan became even more alarmed. Wait, no. Hold on. Why is something like this in your hands and why are you giving it to me? The second elder let out an awkward cough. Well, I won it from someone in a drinking wager. Then I accidentally forgot to return it afterward. Since you're already going to Manhwa this time, you could just return it, for Guillaume Kayan could only stare at him in disbelief. He used one of the 4 great treasures as a bet in a drinking game and you actually accepted it? And besides, shouldn't something like this be delivered by a much safer method? At that, the second elder merely shifted his gaze to one side. There's no safer way than entrusting it to you. Guillaume Kayan followed the direction of the second elder's gaze. In that instant, he understood exactly what the old man meant. He was right. If outsiders learned the Sword Venerable's true identity, the journey would only become more troublesome. When it came down to it, carrying it himself really was the safest option. At the moment of departure, after failing to catch even a glimpse of his eldest sister, Gue Yun Kayan couldn't help showing a trace of disappointment. Where did big sister go? I'm already leaving. The second elder only waved a hand with a smile. Relax. I'll make sure Hui Bai knows you set out safely. Who knows? She's probably hiding in some corner right now, secretly wiping her tears because you're leaving. After the carriage had rolled farther into the distance, the second elder suddenly turned his head toward one side. He said all that and you still won't come out to say goodbye to him? At that very moment, Gu Hui Bai was curled up in a corner quietly sobbing to herself. How could I possibly let Yang Kayan see me crying like this? The second elder truly couldn't understand it. He's not a 3-year-old child anymore. Do you really need to worry this much? The instant he finished speaking, Gu Hui Bai flared up at once. His body is that frail. How can I not worry at all? Yang Kayan absolutely have to come back safe. Elsewhere, throughout the journey, Gu Yongqin kept asking Mu Yun the same thing every few moments. How much longer they still had to travel. The Sword Venerable could only force a strained smile. You've already asked that more than 30 times. If you insist on an answer, then it's still the same. We still have several more days to go. Hearing that, Gue Yangshian immediately slumped. And I've already heard that answer more than 30 times too. Looks like I really am getting annoying. At the side, the Sword Venerable, Wai Hyo Gun, actually burst out laughing. Young master, is there some part of your body that feels unwell? That instantly made Gu Yong tense up and he hurriedly waved his hands. No. I'm fine. I'm just bored, that's all. What the Sword Venerable didn't know, however, was that the person making Gu Yongqian feel the most uncomfortable right now was him. After all, who in the world would feel at ease traveling beside the greatest sword under heaven? Thinking that, Gu Yongqian shifted his target straight to Isiola instead. Do you really think it's fine to sneak food all by yourself? Hand it over already. Why Siola can only explain in a small voice, but if Siola doesn't eat something, I can't feel at ease. And besides, these medicinal fruits were given to me by the maid older sister, so I have to ask her first. The maid beside them immediately made her stance clear. There's nothing to ask. Those medicinal fruits belong to the young master in the first place. And just like that, Gueyong Kayan successfully snatched a medicinal fruit from Wizioe. Seeing that, Waizola quietly let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Young master only took one. Meanwhile, back at the Gu estate, Gu Weibai was staring sternly at the unexpected visitor before her. Who exactly are you? The woman calmly reached up and smoothed her slightly disheveled hair. She then answered once more in an even voice, I am Namgung Bei. The instant she heard that name, Gu Huibai's face darkened at once. So, you really are Yang Qian's so-called fiancé. Still, it had to be said, those clear, bright blue eyes of hers together with those soft, delicately colored lips. They made her beautiful enough that it was hard to find fault even if one wanted to. Then Gu Huibai frowned and asked, but why exactly did you come all the way here and in such a miserable state, no less? Nam Gung Bai answered honestly because I accidentally went the wrong way.
Gu Huibai président.
Then after going to all that trouble to find your way here, what exactly was your reason? Nam Gung Bei looked slightly embarrassed as she answered in a lower voice, I came to see my marriage partner. Gu Weibai immediately pointed out, but the two of you haven't actually held a formal engagement yet, have you? And besides, my little brother isn't even home right now. Hearing that, Nam Gungbei finally understood. So the woman standing in front of her was actually Gu Yongchion's older sister. Looking at the smug expression on Gu Huibei's face, Nam Gungbei seemed to realize something as well. She quickly lowered her head and straightened the slightly disheveled hem of her clothes. She then smoothed her messy hair back into place. Only after that did she softly ask, "Then where did he go?" Gu Huibai immediately burst into laughter. "Him? He already left for Mount Hua. Pretty far away. Right? So what now?" Fate really does love making things difficult. Yet after hearing that, Nam Gungbei only gave a faint smile, so he went to Mount Hua. In the very next second, her figure disappeared on the spot. Gu Huibai meanwhile was still standing there, adding in a mocking tone, "So our dear Miss Namgung should just run along back home now." But by the time Gu Huibai realized what had happened, Nam Gungbei was already gone without a trace. She's shooing home? No, that's not right. That brat didn't even bother saying goodbye. The scene shifted again. At this moment, Wizi Ola was fast asleep, hugging the maid in her arms. The guard Mu Yun had also already turned in for the night that left the task of keeping watch to the sword venerable, Wai Hyogen. It didn't take long before a faint disturbance in the distance drew his attention. Just from internal energy fluctuations, hidden within that breathing alone. Wai Hyogen could already tell that Gu Yuncheon was on a verge of breaking into the 4-star realm. Gu Yuncheon himself, however, was suffering over it. Once the internal energy gathered in his body reached a certain threshold, it would stop flowing exactly the way he intended and begin drifting off course. So he had to break through the 3-star bottleneck as soon as possible. The problem was that even the most basic release of internal energy still felt difficult for him, while his sister could unleash hers effortlessly. Talent really was the most unfair thing in the world. Forget it. This isn't the time to whine about that. If he had time to complain, he might as well focus properly on training instead. With that thought, Guillaume Cayen steadied his mind and once again tried to guide the internal energy in his body into motion. But in the very next second, a faint plum blossom fragrance suddenly drifted into his nose. It made him mutter under his breath, "What exactly is this plum blossom lianging stone even for? And I can't even just throw it away. Why did the second elder insist on dumping something like this on me?" Worse still, that fragrance seemed even stronger than before. Wave after wave of plum blossom scent kept washing over him, making it impossible to concentrate, and yet the stone itself still seemed completely unchanged. In the end, Guillaume Cayen could only give up helplessly. Forget it. It's a shame, but today's training ends here. But just then, something unexpected suddenly happened. Out of nowhere, large swirls of plum blossom petals began drifting down through the air. This left Guillaume Cayen staring in disbelief. In the middle of summer, where the hell would plum blossoms come from? What exactly am I even looking at right now? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "You don't seem to be someone from Mount Hua, do you?" The words startled Gu Yongcayen badly. Who's there?" He immediately spun around and searched the surroundings over and over. But after looking for quite a while, he still couldn't find even the shadow of a person. Just as he started wondering whether he had imagined the whole thing, that voice spoke again. "If you're not from Mount Hua, then what gives you the right to absorb the aura here?" This time, Guillaume Cayen heard it with perfect clarity. It was unmistakably the voice of an old man. Then the voice continued in a leisurely tone, "Which family are you from, boy? Why are you swallowing it down so greedily? Keep this up and you're gonna make yourself sick." But before Guillaume Cayen could fully understand what that meant, the plum blossom, linging stone in his hand suddenly began to change. As a powerful wave of drowsiness crashed over him, his vision went black and he lost consciousness on the spot. The next morning, amid repeated shouts calling his name, Gu Cayen slowly woke from his deep sleep. The moment Guyan Cayen woke up, Wai Siola threw herself at him and hugged him in excitement. From Muyun, Giankin finally learned that he had suddenly collapsed in the woods the night before and that it had been none other than the Sword Venerable, Wai Hyogun, who had carried him back. Giankin was just about to thank him, but the Sword Venerable spoke first, saying that it was only natural for him to do so as a servant. After saying that, the Sword Venerable awkwardly looked away. The reason was simple. Wazilah was clinging to Guiyang Cayen and rubbing all over him, practically pressing herself against his face. Seeing that, Guiyang Cayen quickly shoved her away. At the same time, Muyun stepped forward and asked what exactly had happened last night. That immediately threw Guiyang Cayen into deep thought. While he'd been training the previous night, the plum blossom lienjing stone had suddenly begun to glow. At that thought, he immediately pulled it back out. Fortunately, at first glance, nothing seemed obviously wrong with the stone itself. But after examining it more closely, he discovered that the light of the plump blossom lienjing stone had dimmed greatly, and even a fragrance it had once emitted had vanished completely. In that instant, Gu Yongqian understood everything. The demon spring absorption art must have drained the spiritual energy out of the stone, and once that energy was fully consumed, he had collapsed on the spot. He had long suspected that as one of Manhwa's 4 great treasures, the stone had to contain some hidden mystery, but he had never imagined that he would end up absorbing it directly. As that realization settled in, another thought struck him. He immediately pressed the hand against his chest. He sensed the internal energy within his body now flowing with a depth and density far beyond before. Joy immediately rose in his heart, just as I thought. I've really reached 4-star. After that, as the group continued making their way toward Manhwa, Guillaume Cayen kept feeling odd glances landing on him from time to time. It left him with a headache. Breaking into the 4-star realm overnight was admittedly ridiculous. But did everyone really have to keep staring at him like that? Just then, Isiola suddenly leaned close and started sniffing around him from side to side. Seeing her bizarre behavior, Gu Yongchan immediately twisted his body away. "Why see, however," explained in all seriousness, "young master, there's some kind of scent on you." Gu Yongchan instinctively raised a hand and sniffed himself. "Don't men all smell like this?" Why, Siola immediately shook her head. "Not that smell. It's a really nice floral scent." Hearing that, Gu Yongchan hurriedly pointed toward a corner of the carriage. "That must be coming from over there, right?" But why Siola only puffed out her cheeks and shook her head again. "Nope, that sin is obviously coming from young master himself." That threw Guillaume Cayen back into thought. If even she could smell it, then his internal energy and cultivation method really must have advanced to another level. After all, back when he was only at 3-star, the most he could manage was forcing out a little heat. But now, maybe he could already release red internal energy as easily as his sister could. Unfortunately, until he actually tried, all of that was still only speculation. And on top of that, the second elder had specifically warned him not to cause trouble along the way. So for now, all he could do was silently pray that somebody would kindly come asking for a beating. But right then, the carriage suddenly slammed to a stop, sending both Guyon Cayen and Wai Siola stumbling hard. As he got back up and was about to ask Mu Yong what had happened, he saw that Mu Yong already had one hand resting on his sword, fully prepared for combat. Seeing that, Gu Yongqian followed Mu Yong's line of sight. He found a man in Manhwa robes standing there with hands cupped in greeting. "My apologies. I am Ling Feng, a 3rd-generation disciple of Manhwa. There are a few things I wish to ask, so I came to trouble you all without proper notice." The instant Gu Yongxian heard that name, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ling Feng was Manhwa's youngest peerless genius. His talent in the sword was considered almost limitless, and at a very young age, he had already carved out a name for himself in the martial world as the Plum Blossom Sword Dragon. And yet a man like that had ultimately died by Gu Yongxian's hand. At that, Mu Yun immediately snapped. "Even if you're that Manhwa swordsman known as the Plum Blossom Sword Dragon, you still can't just do something this dangerous." Hearing that, Ling Feng stepped forward again and apologized in earnest. "I truly had no intention of blocking your path. There's simply something I must confirm for myself. Even from far away, I sense an extremely familiar aura. So I came to verify whether there might be someone from Manhwa inside this carriage." With that, he began walking straight toward the carriage. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately drew his blade and warned him not to take another step closer. Meanwhile, Gu Yongkan quickly turned his eyes away and started praying inwardly with all his might that the person Ling Feng was after would not, under any circumstances, turn out to be him. But then a swirl of plum blossom petals drifted down through the air. In the next instant, Ling Feng's figure suddenly appeared right in front of Gu Yongqian. "Young hero, why do you carry the aura of Manhwa on you?" At once, Gu Yongqian's face turned deathly pale. If the people of Manhwa found out that he had drained all the spiritual energy out of the plum blossom linging stone, forget going to Manhwa. He would probably have to hide in some dark corner for the rest of his life. Yet just as he had no idea how to respond, the old man's voice from the night before echoed again. "Well, now you've really done it." Guyen Cayen followed the voice and saw a tiny old man, no bigger than a palm, floating in front of him in Manhwa robes. But the little old man looked delighted instead. "You can actually see this old man?" Guyen Cayen rubbed his eyes in utter disbelief. But when he looked again, the result was exactly the same. At that moment, the little old man suddenly put on an air of elder authority and said sternly, "You young brat, why aren't you bowing when you meet a senior?" That sent Gu Yongcheon into deep thought. But very quickly, he arrived at what he believed to be a perfectly reasonable conclusion. He had definitely been training too hard lately, and now he was so mentally fried that he had started seeing things. The little old man instantly blew up in protest. "This is not a hallucination." Hearing that, Gu Kaiyan only sighed even more helplessly. "Great, first hallucinations and now I'm hearing things too." Watching Gu Yanqian go through this bizarre chain of reactions, Ling Feng's expression gradually turned strange as well. "Young master, are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Gu Yanqian pointed straight at the bug-sized old man in front of him and shot back. "You're all telling me you seriously can't see this tiny old geezer floating here? And you can't hear him either even when he's shouting this loudly?" At that, Ling Feng's face immediately turned solemn. "Young master, you're not making fun of me, are you?" Then Gu Yun Kaiyan turned toward Mu Yun as well. "You can't see him either?" Mu Yun froze for a moment. He then awkwardly tried to bluff his way through it. "I can see him, sure. Red-haired old man, right?" At that point, Gu Yun Kaiyan began seriously questioning his entire life. What the hell is going on here? Did I run into a ghost? And when exactly did this thing start haunting me? The little old man looked utterly speechless. "Did you already forget? You were the one who swallowed that thing on your own." The moment he heard that, a thought flashed through Gu Yong Kaiyan's mind. Could it be because I absorbed the plum blossom lienjing stone last night? The little old man immediately nodded. "Exactly. You, an outsider, actually sucked the spiritual energy out of Mount Hua's treasure until it was bone dry." But in the next second, he started cursing in a rage. "If this old man hadn't seen you absorbing way too much and stepped in to help, you might have already gone into chi deviation. And after all that, you repay me by calling me a bug or a ghost. What an unbelievably rude brat you are." Hearing that, Guillaume Kaiyan could only slowly start accepting reality. "Finan, senior, who exactly are you? Since I've never heard of your name before, I'm guessing you're probably not all that famous, right?" They made the little old man let out a long sigh. "Looks like I really am old. Back in my day, one look for me would have been enough to scare you so badly you'd soak your diapers." Then he cleared his throat. "Listen carefully. I'm only going to say this once. This old man is the 8th sect master of Mount Hua, Exian Xial, the sword immortal of Mount Hua. Several hundred years before the heavenly demon ever appeared, the martial world had already been through a war that shook the entire land. It was a catastrophe later known as the Blood Demon War. Back then, 5 peerless masters joined forces to bring that disaster to an end. Because of that, no matter how the ages changed, their names remained carved into the history of the Central Plains martial world. As a son of a martial clan, Gu Yen Kaiyan had no way he wouldn't know the title Sword Immortal. If you asked any Mount Hua swordsman who they revered the most, aside from the current sect master, the very first name they would bring up would be the Sword Immortal of Mount Hua. Gu Yanzian stared at the palm-sized old man in front of him in utter shock. So the legendary Sword Immortal is this bug-sized old geezer? In the very next second, Shin Xiong's furious roar exploded straight inside his mind. "You still dare call me a bug? I can hear every last thing going on in that head of yours. Now that you know who I am, shouldn't you be showing a little respect?" Meanwhile, Ling Feng and Mu Yun were both staring at Gu Yunqian as if he had lost his mind. Gu Yunqian ignored those looks and shot the question straight at Shin Xiol. "The plum blossom stone has existed for centuries. Have you been inside that stone this whole time?" Shin Xiol immediately denied it. "Of course not. I only woke up the first time you got your hands on the plum blossom lienjing stone. As for why I was incited in the first place, even I don't know." Then his tone shifted abruptly. "What I want to know is this. Why can a brat who isn't even a disciple of Mount Hua absorb the aura of the plum blossom linging stone?" The moment that question came out, Guiyang Kaiyan was completely speechless. Whether the being in front of him was truly Exian Xial, the sort of mortal, or just some wandering remnant soul using that name. Either possibility was terrible news for him. After all, an outsider draining the spiritual energy from one of Mount Hua's sacred treasures was already a huge problem. The even bigger problem was that he had no reasonable way to explain it. It wasn't as if he could just tell everyone he was carrying demonic cultivation from the demonic sect. Seeing Gu Yen Kaiyan stay silent for so long, Shin Xiao could only let out a helpless sigh and give up pressing the issue. "Fine. Everyone has things they can't say. A kid your age even more so." Hearing that, Gu Yen Kaiyan immediately thanked him for being understanding. But right then, Shin Cheol suddenly warned him, more importantly, something even more troublesome seems to be coming. You better start thinking about how you're gonna deal with it. Before Gu Yongcheon could even understand what he meant, several figures had already flashed across the sky. In the next instant, they landed directly in front of the carriage, cutting off the road. Seeing that, Ling Feng quickly spoke up to calm everyone. There's no need to panic. They're all people from Mount Hua. But the moment those words left his mouth, Mu Yun kicked him straight to the ground. Then Mu Yun pressed his sword directly to Ling Feng's throat. Young master, be careful. No matter how I look at this, these people didn't come here to greet us. They came for us. At that point, Ling Feng suddenly spoke. I don't know why the men from Mount Hua are this angry either, but I can promise you this. If I go talk to them myself, things should calm down. Only then did Mu Yun finally realize what was going on. Wait, those are all people from Mount Hua? Ling Feng immediately nodded. He then added, the plum blossom pattern on their robes is the mark of a Mount Hua swordsman. After saying that, Ling Feng turned to Gu Yanqian. Young Master Gu, can you trust me just this once? Since he had already put it that way, Gu Yanqian could only tell Mu Yun to let him go. Ling Feng then signaled that there was no need to worry. He strode straight toward the group of Mount Hua martial artists. After what looked at least on the surface like a fairly peaceful exchange, the senior brother leading them suddenly rewarded him with a solid punch to the face. Only after that did he lead the younger disciples forward and offer an apologetic salute. Our group acted on its own and seems to have caused all of you unnecessary trouble. Please accept our apologies. Seeing that the misunderstanding had apparently been cleared up, Gu Yongkan hurriedly returned the salute. We were in the wrong as well. We drew blades before understanding the situation, so we owe you an apology too. That said, why are Mount Hua martial artists all the way out here? Did something happen? Hearing that, the senior brother hesitated for a moment before replying. That isn't really something we can casually explain to outsiders. But before he could finish, Ling Feng had already blurted out the truth because a lot of Mount Hua martial artists have recently gone missing for no clear reason. That immediately made Gu Yongqian feel that something was off. The Plum Blossom Sword Squad of Mount Hua should never be weak enough to vanish without explanation. If that was happening, then something deeper had to be going on behind the scenes. At that point, the senior brother grabbed Ling Feng by the ear and said helplessly, his original task was to search the surrounding area for clues. Instead, the moment he sensed Mount Hua's aura, he ran off on his own, and that's how this whole misunderstanding happened. Hearing that, Gu Yanqian instantly shot Shin Shiol a pleading look in secret. So they really did come because of the Mount Hua aura on me. What am I supposed to do now? Shin Chul, however, remained calm and replied, there's no need to panic. I've already hidden most of your aura. But right then, Ling Feng suddenly pointed at Gu Yongqian and said, Senior brother, see, I told you, young Master Gu really does carry Mount Hua's aura. To Gu Yanqian's horror, the senior brother stepped closer and seemed to catch the same faint plum blossom fragrance coming from him. Gu Yanqian immediately panicked and shouted inwardly at Shin Cheol. Weren't you supposed to take care of this? How can they still sense it? Shin Qian only grinned. Brat, just take out the stone and let them see it. Left with no better option, Yang Qian pulled out the plum blossom linging stone. The moment the two of them saw it, their expressions changed at the same time. Isn't that the thing the sect master lost in a drinking wager back then? How did it end up in this young master's hands? At that point, Yang Qian simply stepped down from the carriage and offered them a proper salute. I am Gyan Qian of the Gu clan. My purpose in going to Mount Hua is precisely to return this treasure that has been borrowed for far too long. Hearing that, the senior brother immediately apologized again. So you are an honored guest to the Gu clan. We met you with killing intent from the very beginning. That was our great discourtesy. Just then, Ling Feng seemed to suddenly remember something and turned toward Gu Yanqian. Young Master Gu. Actually, it's because your younger sister and the men of Mount Hua. Before he could finish, the men beside him covered his mouth with extremely friendly smiles. Seeing that, Gu Yanqian could only cautiously ask, so my younger sister at Mount Hua hasn't caused you any trouble, has she? The senior brother forced an awkward smile onto his face. No, not at all. The moment he saw that reaction, Gu Yanqian understood everything. So he immediately assured them that once he reached Mount Hua, he would take his younger sister away. At hearing that, the senior brother froze for a second. He then firmly patted him on the shoulder and said with deep sincerity, Young Master Gu, please go quickly and please come back quickly too. That only left Gu Yongqian speechless. Just how much trouble had his younger sister caused for them to look this relieved at the thought of her leaving? Before long, night had fully fallen. His younger sister gently knocked on a door. She waited for permission from the person inside. Only then did she carefully push it open and step it on tiptoe. Inside, an old man was watching her with a warm and kindly expression. "You're the one who hates walking alone at night the most, so why do you still come here every single evening?" In the next second, she threw herself straight into the old man's arms. "Master, are you feeling all right?" The old man only gave a faint smile. "Maybe it's because the moon looks especially beautiful tonight. I do feel a little better today. But days like this, when you can come see me every night, probably won't last much longer." His younger sister naturally understood what he meant, yet she quietly said that she would rather stay by her master's side for the rest of her life. The old man then asked in a low voice, "Do you really dislike the idea of going back to your family that much?" At those words, her eyes instantly filled with cold resolve. "They're not my family. I don't have a family." Even her master fell silent after hearing that. A moment later, he finally sighed softly, "But in the end, I'm only an old man dying of illness. One day you will still return to your family." She immediately cut him off. "Master, please don't say things like that. Besides, when you were still healthy, weren't you the one everyone called the Plum Blossom Immortal?" But the old man only looked out the window with weary eyes. "Even I don't know how much longer I can keep going." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Namgungbei had only just finished dealing with a group of demonic creatures. But just then, a faint scent drifted through the air around her, one that felt deeply familiar. She slowly closed her eyes. She then carefully breathed in again, tracing the source of that smell. There was no mistake. It was Gue Yun Xian's scent. The instant she realized that, Namgungbei moved without hesitation and shot straight toward the direction ahead. Elsewhere, after clearing up the misunderstanding with the Mount Hua disciples, Gu Yanqian and his group continued on a row together with them toward Mount Hua. Once night fell, the Mount Hua swordsmen quickly split into two groups. One to set up camp and the other to keep watch around the area. Meanwhile, Guillaume Cayen was having a surprisingly deep conversation with a little old man. "So what exactly am I supposed to do before you finally get out of my body?" After hearing that, Elder Shin let out a long sigh. "If this old man knew the answer to that, do you think I'd still be stuck to you? I would have run off to find the nearby children of Mount Hua ages ago. And didn't I already tell you? Stop calling me things like old man. I am the 8th sect master of Mount Hua. Shin Shiol, the sort of mortal of Mount Hua." At those words, the suspicion in Guiyang Kaien's eyes almost spilled over. But out loud, he still gave a perfunctory answer and said he was willing to believe that Shin Shiol really was the sword immortal. Elder Shin clearly saw through his worries at a glance and let out a cold snort. "Relax. I have no interest whatsoever in your lousy body." Then all of a sudden, he changed his subject. "But what exactly is that thing stuffed inside you?" That immediately made Gu Yong Kaien frown and confusion. "You mean, there's something else inside my body?" Elder Shin stared at him with a strange look. "Don't tell me you really have no idea what's inside you." "Fine. Before I tell you anything, answer one question for this old man first. What happened to the blood demon in the end?" The moment he heard that question, Gu Yong Kaien fell in a deep thought. The man who had once stood against the blood demon brought light back to the central plains and raised Mount Hua to an even greater height was now turning around and asking him about the blood demon's fate. At that point, realization struck him almost instantly. "You're not actually the sort of mortal of Mount Hua, are you? Because if you were, there's no way you wouldn't know how the blood demon war ended." Yet Elder Shin still insisted on his identity. "For some reason, I simply cannot remember the final battle where the blood demon was destroyed." Hearing that, Gu Yong Kaien slowly let out of breath. So Elder Shin wasn't just talking nonsense. He had really lost a crucial stretch of memory. Could that be a side effect of attaching himself to Gu Yong Kaien's body? With that thought in mind, he immediately pressed further. "Then what exactly is that thing you said is inside my body?" Seeing how serious Gu Yong Kaien looked, Elder Shin suddenly started acting childish. "What difference would it make if I told someone who doesn't even fully trust me? Besides, what I just told you is only the result. As for what that thing actually is, to be honest, even I don't know. But for where I stand, there's clearly something unbelievably violent stuffed inside your body. And the strangest part is that you seem completely unaware of it." That only made Gu Yong Kaien even more confused. At first, he had assumed Elder Shin was talking about the Nine Flames fire will art, but now it sounded far more like some savage beast imprisoned inside him. At that point, Elder Shin casually added, "You don't need to worry too much. I've already pressed it down for now and put it to sleep." But if I release the restraint, that thing will start tearing around like a crazed demonic beast. So what do you say? Want to try it? Before Gu Yongqian could even answer, Elder Shin casually opened his palm. In the very next second, a ripping wave of agony tore through Gu Yongqian's entire body. The pain was so violent that he almost collapsed on the spot. Even breathing became nearly impossible, leaving him frozen in place. It felt as though some ferocious and razor-sharp current of internal energy was rampaging wildly through his body. Gu Yanxian's body slipped completely out of his control. His mind was even about to collapse under the strain. Elder Shin casually pressed down with a single motion and instantly forced that violent thing back into restraint. Do you understand now? Gu Yanxian bent over at once, gasping for breath in huge ragged gulps. Only after a moment did he manage to force the words out through clenched teeth. What the hell was that just now? Why is something like that inside my body? As for that question, Elder Shin clearly had no answer himself. All he could do was say helplessly that for tonight at least, this was as far as they could go. After saying that, he lifted a hand and pointed upward. But before Guillaume Cayenne could even react, a figure carrying a faint plum blossom scent suddenly shot across his field of vision. The dust slowly settled. A familiar figure was already standing before him. What exactly do you think you're doing? Ling Feng stood with his back to Guiyang Qian and spoke in a calm voice. There's an old saying that's always been passed down in Manhwa. If you want to truly get close to someone, then the first thing you do is fight them properly. Hearing that, Guiyan Qiong froze on the spot. What kind of ridiculous saying is that supposed to be? Don't tell me this is really how Manhwa greets people before asking for a duel. At that, Ling Feng immediately showed a trace of embarrassment and hurried to explain my apologies. I've just never met a rising town around my age before, so I got a little too excited and lost my sense of proportion. Hearing that, Gui and Qian looked completely baffled. What exactly do you mean by that? There should be plenty of disciples your age in Manhwa, shouldn't there? At those words, Ling suddenly seemed at a loss for how to respond. But Gu Yanqian understood the truth perfectly well in his own as the Plum Blossom Sword Dragon. Ling Feng was basically an insurmountable mountain to other martial artists of the same generation who lacked real talent. A guy like that, just by standing among ordinary peers, would only make their inferiority even worse. Naturally, nobody would be eager to spar with him, but Gu Yanqian saw it differently. The fact that Ling Feng had personally asked him for a match was already a form of recognition. Thinking that, Gu Yanqian nodded and agreed, though he made one thing clear first: this would be a one-time deal. The moment he heard that, Ling Feng lit up with obvious excitement. He immediately thanked Gu Yanqian with complete sincerity. But just as he was about to make his move, a lightning-charged force suddenly exploded around him. As the pressure rapidly intensified, Ling Feng was kicked straight into the water in the very next instant. Seeing that, Gu Yanqian froze in complete confusion. But when he turned around, he discovered that Namgong Bei had actually chased him all the way here. The moment Namgong Bei finally laid eyes on Guyanqian, her eyes filled with tears of sheer relief and joy. I finally found you, Gu Yongqian. At the very instant, Gu Yongqian saw Namgong Bei again. Fragments of his past life came surging back without warning. Back then, rain had been pouring from the sky, and it only stood there in silence, staring at the gravely wounded Namgong Bei while countless emotions churned inside him. It was then that Namgong Bei softly asked, "Are you crying?" He denied it almost instinctively. "Don't be ridiculous. That's obviously just rainwater." Hearing that answer, a faint look of disappointment crossed Namgong Bei's face. "I see. What a shame." After that, Gu Yongqian couldn't help asking her, "You clearly had the chance to run. So why did you stay behind and fight with me?" At those words, Namgong Bei fell silent for a few seconds. She then answered quietly, "I don't know. I just want to do it." After saying that, Namgong Bei asked him one more thing in a soft voice. "Is the moon still there?" When Gu Yongqian answered yes, she first showed a small smile of peace and relief. She then closed her eyes forever. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Who would have thought? So even monsters can have feelings for each other, or what? Are you two flirting right now? Still, you don't need to be too sad. You'll be going down there to meet her soon enough." The instant he heard that, a terrifying surge of demonic power erupted from Gu Yongqian's body. In that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. "Meteor Sword, I will never let you die so easily." But right then, Namgong Bei suddenly spoke up, forcefully cutting through that memory. "Guiyang Qian, I finally found you." Guiyang Qian's face filled with shock. How did you find your way here? Before Namgongbei could even answer, one of Manhwa disciples had already cut in first. Young Master Gu, do you actually know this woman? The moment those words were spoken, the surrounding disciples all drew their swords in unison and instantly fell into a guarded formation. Seeing that, Gu Yankin hurriedly started working through a response in his mind. After all, that lunatic Namgongbei had really attacked Manhwa disciples just now. That was not the kind of thing that could be smoothed over with a simple "we know each other." But at exactly that moment, Namgongbei softly said, "I'm his fiancé." The instant she said that, every disciple present froze. Even Elder Shin looked a little surprised. Now that things had reached this point, Gu Yongkayan could only grit his teeth and acknowledge it. But the moment he did, the hostility in the eyes of the Manhwa disciples only grew stronger, as if every one of them were silently protesting. How did a woman this beautiful end up as the fiancé of a guy like you? After that, Gu Yongkayan asked Namgongbei again why she had insisted on chasing him all the way here. Namgongbei answered honestly, "I came to see you." That only made Gu Yongkayan even more confused. If you came to see me, then why did you attack them the moment you arrived? At that point, Elder Shin suddenly cut in and answered for her. "Brat, take a good look at her. That girl clearly hasn't rested at all. She's been rushing here day and night without stopping. In that condition, do you really think she still had the energy to tell the difference between demonic beasts and people? All that proves is how desperately she wants to see you as soon as possible." Even so, Gu Yongkayan still didn't consider that anything worth praising. So he immediately told Namgongbei to apologize. No matter what her reasons were, it still wasn't right to beat Manhwa disciples into that state. After saying that, he turned his eyes toward Ling Feng. But at that moment, Ling Feng looked as if he had lost his soul. He was staring fixedly at Namgongbei, almost unable to look away. The moment he saw that, Gu Yongkayan understood instantly. The guy was completely captivated by her. Just as Gu Yongkayan was about to ask whether Ling Feng had actually been hurt, Ling Feng suddenly thumped a fist against his own chest and solemnly declared that he wanted to spar with Gu Yongkayan right now. That left Gu Yongkayan speechless for a moment, but in the end, he still agreed. As the spar was about to begin, Ling Feng's gaze kept drifting to the side every so often. The place his eyes kept landing was exactly where Namgongbei stood. Seeing that, Gu Yongkayan's expression darkened at once. Has this guy seriously gone his whole life without seeing a woman? To Elder Shin though, it looked obvious that Gu Yanzian was just jealous. Hearing that teasing remark, Gu Yanzian denied it immediately. Jealous of what? This fight doesn't benefit me at all. I just can't stand the way he's obviously trying to show off in front of a woman. Elder Shin only fanned the flames further. Then even better, you can use him to test yourself. Don't tell me you aren't even a little curious how much stronger you've become after breaking into the 4-star realm. At that moment, one of Manhwa disciples couldn't help asking the senior brother, who do you think is going to win? The senior brother slowly shook his head. Though I feel a little sorry saying this to young Master Gu, the outcome of this fight is already obvious. Ling Feng is a genuine monster. All of us here have personally experienced his talent. Once he gets serious, I doubt even I could beat him. As he spoke, scattered plum blossoms had already begun to rise quietly along the sword's momentum. Even the sword venerable's face darkened at the sight of it. As more and more plum blossoms gathered toward the edge of the blade, Ling Feng's eyes sharpened in an instant. I'm starting my attack now. The moment Ling Feng made his declaration, Gu Yanzian answered with a violent burst of internal energy of his own. Flame-like power surged upward, scorching the plum blossom petals drifting in the air until they turned a burning orange-red. Everyone present could only stare with their mouths hanging open. Even the sword venerable, Wai Hyo Gun, could not hide the shock in his eyes. Gu gathered that blazing internal energy entirely into his left hand. Even he could not help marveling inwardly. This power really is tyrannical. Ling Feng's expression also shifted into visible astonishment. Seeing that, Gu Yongkayan asked, "What's with that look? What, are you scared?" Ling Feng merely smiled and denied it without hesitation. In the next instant, he stomped forward with both feet. He launched himself straight at Gu Yongkayan. Yet even as Ling Feng came at him head-on, Gu Yanqiong did not move from where he stood. He waited until the sword was about to strike him. Only then did he calmly raise a hand and knock Ling Feng's sword arm aside. Then he followed with a single punch, driving it square into Ling Feng's chest. That overwhelming internal energy exploded outward. Ling Feng was blasted straight off his feet in the next instant. The sight left everyone stunned all over again. Even Wei Hyogun found it hard to believe what he was seeing. Guyen Qian walked over to where Ling Fong had fallen. Ling Fong admitted to feed on the spot without dragging things out. But just then, Nam Gangbai suddenly stepped forward. Guyen Qian turned at the sound of her voice. He saw her resting a hand on the hilt of her sword. "Find me once." Hearing that, Gu Yongxian could only stare at her in disbelief. "Didn't you just see me finish a match?" At those words, a complicated look crossed Namgong by his face. That immediately made Gu Yongxian start muttering inwardly. "What now? Is she upset just because I turned her down?" To Elder Shin though, it looked more like she was simply sulking. And Gu Yongxian himself knew perfectly well that if he let this keep going, things would only get more troublesome. So in the end, he could only promise that he would spar with her next time. The instant she heard that, Nam Gungbei reached out and grabbed his hand tightly. Her face flushed as she said, almost shyly, then it settled. "Next time for sure." Once that matter passed, Guiyang Qian threw himself back into training once more. Elder Shin watched the increasingly dense aura rising from him. He could not help exclaiming, "A monster like you is the first I've ever seen. To think you're already trying to break into the middle danshin this soon." Guyen Qian only waved him off and said there was no need to make such a fuss. He was merely testing the waters for now. At that point, Elder Shin warned him again. For someone your age to attempt to break into the middle dantian is already a frightening level of talent. But you better stop here. The moment the dantian truly opens, that thing inside you may awaken. Guyen Qian frowned at once. "The thing inside me actually reacts to my internal energy?" Elder Shin nodded without hesitation. "The stronger your internal energy becomes, the more active it will grow. Once the flames start erupting from inside your body and wrapping themselves around your arm, that'll mean the thing inside you is probably about to go completely berserk." Hearing Elder Shen say that, a trace of frustration immediately surfaced on Gu Yong Qian's face. "Damn it, my strength still isn't enough." At that moment, Ling Fong suddenly walked over to him. "You clearly won that match and yet you're still reflecting on your own shortcomings?" Gu Yong Qian lifted his eyes toward him. "What do you want now?" But instead of pressing the issue, Ling Fong first offered him a solemn word of thanks. "I still have far too much left to learn. I may not know why you fought that way, but I could feel it. You were using this match to guide me." After hearing that, even Elder Shin couldn't help sighing in admiration. This kid lost that badly. Yet, instead of falling into a heart demon, he's actually sorting out his thoughts properly. That alone is rare enough. Guiyang Qian, however, didn't look impressed at all. Some people run around training with their lives on the line just to survive. But this guy, his motives were never that pure. Elder Shin immediately clicked his tongue. "You brat really are narrow-minded in the most impressive way." In the end, Guyen Chen only replied flatly, "I didn't really mean it that way, but if you truly got something out of it, then good for you." Ling Fong answered in all seriousness, "I always believed I was already among the greatest geniuses alive. Only after meeting you did I realize there's still another sky beyond the one I knew. Someone like you must have put in effort. I can't even begin to imagine." And yet, no matter how sincerely Ling Fong spoke, Gu Yongqian still found it hard to feel any real goodwill toward him. Even so, Ling Fong once again thanked Gu Yongqian in complete earnestness. The moment Gu Yanqiong heard that second thank you, his thoughts were dragged straight back into his past life, back when he had slaughtered his way through Mount Hua. Ling Fong had never bowed his head, not even at the very moment of death. Could a single defeat really be enough to change a person that much? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wai Siola was gesturing excitedly at the sword venerable Wai Hyogon. "Grandpa, did you see that? Young master just did one thing and that flower petal guy lost in one hit, just like that." But halfway through saying that, she suddenly changed the subject. "Still, compared to that, there's even worse news." The sword venerable looked at her. "What worse news?" Wai Siobhan puffed up angrily. "Young master is getting engaged." Yet the sword venerable only found that natural. "Isn't that a good thing?" Wai Siola immediately shouted, "No, it isn't. I don't even know what engagement really means. But it doesn't matter, it's still not allowed. If anyone gets to do things together with young master, it should only be Siola. At the very least, Siola should get to approve it first." Seeing her getting more worked up by the second, the sword venerable could only patiently soothe her. "Siola, something like a marriage arrangement isn't decided just because you like it or dislike it." From that point on though, Siola began acting increasingly strange. Noticing that, even the sword venerable couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well somewhere?" But YC Ola only pressed her lips together and quietly shook her head. That only made Gu Yongqian more confused. If you're fine, then why do you keep stirring your food around with your chopsticks like that? If you keep messing around like this, you can forget about getting medicinal fruits in the future too. Nam Gumbei was just about to reach out and pick up some food. Why Seol? Well, suddenly slapped it right out her chopsticks. The moment he saw that, Wai Hyogon's expression turned dark. Seol, what exactly are you doing? But Wai Seol only looked aggrieved, her eyes already reddening. She then shouted in a trembling voice, "Big sister is stupid." The moment the words left her mouth, she turned and ran off without looking back. Seeing that, Gu Yongqian could only turn toward Nam Gangbei and ask, "Did you do something just now?" But Nam Gangbei only shook her head in complete confusion. The next morning, Gu Yongqian woke up with dark circles hanging under his eyes. At this point, even he couldn't remember how many nights he'd spent camping out in the wild. Lately, it honestly felt like he'd been sleeping outside more than he ever did back at the Gu estate. He was crouched by the river washing his face. Ling Feng suddenly walked over completely shirtless. "Young Master Gu, wanna train together?" Gu Yongqian looked at him in pure disgust. "What, is there some Manhwa rule that says you're not allowed to wear clothes in the morning?" Elder Shin, meanwhile, lazily explained from the side. "A martial artist's body changes along with the cultivation method he practices and the emotions he carries. Only when the tree grows strong enough can it bloom into more beautiful plum blossoms. That's why physical training is just as necessary." Even so, Gu Yongqian still turned Ling Feng down in the end because he had something even more important on his mind today. Hearing that, Ling Feng curiously asked what it was. Gu Yongqian only looked off into the distance and laughed because today, we finally reached Mount Hua. Before long, evening fell and the group finally arrived at the foot of Mount Hua. Looking at the familiar scenery before him, Elder Shin's expression turned unexpectedly complicated. "I never thought this place would still look exactly the same." Gu Yongqian, on the other hand, clicked his tongue in annoyance. Which genius decided to build Mount Hua all the way at the top of a mountain? Climbing up and down this thing every day sounds miserable. At that moment, the senior brother suddenly stepped forward and suggested, "Young Master Gu has traveled a long way without rest. How about staying at the foot of the mountain tonight and going up tomorrow?" Guillaume Kian looked at him seriously instead. "But I'm carrying one of Mount Hua's treasures. Wouldn't it make more sense to head up immediately?" The senior brother went quiet for a few seconds before replying, "I'm only worried that young Master Gu might not make it all the way up." The moment he heard that, Gu Yongqian immediately changed his tone. "Well, since you put it that way, I guess we should follow your arrangement." After that, the senior brother instructed Ling Feng to look after everyone while he himself would head up the mountain first to inform the people above that young Master Gu was on his way. That made Gu Yongqian inwardly puzzled. Why not take Ling Feng up too? If anything, the elders of Mount Hua should want to see him as well. Or was it that this guy's relationship with everyone else wasn't actually all that great? As he was thinking that, Wiziel suddenly came running over with a steaming basket of buns. The moment he saw it, Guillaume Cheyenne's eyes lit up. "At last, the source of all life in my miserable existence has arrived." Right after that, Isiola even thoughtfully handed him some water. But halfway through drinking, Gu Yongqian suddenly noticed something felt off. She'd been sulking yesterday. So why was she acting so obedient today? Thinking that, he casually reached out and patted her on the head. "If only you were this well-behaved every day." Siola instantly blushed and muttered in a small voice, "Siola is good every day." Watching all of this from the side, Nam Gangbei seemed to think of something too. In the next moment, she also picked up a bun and held it out toward Gu Yongqian. The instant he saw Siola's expression changed. Gu Yongqian found himself stuck in an awkward dilemma. But before he could even decide whether to take it or not, Siola suddenly snatched the bun and stuffed it in her own mouth. At the same time, she shot Nam Gangbei, a look full of naked hostility. Nam Gangbei blinked in surprise for a moment, but in the end, she only smiled softly. Meanwhile, deep inside a hidden cave, one of the subordinates was bowing his head as he reported the latest news to the figure in front of him. "Boss, a message just came down from the palace. The miracle doctor has appeared in Shamshire, but the people below are still investigating his exact location." The moment he heard that, the leader suddenly drew his blade and asked coldly, "I don't remember giving any order to send people after him." The subordinate's voice instantly began to shake. It was the palace master's personal order. The palace master said that if he's captured, he should be locked up in the branch first." Hearing that, the leader pressed further. "And if there are troublesome people in the way, can they be killed directly?" After receiving a firm yes from the subordinate, a chilling smile spread across the leader's face. Well then, that makes this much more interesting. The next day, after pushing himself so hard he was practically on the verge of dropping dead, Gue Yonkian finally managed to climb all the way to the summit of Mount Hua. He was gasping for breath as he cursed. What kind of idiot build a sect on top of mountain like this? Meanwhile, Siola, who had followed him all the way up, still looked perfectly relaxed. Young master, didn't I already tell you? I could have carried you. Before Gu Yenkayan could answer, Namgungbei suddenly held out her hand toward him. But the very moment, Gu Yenkayan reached out and placed his hand in hers. Wasio La's expression instantly turned strange again. Then Namgungbei slowly lowered her head. Seeing that, Gu Yenkayan froze for a second. What is she doing now? Don't tell me. She wants me to pat her head? Elder Shin burst out laughing. You idiot. If you figure it out, then hurry up and do it. But just as Guillaume Kayan was about to raise his hand and touch her head, Siola had already stretched her own hand out first. At that, Namgongbei slowly lifted her head again and calmly said, next time. At that very moment, the gates of Mount Hua slowly swung open. Walking at the front was none other than the current sect master of Mount Hua. Elder Shin took one look at him and burst into loud laughter. So the current sect master of Mount Hua is this guy. In the moment that sect master Sagu Yenzian, joy clearly spread across his face as well. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? Ever since I lost that treasure in a drinking wager, those elders have mocked me over it non-stop. Gu Yenkayan hadn't even had the chance to introduce himself yet. The sect master simply continued, that fellow Gu, Ryan, already sent me a letter explaining everything. You came here this time for 2 reasons, to return the plum blossom Lianqing stone and to take your younger sister back. Am I right? Hearing that, Gu Yankin quietly let out a sigh of relief and sighed. Good. Since the second elder already explained the situation in advance, this whole trip to Mount Hua should be over quickly. But in the very next moment, the sect master's expression darkened slightly. Still, it seems that fellow left out a few things. For example, the aura inside your body. And also, as he said that, the sect master's eyes suddenly shifted toward Wai Hyogun, the sword venerable. But he quickly swallowed the rest of his words and waved a hand. Forget it. You just climbed all the way up here, so you must be exhausted. We'll talk about the rest once we're inside. Hearing that, Guillaume Kayan immediately turned to Elder Shin for helping his mind, asking what he was supposed to do now. But Elder Shin looked far too entertained. You don't actually think you can absorb one of Mount Hua's treasures and walk away like nothing happened, do you? Still, don't panic too much. It's not like he can just kill you on the spot. After entering Mount Hua, the sect master wasted no time and called Gueyong Kayan in for a private talk. You've only just arrived and I'm already dragging you here before you can rest. That's a bit rude of me. But you should understand that there's no way I can simply ignore the fact that the plum blossom linging stone was absorbed. Gu Yankian immediately said he understood, then proceeded to explain everything in full detail. Everything except Elder Shin's existence. After hearing it all, the sect master looked completely incredulous. So what you're telling me is that you were merely carrying Mount Hua's treasure, and then it somehow got absorbed by you on its own. Elder Shin, however, wasn't surprised by the sect master's suspicion at all. After all, no one would hear I finished cultivating, went to sleep and woke up to find that I'd absorbed your sacred treasure and simply accept that right away. Especially not when Gu Yenkayan was also carrying 2 completely opposite kinds of aura inside him at the same time. That only made the story harder to swallow. A moment later, the sect master slowly rose to his feet. Fine. Since you also came up the mountain to bring your younger sister home, come with me. But Gu Yenkayan was just about to get up. The sect master shoved him right back down into his seat. You don't actually think absorbing one of Mount Hua's treasures means this can all be treated like nothing happened, do you? Hearing that, Gu Yongkayan remained strangely calm. He then turned to the sect master and said, the expression on your face right now looks exactly the same as when a second elder is about to mess with me. The sect master immediately bristled. How could I possibly be like that man? That's way too much. Meanwhile, elsewhere on Mount Hua, the miracle doctor was examining an elderly woman. It's all ruined, not just the acupoints. Even the flow of energy has been twisted out of shape. How exactly have you been enduring the pain of a body rotting to this extent? The elderly woman coughed softly. She then answered in a weak voice, actually, it hasn't been that painful. But the miracle doctor immediately exposed the lie. Don't lie to me. Are you only pretending to be strong because your disciple is standing here watching? And the disciple he was referring to is none other than Gu Yen Xiong's younger sister, Gu Yonghua. At that point, the miracle doctor continued, "How long has this condition lasted and what caused in the first place?" The elderly woman answered slowly, "For years." But the moment the cause came up, it was as though something caught in her throat and she couldn't force the words out at all. In the next second, she coughed up a mouthful of blood in obvious agony. Seeing that, Guillaume hurried over and gently patted her on the back. The miracle doctor's expression darkened at once. This is a restriction, yet that only made him even more puzzled. If it really is a restriction, I should have noticed it the moment I took her pulse. Looking at the trouble on the miracle doctor's face, the elderly woman quietly asked how long she had left to live. The moment she heard that, tears immediately welled up in Gu Yonghwa's eyes. After a long silence, the miracle doctor finally gave his answer at the soonest 2 months. If things go a little better, she may be able to hold on until winter. Hearing that result, the elderly woman only smiled faintly. But the miracle doctor's eyes had already grown far more complicated. He recalled the way she had looked in her youth and all her brilliance. His gaze quickly hardened with resolve again. "I'll do everything I can, so the rest of you little ones should wait outside." Even so, Gu Yanhua still looked unwilling to leave, but the elderly woman softly stopped her. "Yanhua, it's all right." Seeing that, Gu Yanhua could only step out for the time being. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gu Yansun had finally dragged himself all the way here and immediately started grumbling between breaths. "This really isn't some kind of punishment? I've been climbing stairs since early morning and now I have to climb a mountain too?" The sect master burst out laughing. "Can you feel the spirit of Mount Hua now? Without hardship, where'd any gain come from?" That only made Gu Yanqiong complain even more. "Elder Shin, it would have been great if you just moved this place somewhere else while you were still alive." Just then, the doors in front of them slowly opened. A moment later, Gu Yanhua came out, still wiping tears from her eyes. But the instant she saw the boy standing there, she jumped in fright and accidentally bumped straight into the miracle doctor's attendant behind her. Rubbing her head, Gu Yanhua frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" But Gu Yanxion was far more focused on the person standing behind her. Right then, Yanhua shifted half a step aside and complained to the attendant, "You should watch where you're going." But the instant Gu Yanxion got a clear look at that person's face, a violent surge of internal energy exploded from his body in the very next second. Seeing that, Gu Yanhua froze in shock. "Brother, what are you doing?" Back in his previous life, Gu Yanqian had once made that exact same move. It had been when he returned to the demonic sect after wiping out the Tang clan. The man waiting for him at the entrance had already been standing there for quite some time. He was the strategist of the demonic sect. "Seemed you're in a rather foul mood. What are you really this worked up just because one woman died?" But this was all the heavenly demon's will. "Looking at you now, are you dissatisfied with the sect leader's arrangement?" Hearing that, Gu Yanzian immediately gathered his internal energy and prepared a strike. But the moment he remembered that the man enjoyed the heavenly demon's special favor, he forcibly held himself back in the end, withdrew his power and turned to leave. Yet just as he was about to walk away, that man's voice rang out behind him once more. "The celestial venerable is dead now. The vanquished venerable has likely died today as well. The sword venerable has been reduced to one arm. So the heavenly demon has naturally lost interest in him. So tell me, who do you think will inherit everything that remains?" At that memory, Gu Yongkan suddenly lunged forward and clamped his hand around the attendant's throat. At the same time, several completely different forces inside his body began colliding violently. His reason gradually fell apart. A large hand suddenly covered his eyes in the next instant. The one who had appeared was none other than the sect master of Mount Hua. "Young hero Gu, just go to sleep for a while." Not long after, the miracle doctor heard the door open and turned to look outside. There stood the Mount Hua sect master with a broad smile. "Miracle doctor, perfect timing. We have another patient for you." By the time Gu Yanzian woke again, the sect master had already begun introducing everyone. "This is the miracle doctor renowned throughout the world. The greatest physician of this age, said to be capable of curing any illness under heaven. And this is one of Mount Hua's famed swords, the Plum Blossom Sword Empress. The one beside her is not only your younger sister, but also the Sword Empress's disciple. As for the one you nearly strangled to death earlier, that is the miracle doctor's grandson and disciple as well, Jigal Hayek. So tell me, why did you try to choke him the moment you saw him?" The moment he heard that, Gu Yongxian felt his heart sink. This is bad. To be honest, ever since he saw this guy, the memories in his head had started turning blurry. But in a situation like this, even if he told the truth, nobody would believe him anyway. On top of that, this was the first time he had learned that Jaegal-hyuk was actually the miracle doctor's grandson. The man he had originally hired Ho-Ho Gate to find had now appeared right in front of him ahead of schedule. Not a single thing was going according to plan anymore. Worse still, Elder Shin had gone silent again at some point and Guiyang Kaiyan had no idea when. Guiyang Kaiyan was struggling to come up with an answer. The Manhwa SEK master suddenly spoke. Does it feel like your memories are getting blurry? Guiyang Kaiyan froze on the spot. How did you know that? But the SEK master did not answer him. Instead, he turned to the miracle doctor. Miracle doctor, could I trouble you to examine this child's body? Yet the miracle doctor refused without the slightest hesitation. The two of them almost came to blows over it right there. Left with no other choice, the sect master finally offered a leaf of dragon, saliva herb as payment. Only after thinking it over for a while did the miracle doctor reluctantly agree. The examination finally began. The miracle doctor's expression gradually turned darker and darker. Seeing that, the sect master immediately asked, "What is it? Did you find something wrong?" The miracle doctor shook his head. This is already far beyond the level of merely finding something wrong. This boy's body is basically a walking corpse. There are several different auras circulating inside him at the same time, and yet he still runs around alive and kicking. Do you have any idea how absurd that is? Guiyang Kaiyan understood exactly what he meant. Over the years, he really had absorbed all kinds of strange things, but even he had never imagined that once piled together, they would become this dangerous. Could all of this really be because of that thing Elder Shin mentioned before? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Elder Shin suddenly reappeared and flatly denied it. When you were jumping around like an idiot earlier, that thing suddenly reacted. That's why my connection to you was cut off for a while, but that thing didn't harm you at all. On the contrary, it actually helped stabilize your body. To put it simply, all those chaotic auras raging inside, you're being suppressed by that thing. Hearing that, Guillaume Chion could only keep pressing the miracle doctor for an answer on what should be done now. The miracle doctor let out a bitter laugh. What else can we do? All we can try is pull those ores out and pray you don't explode and die in the middle of it. To put it even more plainly, with a body like yours, it wouldn't be strange at all if you suddenly dropped dead while eating or even in your sleep. Even the sect master had not expected the situation to be this severe. Gu Yong-chan, however, still acted as if none of it mattered. But I'm still alive right now, aren't I? After saying that, he turned his gaze toward Gu Yong-hwa. Enough, get your things ready and come home with me. But Guiyang-hwa clearly stated that she did not want to leave. Guiyang Kaiyan did not try to persuade her any further. He only said flatly that she could do whatever she wanted since their father would not care either way. The moment she heard that, Gu Yanawa's face changed completely. Seeing the atmosphere take a sharp turn for the worse, the sect master hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. Yang Zian, you must be exhausted after climbing all the way up here. Why don't you go get some proper rest first and we'll talk about the rest later. On the way back, Elder Shin couldn't help grumbling. They literally told you there was a chance you could die and yet you still had an appetite that good at dinner. What? Will you try to eat your fill while you're still alive? But Guillaume Kaiyan looked completely unmoved by it. He only said flatly that he didn't really feel much about it anymore. After all, he had already committed more than enough sins while he was alive. So maybe this was just retribution catching up to him. That only made Elder Shin even more baffled. A brat whose hair hasn't even fully grown in yet was already talking about things like karma and retribution. Before long, Guiyang Kaiyan returned to his lodging. But the moment he stepped inside, he saw Namgong Bei sitting on the bed, with a shy expression on her face. The instant she saw him, she softly said, "You're back. I want to sleep with you." Hearing that, Elder Shin instantly started egging things on from the side, even throwing out nonsense about leaving behind a child before death. Guiyang Kaiyan, on the other hand, immediately shut it down. Didn't the sect master say 2 rooms were prepared? Go rest in your own room. But Nam Gang Bei told him there wasn't actually another room. A thought flashed through Guiyang Kaiyan's head at once. The SEC master and the second elder really are the exact same kind of person. I should have known they team up to mess with me. With that in mind, he declared that he'd just go sleep in Muyun's room instead. But in the very next second, Namgung Bei stepped in and blocked him. In an utterly serious tone, she said, "We'll only hold hands and sleep." Hearing that, Gu Yunshin looked at Namgong Bei. Namgong Bei quietly looked right back at him. In the next instant, Gu Yunshin finally lost it and burst out laughing. With a helpless sigh, he said, "Fine. No matter what, I just hope you get a good night's sleep tonight. Seeing that, Nam Gang Bae reached out, took his hand again and gently pressed it against her own cheek. Then she said softly, sleep with me tonight. Meanwhile, Yahello Gun, the sword venerable, sought out the sect master of Manhwa. The sect master remarked that both Shaolin and Wudong were currently searching for the sword venerable. Meanwhile, the sword venerable himself was searching for the miracle doctor. What confused the sect master though was this: haven't you already found the miracle doctor? Yahello Gun gives slight nod. I could already sense that in order to protect the miracle doctor, you've set up a massive barrier over Manhwa. But out of courtesy, I still wanted to ask first. May I go see the miracle doctor now? The sect master shook his head. The miracle doctor is still tending to someone else. Even if you see him right now, you may not get the result you want. But if you're willing to do things my way, the outcome may be different. The next morning, Gu Yanshin lay sprawled on the bed, with enormous dark circles under his eyes, looking like his soul had already left his body. Elder Shin, meanwhile, sounded openly disappointed that nothing had happened the night before. Gu Yenkai's temple started throbbing at once, and he snorted. Can you not start spouting this kind of nonsense first thing in the morning? I'm already exhausted. Elder Shin immediately fired back, but in the end, you two still slept in the same bed, didn't you? Gu Yun Cheon was utterly speechless. Nam Gang Bae had even used internal energy last night, and she looked completely ready to smash the entire room apart if he ignored her. In a situation like that, what exactly was he supposed to do besides give in? It turned out that Tang Soil had once seriously discussed with Namgung Bae exactly how children were made. And because Namgung Bae's understanding of such things was catastrophically lacking, she had somehow come to believe that if two people simply held hands and slept together, then a crane would deliver them a baby a few months later. At that point, Elder Shin burst out laughing. Well, at least that little maid didn't see what happened last night. Gu Yong-chan, however, said indifferently, even if she had, what difference would it make? But the more he thought about it, the more he realized that every time Namgang Bae got close, Ysila really did become especially troublesome. If that was the case, then last night absolutely could not be allowed to reach her ears. The moment that thought hit him, a chill ran straight down his back. He slowly turned his head on instinct. He found Ysila standing there, staring at him with a deeply serious expression. The noise ended up waking Namgang Bae as well, and she slowly opened her eyes. The two girls got a clear look at each other. Ysila immediately blurted out, "Big sister is way too shameless." Then her eyes reddened as she lowered her head as she said in a pitiful voice, "Sayo wants to sleep with young master too." Namgung Bae, however, replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world, "That we can all sleep together." Hearing that, Guillaume Kayan was completely stunned. In what world is that not total chaos? But Ysila didn't care in the slightest and immediately threw herself onto the bed. Great, Siola gets to sleep here too. This is the best. And of course, at that exact moment, Ling Feng slowly pulled the door open. He saw the scene inside. He froze on the spot. In the end, he only threw out a rush. "The sect master is looking for you," before turning around and running off. Seeing that, Elder Shin still tried to comfort Gu Yenkaian, saying that Manhwa was not the sort of place where pointless rumors spread. But when Guillaume Zian actually found the sect master, the first thing the man said was, "I heard that first thing in the morning you were already tangled up with two women. Youth really is wonderful." Even Elder Shin could only sigh awkwardly at that. Looks like Manhwa really has changed over the years. Gu Kaiyan covered his face and asked what the sect master actually wanted, only for the sect master to keep teasing him. "I was just hoping to hear more about how exactly you spent the night fooling around with two women." The moment Gu Yenkaian turned as if to leave, the sect master hurriedly stopped him. Then he finally got to the real point. "You remember that little wooden house you visited yesterday, don't you? That's where the Plum Blossom Sword Empress is staying now." As he spoke, the sect master took something out from inside his sleeve. "Could I trouble you to deliver this to the miracle doctor?"
Gui yang kion loket puzlet.
"That isn't exactly difficult. But why does it have to be me?" Only then did the sect master explain. "Most of the people in Manhwa still do not know that the Sword Empress has fallen ill. If you deliver it, there's less risk of word spreading. But if I go personally, that miracle doctor will probably start shouting about packing his things and leaving again. So I need someone who has already come into contact with him, and who also still owes me a favor to make the delivery for me. And the only person who fits that role is you." Meanwhile, Gu Yonghua followed the miracle doctor's instructions and went down the mountain to gather the necessary herbs. She purchased everything she needed. She then started making her way back toward Manhwa. But on the road, she happened to see a group of young deer nuzzling close to one another. An old childhood memory surged in her mind without warning. Back then, her mother and her brother Gu Yongcheon had been kneeling in front of their father. Their father had been glaring at them with a vicious expression. She herself had just happened to see that scene while passing by, and because of that memory, she had never wanted to return to the Gu clan. The moment that thought crossed her mind, her figure suddenly flickered and vanished from where she stood. Almost at the same time, a voice immediately sounded from behind a nearby tree. Where did she go? Did she notice us? The other person rejected that idea at once. No way. A little girl who's only around the 2-star level couldn't possibly detect us. As he spoke, he walked straight to the spot where Gu Yonghwa had just disappeared. He reached out to touch the area. His face changed abruptly. I see. That old fox, the Manhwa sect master, actually set up a barrier here. That means we can now confirm that the miracle doctor really is inside. In that case, our task is basically complete. The rest can be left to the branch chief. And just as Gu Yanhua was carrying her herbs back toward Mount Hua, she happened to run into Gu Yangyan, who was still climbing the mountain. At the very same moment, Gu Yangyan also sensed her presence right away. At that moment, Gu Yangyan asked him, "Why are you here?" Still breathing hard, Gu Yanxion explained, "The SEC master asked me to deliver something for him, so that's why I came." Gu Yanxion replied coldly, "Then stop standing around here and hurry up." Gu Yanxion could only answer helplessly that he did not want to be dragging his feet like this either. The moment she heard that, the miracle doctor's earlier words flashed through Gu Yonghwa's mind. With his current body, it would not be strange at all if he suddenly dropped dead in the middle of bathing or eating. Thinking of that, she immediately said, "Give me whatever you were supposed to deliver. I'll take it up for you." Hearing that, Guillaume Cayenne visibly froze for a moment. "Are you worried about me?" Guillaume Hua instantly denied it, even though the words rang hollow. "Why would I be worried about you? I just think you're too slow." At that, Guyun Cayenne snapped back irritably. "What's there to complain about? I'll just walk faster." She watched his exhausted back as he moved ahead. Gu Yunhua was just about to ask about his condition, but he cut him first instead. "Have you seen the miracle doctor's grandson doing anything strange? Like talking to himself or something?" Gu Yunhua gave him a negative answer. Guyun Cayenne finally relaxed a little. Just then, Elder Shin suddenly appeared again. "To me, she doesn't seem like a bad little sister. So why is it that you two siblings are at each other's throats like this?" And truthfully, even Gu Yenkine himself could not really say when things had turned out that way. Elder Shin pressed further. "Don't tell me you really don't care about this at all." Gu Yenkine could not say he did not care whatsoever, but with the condition his body was in right now, he simply did not have the energy to think about it. That only made Elder Shin even more confused. "But she's still your family. Isn't it a little too much to just not think about it?" Hearing that, Gueong Zian finally realized that Elder Shin had been talking about Gueong Hua. He had actually thought Elder Shin meant the miracle doctor's grandson. But if it was about her, then it did not matter. From the very beginning, he had never placed much importance on this little sister of his anyway. A little while later, Gu Yonghua finally delivered the scroll into the miracle doctor's hands. The miracle doctor opened and read what was inside. He immediately snapped. "That old bastard was the one who sent this piece of garbage with you, wasn't he?" That left Giang Zian inwardly speechless. Just how badly had the sect master offended this man to make him loathe him this much? In the end, Gu Yenkine could only answer helplessly. "Since it was the sect master's request, I couldn't exactly pretend I knew nothing about it." Hearing that, the miracle doctor still looked thoroughly annoyed, but he reluctantly accepted the scroll anyway. Then he suddenly looked up and asked, "Are you really not afraid of dying?" Faced with that abrupt question, the room fell into silence. A moment later, the miracle doctor waved his hand. "Forget it. That's probably not something I should be asking. If there's nothing else, get going." Before he left, Gu Yunhua seemed like she wanted to ask about Gu Yun Cayenne's condition one more time. But before she could get the words out, he had already walked away. The scene shifted and the SEC master asked Gu Yun Qian again, "You handed it over to the miracle doctor properly, right?" Gu Yongkan nodded. The old man looked unhappy, but he did take it in the end. The sect master burst out laughing. Well, the contents were definitely enough to make him swear on sight. Then he changed the subject. "But how did the sword empress look?" Gu Yenchan answered honestly. "She was resting at the time, so I couldn't tell whether her condition had improved or not. Still, with the miracle doctor treating her, I'm sure she'll recover eventually." At that, the sect master let out a long sigh. The plum blossoms have only just begun to bloom, and yet so many pieces of bad news have fallen on us at once. That left Gu Yongqian puzzled. Other than the Sword Empress's condition, had something else happened in Manhwa too? Elder Shin immediately reminded him. Weren't there also quite a few Manhwa disciples who vanished for no reason? After thinking it over, Gu Yanxian realized that if he really counted everything, then the Sword Venerable's arrival and Jigal Hayok's appearance probably counted as bad news too. After all, any one of these matters by itself would have been enough to stir up a huge storm. Yet somehow all of them had become tangled together at once. Meanwhile, the masked man had already returned to the cave and delivered the news about the miracle doctor. The moment the branch chief heard it, his interest was immediately piqued. So did you actually see the miracle doctor? The subordinate instantly lowered his head in panic. Although we did not see the miracle doctor with our own eyes, we did see the plum blossom immortal setting up an enormous barrier there. If that's the case, then the miracle doctor is almost certainly inside. Hearing that, the branch chief merely let out a long sigh. So in other words, what you brought back is not even proper intelligence, and you still had the nerve to come back acting confident with something this useless. The moment the words left his mouth, his blade flashed and one of the man's arms was severed on the spot. Enduring the unbearable pain, the subordinate dropped to his knees and hurriedly apologized. Branch chief, this subordinate knows his fault. Everything was due to my incompetence. But the branch chief only let out a cold, eerie laugh. I'm in a decent mood today, so I'll spare your life for now. We still need to make some preparations anyway. 3 days from now, we'll enter that barrier ourselves and see whether the miracle doctor is really there. If he is, bring him back. If he isn't, then all of you could prepare to die for this failure instead. Before long, night fell and Elder Shin could not help sighing. A brat like you, running around busy every single day like this is honestly a first for me. Guillaume Cayenne, however, felt that he had not really done much. He had only gotten up, delivered a scroll for someone, exchanged a few words with the sect master, and somehow the entire day was already gone. At that point, Elder Shin asked again, now that all your business is done, aren't you planning to head home? Gu Yanqian thought it over seriously and realized that he really did not have much reason to remain at Manhwa any longer. His sister had clearly said she did not want to return, and the plum blossom linging stone had already been properly delivered back. It was probably about time for him to leave, but just then, someone suddenly called out from behind him. He turned to see Yahello rushing toward him with excitement written all over her face. Guillaume Cayenne sidestepped to avoid her pounce and immediately frowned. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? The road back to your quarters definitely isn't this way. Yahello reminded him with complete seriousness. Aren't I supposed to sleep with young master tonight? Hearing that, Gue Ankon immediately used the sword venerable as a shield. Does her grandfather know you're acting like this? Yahello only let out a cheerful laugh. It's fine. Grandpa already left. Sayola doesn't know where he went and she doesn't know when he'll come back either. That answer gave Gu Yongqian an instant headache. He had already prepared himself to leave, but it looked like now he could only wait until the sword venerable returned. Even Elder Shin could not help sighing. The times really have changed. These days, can a attendant really just vanish whenever they feel like it? Before long, Giang Qian returned to his room. But the moment he saw what was inside, he froze all over again. Don't tell me you too. Before he could finish, Sayola had already leapt straight under the covers. Young master, hurry up. Let's sleep together. The moment he saw that, Gu Yongqian turned and tried to leave without a second thought. But in the very next instant, Nam Gungbei was already chasing after him. Left with no other option, Gu Yongqian finally had no choice but to lie down obediently on the bed again. But after Yahello slapped him hard, the only thing left in his mind was a single curse. What the hell is this mess? The next morning, Gu Yongqian woke up lying between the two of them. With enormous dark circles under his eyes, the first thing he did was desperately ask Elder Shin for help. Elder Shin, however, looked utterly dismissive and seemed to think Gu Yenchan had no idea how lucky he was. Why not just get up? Gu Yenchan could only answer helplessly. They've got me pinned down this tightly. What exactly am I supposed to do? If anyone sees this scene again, it's going to cause a disaster. But the moment those words left his mouth, Guillaume suddenly pushed the door open and walked right in. The instant she saw the scene inside the room, she froze for a moment. Her face then twisted into open disgust. I'll wait outside. In that instant, Gu Yongqian felt like his insides were turning upside down. First Lang Foam walked in without warning, and now Yonghua too is barging in without knocking, actually part of Manhwa's hospitality. But the most important thing right now was clearly to get himself out of bed first. So he reached out a finger and lightly tickled Wasila. He then very seriously told her that there seemed to be a bug crawling on her. The moment Wasila heard that, she jolted awake in panic. Right after that, Guillaume Kyan gave Namgungbei a firm flick on the forehead, and just like that, he finally regained control over his own freedom of movement. After getting himself straightened out, Guillaume Kyan stepped outside and saw Gu Yonghua waiting there. Gu Yonghua got straight to the point. Master says he wants to see you. Though if I had known you were sleeping while wrapped up with 2 women, I would have come later. Gu Yonghua only answered blandly. So you came all this way just to deliver that one sentence? Gu Yonghua immediately denied it. You're overthinking it. I only happened to pass by because of the Emperor Hua tournament. Anyway, I've already said what I came to say. You can go back and keep fooling around with those ugly women. But the moment the words left her mouth, her eyes suddenly widened a little. Namgungbei and Waisiola had just walked out one after the other. There looked stunned Gu Yonghua on the spot, and at that exact moment, the 2 of them asked almost in unison, "Who is this?" Gu Yonghua immediately grew irritated and snapped back first, "You don't need to know." Then she turned around and left without another word. At the same time, Namgungbei casually leaned against Gu Yenshan's shoulder and softly asked, "What's wrong with her?" After telling Gu Yenshan that she would be participating in the Emperor Hua tournament, Gu Yanhua went off alone to an empty clearing and tried to vent her frustration through sword practice. Suddenly, she remembered that when she was little, she had always loved sticking close to her brother, and back then, he had always loved teasing her on purpose. Every time he made her cry, he would always be the first to lower his head and apologize. He would then do his best to grant whatever she asked for. There was even a time when she angrily begged him to teach Gu Un-suk a lesson for her because that older sister kept speaking badly about their mother behind her back. Back then, her brother had only gone silent and thought for a moment. He then reached out and gently patted her on the head, but she's still family too. You understand that, right? The memory only made Gu Yonghua's heart more tangled, so she could only keep swinging her sword. But before long, she exhausted herself so badly that she collapsed onto the ground. The more she thought about everything, the angrier she became. In the next instant, she simply threw her sword away. Just then, a voice suddenly came from nearby. No matter how tired you are, you should never throw away your sword. Yanhua looked up at the sound. A familiar face immediately entered her view. Wasn't this the woman who had been sleeping beside that guy this morning? Even so, out of basic courtesy, she still lowered her voice and said, "Thanks." But after thinking it over again, the irritation inside her still refused to settle, and she reached out to snatch the sword back. "I don't need your help. More importantly, why are you here?" Namgungbei calmly explained, "I just felt like the relationship between you and Gu Yunshian seemed a little unusual, so I followed you to take a look." As she said that, she revealed a smile bright enough to overwhelm the city. For a split second, Gu Yanhua even felt like that smile was blinding. What kind of person was she? How did someone like her end up tangled up with a guy like Gu Yanhua? And while Gu Yanhua was still lost in that thought, Namgungbei spoke again. "Your strength needs to come down a little more. The way you were practicing just now wastes too much stamina." That immediately stirred up resistance inside Gu Yanhua. Of course, this woman was no different from everyone else. With that thought, she coldly shot back. "You're pretty enough, sure, but you don't look like someone who's ever really used a sword. If you don't understand anything, then stop standing there and pretending you can lecture me." After hearing that, Namgungbei quietly thought for a moment. Then she calmly said, "Then do you want to spar?" Gu Yanhua agreed almost without hesitation. But what confused her was that Namgungbei still had not even drawn her sword. What kind of match was this supposed to be? Then she heard Namgungbei say with complete calm, "This is enough." In that instant, the fire in Gu Yonghua's chest was fully lit. In the very next second, she drew her blade and lunged straight at Namgungbei. But no matter how much force she put behind her attacks, Namgungbei dissolved every one of them with effortless ease. And while deflecting them, Namgungbei kept reminding her, "Lower the strength a little more." Then, as she said that, she demonstrated it herself. The result was that with just a single move, the winner of the match was already decided. Still burning with resentment, Gu Yanhua suddenly bit out a question. "What exactly is your relationship with that guy? You're someone this strong. So why would you stay beside someone that lazy, unmotivated, foul-tempered and ugly?" The moment she heard that, Namgungbei corrected her almost instantly. "He's not ugly." In the very next second, a strand of lightning rose in her palm. If you say things carelessly, you get punished. The moment those words fell, a massive sword shadow came crashing toward Gu Yonghua. At the last possible instant, Gu Yongqian rushed in. He stepped in front of her and forcibly took that deadly blow for her. Afterward, Gu Yongqian's gaze turned sharp as a blade as he demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" Nam Gumbei answered as if she had done nothing wrong. "She said you were ugly." But Yongqian clearly did not care about that in the slightest. "So what? Are you seriously bullying her over something like that?" Hearing that, obvious anger immediately surfaced on Nam Gongbei's face. "What is she to you? Why are you protecting her and scolding me instead?" Gue Yongqian was about to answer, but Gue Anhua cut in first. "I don't need his help." With that, she spun around and stormed off in a huff. Even then, Nam Gongbei was still unwilling to let go. "Who exactly is she? She was the one in the wrong first, so why are you taking her side?" Only then did Gu Yunqian answer plainly. "That girl is my little sister." Nam Gongbei stared at him in disbelief and asked again, "Your real little sister?" Gue Yongqian was left speechless for a moment. What else would she be if not my real sister? The instant she heard that, Nam Gongbei looked like her mind had completely blanked out. "It's over. I messed it all up. I ruined everything." From that point on, Nam Gongbei wandered all over Mount Hua in a dazed hollow state. No one knew exactly what hit her so hard, but she kept muttering the same words over and over. "I ruined it." By the time night fell, Gue Yongqian returned to his room. Found he Wai Siola already waiting there for quite a while. Gu Yongqian casually asked, "Why are you the only one here?" Wai Siola looked just as lost and said she did not know what was going on either. Only that big sister had not come back all day. After that, Gu Yongqian asked when the Sword Venerable would return. But once again, Wai Siola knew absolutely nothing. Watching the whole situation spiral further and further out of control, Gu Yongqian could only make a new decision on the spot. The next day, he took Muyun with him and headed to the market. But to his surprise, in a place that sold everything from monster fur to monster bones, there was still not a single magic stone to be found. To magical beasts, a magic stone was basically the same as a heart. But once it had fallen out of the corpse, ordinary people saw it as nothing more than a worthless rock. For Guiyen Shan, however, as someone who possessed the demon spring absorption art, that stone was anything but meaningless. Based on what the miracle doctor and Elder Shin had said, the reason he was still alive likely had everything to do with the demon spring absorption art. And beyond that, there seemed to be something even more dangerous lurking inside his body. That was why he wanted to get another magic stone, absorb it himself once more and confirm whether his suspicion was right. At that point, he even started wondering if since he could not buy one, he should just hunt down a few magical beasts nearby himself. But that thought was shut down on the spot by Mu Yun, who said that according to the information he had gathered, the number of magical beasts in the surrounding area had been dropping sharply lately. Neither of them knew what exactly was causing it. But at least Mu Yun's information meant their trip to the market had not been completely pointless. In that case, they might as well head back for today. Gue Yongqian even casually remarked that Siola had probably prepared something decent for dinner by now. But when the two of them returned and stared at the dish on the table for quite a while, they still could not figure out what it was supposed to be. Wai Siola, however, proudly introduced it. "This grilled fish, young master. Please try it." And just like that, the two men, already full from simply looking at it, wordlessly escaped the room in perfect sync. After that, Gu Yunqian told Mu Yun to head back first, saying he still had something to take care of and would return once he was done. Once he had successfully sent Mu Yun away, he made his way alone into a dense forest. To his surprise, what he found there was Nam Gongbei patiently guiding Gu Yonghua through sword practice. Gu Yongxion was instantly baffled. Yesterday, the two of them had looked ready to kill each other. So why did it now look like nothing had happened at all? Seeing him arrive, Gu Yonghua raised her sword and explained, "Yesterday I was angry at you, not Big Sister." But not only did Big Sister not get mad, she even came to apologize to me first. Hearing all that, Guillaume Chion could only let out a long sigh. Women really were harder to understand than the ocean. Then he simply waved a hand and turned to leave the place behind. After that, Nam Gongbei quietly suggested, "It's getting late. We should head back too." But the moment she said that, Guiyonghua suddenly fell silent. For a moment, even Namgam could not tell what was going through her head. Just then, Guiyongqian's voice floated back from behind them. "If you two don't hurry back, Wasila might actually end up causing a disaster." Hearing that, Nam Gongbei had no choice but to move first and head back. That left Guiyonghua standing there alone. She lowered her eyes to her right hand covered in cuts and bruises. Suddenly, an old memory from childhood flashed through her mind. Back then, her brother had seemed to change into a completely different person overnight. Don't call him brother anymore and don't keep following him. Keep your mouth shut and just live quietly. Thinking of that, she tightened her grip on her sword and swung again. Could it really all have started because of her? No matter what, the plum blossoms had to bloom this year too. The next day, Gu Yanhua bought a skewer of grilled meat at the market. The child beside her stared at it so hard that drool nearly spilled out. She had already opened her mouth to take a bite, thinking that if it tasted good, she would bring some back for her master too. Then she remembered the last time she had brought food to her master. Her master had been too sick even to eat. The thought made Gu Yanhua instantly lose her own appetite. In the end, she gave the skewer to that child instead. Then she broke into a run back up the mountain. Master, I want to stay with you forever. There's still so many things I want to tell you. About sparring with Sister Namgongbei, about learning for the first time how to listen to someone else's advice, and about Guyun Cheon. Yet the moment that thought crossed her mind, she was suddenly knocked flat to the ground. Someone had launched a surprise attack from the shadows. Fortunately, Namgongbei arrived in time and intercepted it for her. The man who had attacked them let out a chilling laugh. Now where did beauties like these fall from, and two of them at once, no less? Regaining her senses, Gu Yanhua immediately demanded his name, and the man answered that he was called Night Blood Red. He even went so far as to kindly advise the two of them to surrender quietly. Otherwise, if I accidentally damaged those pretty faces of yours, that would be a real shame. Hearing that, Gu Yanhua instantly moved to draw her sword, but Namgongbei stretched out an arm to stop her. Calm down. We can't help you right now. I'll hold him off. You run back and alert the others. Seeing that, an oily, disgusting grin spread across Night Blood Red's face. Beauty, you better think very carefully about that. Gu Yanhua still looked unwilling to retreat, and she clearly could not leave without worry. But Namgongbei only gave one more sharp order, run, before charging straight at him wrapped in a storm of lightning. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Wiziola happened to spot Gu Yanhua there lost in thought. Young master, what are you thinking about? Guiyang Kaian brushed it off, saying he was not thinking about anything in particular, just wandering around and looking for something to do. The moment she heard that, but Gu Yankin refused without hesitation, because the place where the miracle doctor was staying still could not be exposed to more people. Left with no other option, he offered to buy her grilled meat instead. Exactly as expected, Wizola instantly urged him to hurry up and buy it, then hurry back. She even made sure to add that she wanted the kind with extra meat on it. And so, after finally managing to send Wizola away, Elder Shin still could not resist grumbling, a guy who looks like a cockroach. Why is it that both that Namgon girl, that little one from earlier, keep clinging to you like this? Guyen Kaian, of course, fired right back on the spot. If we're really talking about looks, then you're not exactly one to brag either. But while the two of them were bickering, Guyen Kaian suddenly saw Gu Yen were running toward him in a panic. In the very next second, she threw herself right into him. Brother, something's wrong. Sister Namgongbei is in danger. The moment he heard those words, Guiyang Kaian's eyes turned ice cold. At the same time, the battle between Namgongbei and Night Blood Red had already entered its fiercest stage. Right then, Night Blood Red suddenly remembered the real reason he had come here in the first place. He had come for the miracle doctor. So why the hell was he still wasting time getting tangled up with this girl? With that thought, he immediately poured even more force into his attacks, clearly intending to end the fight as fast as possible. Several more exchanges passed. Namgongbei had already been pushed into an obvious disadvantage. Left with no other option, she could only bring out her strongest move and stake everything on one desperate strike. The moment Night Blood Red saw it, he recognized it at once. It was a Namgung clan's supreme art, the Emperor's sword form. First time I've seen this move again since the war. But in his eyes, the version this girl was using was still far too weak and far too slow. With that thought, he merely shifted his body slightly to the side and avoided the attack with ease. When the very next instant, he realized something was wrong. The previous strike had been nothing but a feint. The real killing move came right after it. Unfortunately for Namgongbei, even though it was still blocked by Night Blood Red in the end, for the first time, genuine confusion crept into Night Blood Red's mind. What exactly was Manhwa hiding here? Why had both the Gu clan and the Namgong clan ended up gathering at this place? But right now, this was clearly not the time to dwell on those questions. He sneered at Namgongbei. Beautiful. Your internal energy is almost dry, isn't it? I've already sealed your acupoints. Just stay here obediently. Once I'm done with my business, I'll come back and take very good care of you." After saying that, he raised his blade and strode toward the barrier, clearly intending to split it open by force. As her consciousness began to fade, Nam Gung Bae was filled with nothing but unwillingness. If she was taken away by a man like this, then from that point on, she would probably be reduced to nothing more than a toy. And if things really went that way, then she would probably never see Gu Yongkayan again. Was she really destined to fall back into that world of sin and despair all over again? But just as she clenched her teeth and tried to forcibly break through the sealed acupoints, a voice suddenly stopped her. She snapped her eyes toward the source of the sound and saw a figure that was painfully familiar. "You were never gonna run even if I told you to, so just stay there and don't move. Leave the rest to me." In the war from his previous life, Nam Gung Bae had died there precisely because she chose to save him. Back then, Gu Yongkayan had never been able to understand why she had done such a thing. But at this exact moment, he finally understood. Once a life soaked in regret came to an end, if there really was another world waiting beyond it, there probably would not be anyone there to welcome him. What would be waiting instead would only be the sins that could never be forgiven and the ending he had long deserved. Yet whether by fate or by cruel coincidence, he had somehow been given a second chance, and because of that, he had started to feel the first spark of hope. A hope that even he himself thought he had no right to have. Maybe in this life, he really could make up for every regret he had left behind. But what if this life was not a second chance at all? What if it was merely a second descent into hell? What if all of this was nothing more than fate's way of punishing his sins one more time? But no matter what the answer turned out to be, he would never allow the same thing to happen a second time. The instant that resolve settled in his heart, a violent force of red and black energy began to gather inside Gu Yongkayan's body. In the blink of an eye, raging flames erupted and wrapped around his entire body. On the other side, Night Blood Red was still hacking furiously at the barrier. He was just about to succeed. A sudden chill ran down his spine and he instinctively turned around. In the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. A man had already reached him carrying a terrifying killing force straight into his face. Night Blood Red tried to dodge on instinct, but by then it was already too late. A crushing fist slammed directly into his chest. The sheer force behind it erupted into a violent explosion on impact. By the time the smoke slowly cleared, Night Blood Red only needed one glance at the traces left on the battlefield to understand exactly what he had been hit by. This was the clan style. He spat out a mouthful of blood, yet instead of fear, a sinister laugh escaped him. "I was just wondering when I'd get the chance to meet you face to face. And now the young master of the Gu clan has personally delivered himself to my doorstep."